For sure. I got my gap, so you know what that means. It's a bust back thing. I ain't going out like a hoe. When you coming to get me, I got the fofo. When you come to down me, player, please don't miss. Cause that don't do nothing but get my trigger finger pissed. If I live, I live. If I die, it's cool. Cause I know for sure when I was here that I was a fool. If you gon' drill me, come on and drill me. It's all good cause I got some people to see. Why I'm here, I'm getting full all the time, get blunted. My company on the move, he bought the Benz 500. AKs and Glocks in the back of Lexus Jeeps. Having big baller parties every other week. This is the click, nigga, 226. Black connection, nigga, again, the code is 226. Dropping dope hits, taking a nigga, bitch. While you're on that flight, I'm busting nuts in your wife. All assault rifles, the weapons that's on my team. SKs, AKs, M1s, and carbines. Fulfilling dreams, going to the top, nigga. Don't play a hate, cause we'll still hit your block, nigga. Baby gangsta ain't nothing nice. A young nigga, trigger happy, that'll put it in your life, ain't right. Represent uptown to the fullest, finger on the trigger, and I'm ready to pull it. Got my finger on the trigger. What you won't do? What you won't do, nigga? That's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger. What you won't do? What you won't do, nigga? That's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger. What you won't do? Uptown on the way, bitch. So let us through. Finger on the trigger. What you won't do? Downtown, get out the way. That's all on you. Take it how you wanna, bring it how you feel. My niggas is conscious and we kill or be killed. Fuck doing drive-bys, man, we do a pull-up. The nigga on the passenger side automatically die from several gunshot wounds to the head. On the scene he dead, Chopper City niggas fled. Won't you listen to Ziggy, get your car doors bulletproof. It's raining chopper, so get a bulletproof roof too. You got yay, download it, nigga. 9-6, you getting napped, so you best not show it, nigga. But that's when you blow it, nigga. You don't get kicked in, we want you. Yay, high powered AK, balls move in your face, no trace. Beat the case, go to the weight, make sure it ain't a fake. I want your name plate, cash in your Versace shoes. If you're stingy, get plucked, nigga, that's all on you. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Uptown's on the way, bitch, so let us through. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Busters, get out the way, but it's all on you. Street shit is what I'm into. You got them coming to get you. Don't hesitate, nigga, or the BG gon' have to split you. I'm down for whatever, I'ma ass with that chopper. If you playin' with me, then them 50 shots gon' stop you. No bullshit, and nigga, my dream is to make a meal. Paper chasing ain't no faking, player haters get killed. Young trill, baby gangsta into pimping them hoes. But before I trick the hoes, my money goes to my nose and fat. Out the moles, t-shirts and jabos. Soldier Reebok, straight sticking to the G code. Uptown is the home of the carjackers, robbers, gangster rappers, head splitters, and kidnappers. Philip and C is where I shop for that D. Not the 17th, the real niggas in that 3. Play with them, hard head niggas, they split them. Raw dope, they sell it, I get it, I can tell it. How it go, back up or get bang, nigga. Street smarts the game, nigga, gotta let them hang, nigga. Pussy nigga got beef with the night creepers. Me, brother, and Diesel riding with them street sweepers. Old nigga want slang without a click. He don't want share, so we gon' ride on that bitch. We bout to turn your block to a war zone. I'm warning you to bring the little kids in they home. Cause when we spin the bin, bullets just getting spit. I gave you a fair warning, so if you hit, you hit. Cause I ain't slacking when I do what I gotta do. Stop being nosy, bitch, but that's all on you. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Uptown's on the way, bitch, so let us through. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Downtown, get out the way, that's all on you. Got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? What you won't do, nigga, that's all on you. I got my finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Uptown's on the way, bitch, so let us through. Finger on the trigger, what you won't do? Play ahead to get out the way, that's all on you. Toting choppers in the 9-6. Bigs getting split. Get out the way, cause if you hit, you hit. You bitch.
Wow! Whoa, we back with another video. We already covered the paper. I read the paper top to bottom, gave you the extended figures. It's over for these niggas. It's been over for these niggas. We've been reading each paper that comes out, crushing all of the Afrocentric ideology, all of it, every bit of it. Y'all claim Phoenicians. The paper came out this year, crushing that. These Phoenicians are Southern European. You guys claiming Egypt, you're still claiming Egypt. We were the ones, and let me show you. Because that's the way that Rahab made it. Like all that shit, y'all been on that, man. Y'all try to claim like ancient North Africa. Y'all try to claim every goddamn thing. Israel. Y'all want to claim everybody, but we keep getting paper after paper after paper. And we already knew about the North Africans being the result of a back to Africa migration. That these people are highly Eurasian. We already knew about the Natufians being 45% West Eurasian, the rest of our DNA being basal Eurasian. We knew this already. We knew North Africa was highly Eurasian adjacent. We already knew this because paper after paper after paper that North Africans are a split off. They split off and branch off from other Eurasian groups. We've already knew this. All these papers are building upon the understanding that was already set in stone. We've been knowing this because each paper, the Ibero-Mauritian paper, the Neolithic Morocco paper, the IAM, the SKH population paper, all these papers are telling us that the people in North Africa are completely differentiated from the people south of the Sahara. All of them culminate and say the same thing. And this Old Kingdom Egyptian paper just reinforces that. It buttresses all those things that we've been reading so far. So it's so beautiful just to see it just all culminate and come together. And a lot of these people are upset. Why? Because the sciences are not agreeing with your weird made-up ass doctrine that you got from Ivan Van Sertima, your racial diffusionist model that you got from Diop, from Dr. Bean, and all these people, man. So what we're going to do today, all of them did a 6-hour video, and I'm like, man, I really had to do 6 hours. So I want to watch what they said. They purportedly are responding to Biblical DNA's video, and I haven't watched neither. So there's going to be fresh eyes on both of these videos, long video. But I left a comment on this channel just to sum up the paper, because the paper is very simple. It's not that hard. The only reason people want to, make it difficult because it's hard for ideologues to accept facts and accept empirical evidence. It's hard. And I also did a live when he was doing his live. He said, no, I didn't get the invite. Otherwise, I would have joined. Yeah, I don't even know what they said about you. I haven't watched the video in its entirety. I just saw it, skimmed through it a little bit. I was like, I'm going to review this live. I want to watch this live. What both of these parties are saying. But I heard Reggie on there. I already know Reggie not going to agree with the damn paper. I already know how he is. This dude believes that modern North Africans are invaders. They're all invaders. It was a population turnover event. He believed it happened in the 6th century with the Arabs. He's on camera saying this. We have caught him saying that in 4K. So I heard his voice, and it's probably some more Afrocentric niggas or sympathizers, because people are afraid, not even afraid. You need to tell these people the fucking truth. They've been lied to so damn long. You need to tell them that North Africans, like all the papers have been showing you, are differentiated from the people south of the Sahara. They don't want to accept that because they were told that ancient Egyptians come from the south of the Sahara. They come from Sudan. They come from sub-Saharan or Central Africa. Reggie looking for donations. Now, I don't know what Reggie looking for. Reggie looking to keep his ideology alive. That's what he's looking for, right? So I want to watch this video. I'm going to go to the comments, and it's on the Community of Skeptics page. Let's see, Community of Skeptics. Let me just type this in. And I just left a quick comment on the paper. As a person that read the paper from top to bottom, we always read these papers from top to bottom to grasp an understanding of what it's saying. We don't rely on YouTubers. Give me a second, Biblical DNA. I want to just get this off real quick. Hold on. Because I don't know what you said in your video. I don't know what they said entirely, but your name was in the video. So I'm like, all right, let me see what's happening. So here's the video here that we're gonna watch. It says whole genome ancestry of an Old Kingdom Egyptian, and then it says drive by on Biblical DNA. So I'm like, what did you say in the video to make them say drive by on biblical DNA? And then here's the comment I just left. And of course, I'm gonna like my own damn comment. It says, I'll save everyone 6 hours. The ancient Egyptian is most similar to present day North Africans and West Asians, which flies in the face of what Reggie was saying. What Reggie has been saying all these years. All of these papers do. This is not the only paper. There's been several papers on North Africans, ancient North Africans, Tunisians, Algerians, Libyans, Moroccans. We have several papers on it, and they all indicate a differentiation of North Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans. All of them do. In the North Africans, like we've been saying, are more akin to West Asians or non-Africans than any other group. They literally split from them. And that's where all the papers are spelling out. And no one likes that because they believe just because you share a continent that you're supposed to share the same ancestry or direct ancestry or relative ancestry, which is not true. North Africans do not share the bulk of their ancestry with South people south of the Sahara. They don't. They are differentiating. Every paper says this. There's not one paper that reinforces this idea that was engendered by Afrocentric maniacs of the past. Not one. Everybody in the field that are doing the digs, assuming the bodies and sequencing the data are coming to the conclusion that, hey, these North Africans have looked the way they look today for a very long time. When I say look, I'm talking about their genome. For a very, very long time. This connection to West Asia has always been there. And it's common sense because they're connected to West Asia by land. They're connected. They're right there. Proximity connected to Southern Europe by land. So we should not be surprised that Carthaginians have a high Eurasian clip on their genome, or the Punic people are Sicilian and Aegean adjacent. We should not be surprised. We already had the mitochondrial haplogroups and the Y chromosome showing you that these people are Eurasian. Yaya being G2, or Yuya being G2, King Tut having R1b. The early Y calls, damn near all of them are R1b. That haplogroup J early Y call from 5,000 years ago. Family tree DNA putting haplogroup J in the fucking delta. One of the clades in the damn delta. These are the professionals in the field doing this, not you weirdos on the internet that know and understand and know how to sequence DNA and categorize it properly and put these populations in the correct population. And where these Europeans are when these ancient Egyptians are falling into, they're falling into a cline of West Asians because that's who they're closely related to. They've been going back and forth, which matches, yes, they did. They did put Neurat 001. His clade is actually Arabian, found in a lot of Arabian groups. You're absolutely correct on that. But the DNA of ancient Egyptians matching West Asians and the Mesopotamian DNA that was found in his genome should not be surprising because, again, the potter wheel, early writing, animals, plants, a lot of these things originate outside of Africa and find their way in there, which has been stated for years. Duckworth been saying this, that people have been migrating from outside of Africa, within Africa, and coming into Africa and bringing in pastoral and agrarian packages. That's been being said. Now we got the DNA from an old kingdom Egyptian establishing that. And we already had the DNA from the SKH population in Morocco establishing it. Everybody they found in the SKH population in Morocco was heavily Levantine, about 80% Neolithic Levantine. We know where these people are coming from. We don't have to play these damn games. They're not coming from south of the Sahara. They're coming from West Asia. Why? Because ancient Egypt is a damn highway that connects directly via the Sinai Peninsula into West Asia. Crazy, bro. Crazy. So anyway, I said I'll save everyone 6 hours. The ancient Egyptian is most similar to present-day North Africans and West Asians. The ancient Egyptian Neolithic Moroccan DNA is highly Levantine. SKH population is almost 80% Neolithic Levantine. The Mesopotamian DNA confirms that migrations from the Fertile Crescent indeed brought in material culture, i.e. the potter wheel and writing. This paper is monumental, and we still have no evidence of Egyptians coming from south of the Sahara. Egyptians are Eurasian adjacent. So how we see it today, that DNA gene pool today, how it is today is reflected on how it was in the past, because these people literally draw their ancestry from those populations. This is direct evidence. Ain't no motherfucking coming up here just bringing up and making up shit all day. And as each paper brings out, even in this paper, it addressed the reason why people south of the Sahara have a Eurasian mix, like your Nubians, like your Somalians, like your Horners, is because people that were Egyptians or related to the Egyptians expanded southward and mixed with the local populations. They are the donor population for Eurasian genes south of the Sahara. The complete opposite of what Diop and them were preaching. Diop was preaching that, hey, people came from the south and then created Egyptian civilization, and that's where the ancient Egyptians come from. Nope, that's not what we've been seeing. The DNA in Tanzania, the DNA in Kenya, and the LWK population, all this Eurasian influx of Eurasian genes down south, more south of the Sahara, are because of people that are either the Egyptians or related to the Egyptians going south and mixing with the local populations. That's what each paper is showing us. The Kadruka population, the Kadruka sample, having 45% of its DNA being Eurasian, is because these Egyptians were moving south, expanding south, and mixing. The total opposite of what these religious nutbags have been preaching on YouTube and on social media all these years. The total opposite. And it has zero to do with skin color, because guess what? The neuron individual was dark skinned. He was dark skinned. I believe one or two of the Natufians were predicted to be dark skinned. Having dark skin does not make you a sub-Saharan African. Does not make you Nilotic. It does not make you a East African forager. Does not make you a pygmy. The whole planet Earth had darker skin, the different variations of darker skin. Right, biblical DNA, dark to black. The whole planet. So just point out someone's skin tone is not telling you any damn thing. Dravidians have dark skin, and they are genetically far off from what we call a Niger-Congo speaker, or a Pygmy Twa, or a Khoisan tribe member. Very different DNA, very differentiated from each other, very far off from each other. It's the same thing with these Egyptians. The same thing. The Takakori paper that came out, that was an isolated group, and they still had fucking Levantine DNA at a 7% clip. And it was not sub-Saharan DNA. It had their own specialized DNA, own unique DNA that they're labeling ancestral North African. Yeah, Western hunter-gatherer Europeans were mostly dark. They were mostly dark. It doesn't, and they are genetically far off from what we call sub-Saharan Africans. You understand? So it's like, no, man, this right here, it's over for Afrocentrix. It's only gonna get worse. We got more papers coming out on the subject on ancient Egypt. Right? We got the thesis by Moraz in February. We just got the thesis. This is the official paper. The official paper is more eye-opening than the actual thesis, because we didn't even know about the 20% Mesopotamian DNA until the paper dropped. Now we know about that. It's a wrap. These people have been going back and forth. Now we got the donor population for the material culture directly attested by the DNA. Right? So we're going to watch this clip. We're going to review. Like, again, I have not seen this. I don't know what Unc and them actually said, but we're going to watch it together. We're watching with virgin eyes. They mentioned biblical DNA. Yes, the sample, real quick, before we do that, let me go into the sample. The biblical DNA brought this up too, right? The sample family tree DNA sequencing, they label and categorize it. So I want to go there real quick. And we'll look at Globe Trekker and we can see what populations have his particular clade, the NEWAYRAT clade. Let me see if I can find it real quick. On family tree DNA. Before we even get into that, I'm glad you brought that up because I was intending on mentioning that. Let me see. Where is it? Here it is. E1, B1, B1, B2, and I1. Let me go here. Old Kingdom, Egyptian, FTDNA clade. Get the exact clade. Family tree. Let me type in family tree. Y'all give me a minute. Well, let me go to my Facebook. I know I got it on there. Take a picture of it, put it on my Facebook. I need it, so now I ain't gonna get it, right? That's how it works, since I need it. Hey, Keefe, I see you watching, bro. Jump on. I'm gonna let the video play while I find this clade. That way we're not having any dead air. Yeah, mitochondrial DNA is haplogroup I. Oh, you have it on your community tab. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna grab it real quick. I'm gonna let the. Yeah, that's it right there. But I want family trees DNA, the family tree DNA clade, brother. Let me get the family tree DNA clade because it's categorized a little different on there. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna let this play. Fair use. We are covered under Section 107 to give our critiques and commentary of the following live.
It is, man. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's God killing the house. Man, what's good, family? Sit back, get this thing together, man. We didn't have some powerful articles that came out, and we might as well wade in. There's a particular YouTube channel. It's talking a little bit too much and messing it up. So just a little like drive-by, just to touch him up a little bit, play a couple clips, you know what I'm saying, to see what he's saying. Now, I already know that both sides, this conversation is going to be clowning and taking the bits and pieces that they want to take and make it what they want to make it, man. So it's 2 articles that came out, all right? Let me let the people coming here first, man. Big up to Dr. Oyamayat and Conscious Ingenuity, man. We appreciate what she's doing, how she's doing it, all right? Shout out to all the pseudo killers, man, and the pseudo killer army, man. Appreciate everybody, man. Hits, I see you, man. What's good, man? What it do? What it do? What it do? I see the pseudo killer official. I see you, Tiff. What it do? What it do? What it do? Taj, what's good with you, man? So yeah, man, we gonna get it in real light. Just let them know, yo, we know what the hell we doing around here, man. We had some great conversations with some experts. Make sure we doing what we got to do, man. And shout out to the Magi Arches Science Department. They got a pseudo-science department. We're gonna get them next. But I wanted to touch this up a little bit, man, because I know the pseudo-science department is gonna be waiting in, right? I know the clown chief X is gonna be waiting in. So I might as well get them first. All right. That's how we do it. Preemptive strike right off the top. So let's get right into it, right? Let me first of all, man, let me drop the link if anybody want to jump the conversation, right? It's gonna be one of them type of things. Just a couple points.
Let me correct Unc real quick. You wasn't the first, nigga. I think biblical DNA beat me to it because I was working. But as soon as I got off work, I came home, read the whole paper. I got the clade here. I got it off your community tab. And the clade, we go to family tree DNA. I'm gonna family tree DNA. And we're gonna look at this ancient Egyptian. Just a haplogroup. But we got to go off the entire nuclear genome to figure out what population that he relates to. That's what people are misunderstanding. And the population that they relate to is modern day North Africans and West Asians, which has been a thorn in these guys' side because they believe modern people of North Africa are pretty much what do you call it? Invaders, as they say. Oh, these are people that came and took over and pushed the real Egyptian out. So here's the Globe Trekker. This clade is believed to have arisen in Saudi Arabia. That's what family tree DNA is placing in 2850 BCE. And we put the ancient connections on, and we go back into the time of the NEWAYRAT sample that you guys are going to see here. Bam, there it is. EFT389071. There it is. Whoop, there it is. Saudi Arabian, which, you know, the land of Punt, one of the ideas, no one knows where it's at. I was reading about this yesterday. Some believe that it was in Arabia. Dublin Belfast says, do we have a study regarding Iran as the source area? I thought it was more like Levant or Red Sea. In the study, what are you asking for? What are you asking for? Because in the study, 20% of this brother's genome goes back to the Fertile Crescent, which would involve Iran. So I don't know why you said that, Dublin. Anyway, and then we go to the populations. Let's see, match time tree, ancient connection, country frequencies. Where is it at? Classic tree. As you can see here, we see a downstream clade in Iran, Saudi Arabia. So yeah, basically this is an Arabic haplogroup. They share this clade. But if you let these guys tell it, oh, the modern day Arabs, they came in late and pushed the real Egyptians out. Meanwhile, this damn Egyptian is sharing a goddamn E1B1B clade with Arabians. This is the goofball shit that you hear from these guys. And every time they say crazy things like this, they get exposed when a brand new paper comes out. Get caught with your damn foot in your damn mouth. So this particular clade is right here. Then we go to country frequencies. Let's go there. There you go. This is where this clade is found in the family tree DNA database. Arabia and Iran. As you guys can see, this particular clade. There you have it. Man, it's a bad day for y'all, man. It's a bad year for y'all. It's been a bad year. Y'all got to stay out of these papers, man. These papers going to kill you every time. You're going to bust you upside the head every time. Anyway. So, let's go back to the video.
Points I want to be able to go over, man. But drop the link in the server if anybody want to jump into this thing, man. I know we're going to have a lot of people that think they're scientists and all that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. All right. But there's some points here that I need to break out here, and I need to make it right and exact so we can kind of get everything we need to have it.
No, nobody thinks they're scientists. This is why we read the paper published by the scientists. What we do on here is we read exactly what the scientists provide because they're the scientists. We're not. What clowns do on the internet, what these Afrocentrics do on the internet, is act as if they can overturn what the scientific community is discovering and releasing and publishing. They act like they got the power to do that. Instead of just acquiescing to what they bring forth, you act as if you got your own lab, you got your own resources, your own tools that can dig up these bodies and zoom them and sequence the DNA. All because you don't like the fucking results, by the way. If the DNA paper would have said that it had 10% Niger-Congo related DNA or Yoruba-like DNA, 20% Nilotic DNA, and like 60% or 70% East African forager, they would have loved this paper. All the Afrocentrics would have been drooling over this paper, salivating at the mouth because of this paper. They would have been praising it. They would have been saying, see, I told you, and all that. But since the DNA was 80% Neolithic Moroccan, Middle Neolithic Moroccan, which is also 80% Levantine, and since it said 20% Mesopotamian DNA, and also it says the words, and I quote, direct evidence of connections with Mesopotamia in the paper, since it says that the ancient Egyptian is most similar to modern day people in North Africa and West Asia, and one of the main sources, the number one source for modern Egyptians today is the NEWAYRAT sample at a 30 to 70% clip. Since it says that, now we got to try to play, we got to do the MC Hammer dance. We got to do the MC Hammer dance. Everybody stop. Can't touch this. You got to start dancing and shit with the parachute pants on because they can't accept facts because they can't accept reality. They want ancient Egypt to be this abode of sub-Saharan African people so bad. North Africans are not the same as sub-Saharan Africans. There is a difference. There is a difference. North Africans tend to be more related to non-Africans. They branch off from non-Africans. They cluster with non-Africans. And that's what we discovered with this ancient Egyptian.
All right. Got to make sure that. Man, if you follow me on Facebook, man, Unc West, man, go ahead and tap in, man. Make sure y'all like and subscribe on all our social medias, man. Let me drop the link in here, man, to get this thing cooking, man. Let me let y'all get up in here, man. We got 23,000 people in the room, man. We're looking for 1 million, man. Let's go.
Also, what I wish Unc would do, I'm going to let the video play. Y'all see who wrote this paper, right? Who was responsible for this paper? Here's the scientist here. Unc should, since he's getting people to interview on his channel, get away from the blackology shit. Stop just looking for black scientists. Interview these motherfuckers right here. Morez, Joel D. Irish. Interview these people, the people that worked on this paper. Interview them, the people that characterize the data that we're reading here. You need to interview these people. Because they're the one they're responsible for writing this paper and categorizing the data that they found. Monica Kelly. Interview these people. How about that? Dublin says it's wild based on geography to think that Middle Eastern ancient peoples wouldn't be in Egypt considering it's right next door. Been saying that Egypt is a highway literally connected to the Levant, literally connected to West Asia, literally connected to Arabia, literally, quite literally. So it's crazy for anyone to think anything else. Y'all listen, y'all have to learn that North Africans are not the same as Sub-Saharan Africans. They're not. Highly differentiated. They don't cluster together. They have their own set of autosomes and nuclear DNA that make them vastly different to say a Dinka or a Nilotic or a Niger Congo speaker or Ghanaian. The DNA is completely different, it's vastly different. We've been knowing this for years. Y'all just gonna have to accept the information. That's just that simple. What's going on, Moore?
Man, I just got done shooting on my channel, you know what I'm saying? I got out the studio and saw it was live. I was like, oh, what's going on over here? You know what I'm saying? We're shooting over here. Let me reload the clip. What's going down?
Yeah. So Unc made a video in regards to this paper, but he put biblical DNA. He put his name in there. It said something like drive by on biblical DNA. Now, I don't know what was said. This is a fresh watch for me. I'm watching with virgin eyes. So I don't know what Unc said. I don't even know what biblical DNA said on his video. But obviously, it was something that was said that wasn't liked by both parties. And they're going back and forth. Or Unc is trying to, I don't know. He's making a hit piece on him or whatever. So I'm going to watch the video right now and just really analyze what's being said by Unc and Reggie. He got a couple people on, and Gozy comes on a little later. So I want to see what was said and how they took the information.
All right, I'll put the strap down. I'll pick up the popcorn, but the strap is right there. It's right there.
It's needed, right?
My buddy, wherever I go.
Niggas is funny, bro. Another person Unc should interview, Pontus Skoglund. Like, interview these people.
All right, let me get this together so we can get it going like we supposed to. Yeah, it's gonna.
Now, hold on. Funny you say that, biblical DNA, because we discussed when Morez released the thesis, it said that it had East African 400 DNA in a small clip, but it was statistical noise, right? Well, this paper basically says the same thing. There is no evidence of Western or Eastern African DNA in the ancient Egyptian individual. And like you just said, Saudi Arabians match with the Neuron 001 in the thesis and in this paper. We showed it. We can show it again. They cluster right here. Let me show you. So he don't like what the paper says. See, that's what I'm saying. You open the video up, but I'm gonna allow him to say it. I know you said he said that, but I want to see him say it. You open up the video as all y'all pretending to be scientists. No, we're reading what the scientists say, the actual science in the field. And what we're not gonna do is act like we or disagree with what the scientists say and approve what you say. You're not a fucking scientist. So we're gonna go off of what these geneticists put in their paper. And what they came up with here in this PCA is that this NEWAYRAT individual, or NEWAYRAT, however you say it, clusters with Arabians, these little pink dots here, right? That represents the Arabian Peninsula, and Northeast Africans. These are modern people that they cluster with. To the left is right in the middle of West Asians, clustering with West Asian groups, which would include your Arabians, right? There'll be a West Asian group. Whoop, there it is. And the paper literally says verbatim, when we go up right here, the NEWAYRAT individual is genetically most similar to present-day people, the people living in Egypt today, the people living in Morocco today, Algeria today, the people living in the Levant today, people living in Arabia today. Present day people, man. Hibachi. The NEWAYRAT individual is genetically most similar to present day people in North Africa and West Asia. If it would have said more similar to Ghanaians, Benin, Togo people, or Sinhalese, or Pygmy Twa, or Khoisan, you guys wouldn't say shit. You wouldn't say nothing. You would be okay with it. But since it says North Africa and West Asia, you got a problem. Why? Because you've been fed this damn doctrine your whole damn life by Rudolph Windsor, Ivan Van Sertima, Sheikh Anta Diop, Obanga, telling you that, hey, these Egyptians, they come from the South. They come from Sudan. They come from the Horn of Africa, the foothills of the moon. They come from Southeast Africa. That's what you was told. But we keep getting paper after paper showing you that these North Africans are more similar to present day people in North Africa and West Asia. The ancient Egyptian, similar to present day people. These people are connected to the ancient group. It's that simple. It says, which is consistent with the results from admixture clustering. The mitochondrial DNA, haplogroup I, and Y chromosome, haplogroup E1B1, B1, B2B haplogroups of NEWAYRAT individual are most common in present-day North African and West Asian groups, consistent with the whole genome affinities. There you have it. There's nothing else to argue. That's what the paper says. This is what the experts in the field have found out and published. This is Nature. I believe Nature is the biggest science publication if in America, if not the world. Palermo says, so his plot triangle with the sides being Arabia, North Africa, and Levant. Yes, which he's closer to modern day Northeast Africans and Arabians.
Yo, that's a cold ass triangle. You feel me, Palermo? That's a cold, bro.
Crazy part is we're reading this shit verbatim. We're reading it verbatim. We accepting the information.
And what we not gonna do, fam, is we're not gonna act like we don't know how to read these papers, dog. We're not gonna do that, bro. Like, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt in terms of you just getting in, y'all just now starting to scratch the surface on genetic papers, fam. My niggas been doing this shit for a minute, bro. Longer than me. And I can tell you right now, I've been doing long enough to be like, nah, y'all niggas is wild on how you read this stuff. Wild on how you read and flip this stuff, chop and screw and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And the papers say what they say. And I'm trying to tell you, bro, like I told me, like, no, they made this paper just for you niggas. They said, I dare you to chop and screw this one here.
They said we're not leaving anything to the imagination, huh? We're not leaving anything up for speculation here. We're going to tell you exactly what it is with this ancient individual. So let's get back to the video. Like I said, I don't know what he said. Biblical DNA says he had an issue with the NEWAYRAT individual clustering with or matching Arabian groups. I don't know why you would have an issue with that. The only reason I could think of is that blackology shit is creeping back in. But we all know your backdrop. My backdrop was idiotic Hebrew Israelite. Your backdrop was the Amun-Ra Swad shit, from what I know. So the blackology shit could be creeping back in. You got to let all that shit go, man. Start interviewing these other geneticists, Skoglund. Start interviewing these people, man.
Gonna be a good one. Quick drive-by, man. We're gonna get into some details. Some things you need to know and understand so you don't go off on the pseudo world, man. And I tell you what, there was an excellent hold on to me. There was an excellent Sahara article too. All right. And you know, I'm writing a book and I'm glad I've been moving slow on that because there's some things I got to change up in that book there. There's a whole lot of
that Green Sahara article too be hurting y'all too, because the Takori Rock Shelter people are not sub-Saharan Africans either. Their genome, one, is a unique genome to them, right? They don't share it with those sub-Saharan African group. They also had 7% Levantine DNA and also had a Neanderthal DNA at a higher clip than sub-Saharan Africans do. So people keep bringing up this Green Saharan paper. The haplogroup was haplogroup N. The paper tells you the most basal N that has been found was in Romania. The same paper. My thing is, y'all ignore the shit y'all don't want to hear and y'all don't like. You just act like it doesn't exist and hope people don't just go back and read the paper. The issue is what we do on this channel. We read papers top to bottom. So you can't pull that on us. We read it top to bottom and we'll pull the supplemental information and read it too, if need be. Anyway.
African Americans claiming to love Africa, but we follow the ways of colonialism where they cut Africa in half. And sub-Saharan Africa was black Africa and the rest of the Africa was like invaders or something like that. And this article right here actually helps explain the situation. And if you try to do it, you're going to be pseudo. It really gives a great explanation on this one. Let me show the screen. We're not going to really talk about this one, just a little point here. All right, but this one right here, I suggest all y'all read it before they get their hands on it and make up what they want to make up. What's up, Juju, Pseudo Killer Official Man? What's good? This is entitled Ancient DNA.
Yeah, you shouldn't even start with Ancient DNA from the Green Sahara Revealed Ancestral North. Why would you start with that paper? You need to start with the Old Kingdom paper. And then secondly, he said try to cut Africa in half. No one's trying to cut Africa in half. Nature cut Africa in half. Why? Because the desiccation of the Sahara, it growing into a big ass desert and shrinking and becoming a goddamn wet land full of savannas is the reason why the bottom of Africa is different than the top of Africa, because these things become genetic barriers. It does not mean people did not migrate and go back and forth at some capacity. It just means it restricts it at a high level, because you have thousands of years of there being a huge Sahara desert going east to west. That is going to limit the ability for humans to go up and down. So during the greening of the Sahara, we see movement there. And what this paper is telling you is that movement wasn't not as much as they previously thought. But y'all not going to read that part. Why? Because you want to keep the lie alive and the dream alive that everybody on the continent of Africa has to be the same. And they're not. There is a differentiation between someone living in Morocco and someone living in goddamn Sudan or living all the way down in Angola. There is a difference. And it's because the migration slow down and get restricted because of the natural barriers in between the two. It's very simple. Does that mean that there was no migration? No, there was some migration. We know this because in southern Europe, we have sub-Saharan African genes, and we have what we call the L markers there. We see more evidence of that on the west side of Africa going northwards than we do on the east side. And it's very simple to explain. It's very simple to explain. And this damn paper, if I pull it up, it's going to be a portion I bet you're not going to fucking read. And it's going to be about how a movement across the Sahara has been heavily restricted.
Green Sahara reveals ancestral North African lineage, right? Okay, article we're going to be really talking about today in detail is this one. Whole genome ancestry of an old kingdom, Egyptians, the old kingdom, okay? So let's start off with Sub-Saharan Africa. I don't like the term Sub-Saharan Africa because it's a crooked line. And sometimes Sudan is in Sub-Saharan Africa, and then sometimes it's in North Africa. It's really located in Northeast Africa, but you know how they play that game. It's a geopolitical border. Now, we could talk about the biodiversity.
What do you mean game? This is the term that the field uses. Sub-Saharan Africa is exactly what it means, below the Sahara. That's all it means. Oh, it's a racist term. That's the term being used in these scientific papers, and it's just establishing geography. That's it. Geographical proximity. People below the Sahara. And it tends to be these people below the Sahara have a particular nuclear genome that coagulate and aggregate together, that cluster together. Versus someone that lives above the Sahara, they have an autosomal structure that clusters with West Asians. That's just observing the damn facts. Nothing more, nothing less.
That occurs in this area that they're saying is below the Sahara, right? Sub-Saharan Africa. It's very biodiverse. Matter of fact, what we know as of now, the species Homo sapiens sapien come out of Sub-Saharan Africa. Well, there's a find in Morocco at 300,000 years. That is always fine. But you also find one at 260, somewhere in the range of South Africa, okay, and somewhere in like Middle Africa, maybe Olduvai Gorge, 200,000, 190,000 years. All right. But for what we know right now, right, Homo sapiens sapien is a species that first resided in Sub-Saharan Africa, right? I would just say in the tropical regions. I like that better. Okay, but that's the conversation. Hopefully we can get the great Samaka K to actually write a good article on that, motivate him to do that. But geopolitical boards, y'all can look it up. Okay, but there's
he wants Soy Keita, like, bro, like you got to move off Soy Keita, man, and go reach out to these other geneticists. Reach out to them and go talk to them. I think that's gonna help you a lot, man. If you reach out to these other geneticists instead of just worried about what Soy Keita says, or that's just like just always going to Ibrahim Muntaser because he's black or something. No, man, you need to go diversify shit and go talk to these other groups, these other peoples.
There's no doubt the most diverse population that occurs in Africa would be in that region that they call Sub-Saharan Africa. I heard Katie say one day, the whole world is not separated, Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa. What's going on, Joe? Hit the link. The link is in the daggone thing. Lodisha Wright was good. Joe, Pseudo Killer Official, Pseudo Killer Army was good. Lodisha Wright was good. What it do? Cleveland is in the building. Gary, Pseudo Killer Army, man, what it do? What it do? What it do? So we don't want to mess this up, right? What I'm telling you is I agree with these articles, but I understand the articles. It's one article. So now we got to wait for the scientists to respond back. Then we can get a clear picture of it, right? There are limitations in both of these articles. What I did learn from the North African Sahara, the ancient DNA from the Green Sahara reveals ancestors of African lineages. That what I do recognize is that's a damn good article. Brother Joe, how you doing, man? I know you about to hit the party, man. What's going on with you, bro?
Peace, man. You about to talk about some fire right here. That's about to be good. That article opened my eyes to some stuff, man. That article like a buckshot. Yeah. It had a lot of folks messing stuff up.
I think it's on purpose, bro.
All right, I'm going on mute. Let you go ahead and do your thing.
And maybe if it's not on purpose, we have been controlled so much by what I would say racism, white supremacy, and what they tell you Black Africa is and what it ain't, and we follow that and we fought for that. Now we're in a situation where we just need to love Africa.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Like you can't turn around and be the same thing that they are. If you're saying this is what they are.
Wait, what? I don't even get. What does loving Africa have to do with this? See, this is where y'all be fucking up. This has nothing to do with love or hate for Africa. Scientists don't look at, oh, I'm digging this body up because I have a love for Africa. It has nothing to do with the results. They're just digging this body up because they want to find out the ancestry of the individual that they're digging up. That's it. They're exhuming this body. They want to find the ancestry out. All this other stuff is window dressing. Who cares if you love Africa? What does that have to do with anything? We just need to love. What? That is not scientific at all. We just want to know the data. Science is worried about the data, the results. And the results of this individual is highly, highly non-Sub-Saharan African, not related to what these people have been talking about, don't come from the damn South, connected with people from in North Africa and West Asia. Anyway.
So now we've learned to care only about the Sub-Saharan Africa, and then we fight to a standstill with the racist white supremacy and then be wrong. crazy. Now that we find out that the North African population is an indigenous African population right now. And I'm gonna say some things. Yes, North Africa is an indigenous North African population.
Right.
Just as African as what they're calling the sub-Saharan African population. As a matter of fact, that basal lineage N actually diverged, this is the terminology, diverged from a sub-Saharan African, what they call L3 haplogroup. Diverged, maybe approximately 50,000 years ago. All right. That's what that Sahara article we're talking about. And I'm gonna get into that.
Yeah, you don't need it because that new one that just came out. Don't touch that.
I want to talk about the new one first, just so we can kind of just get it. So once again, right? I once heard Double X say, the North African population is, more closely related to the Levant, Levantine.
They come from Elam. They come from Elam.
Yeah, they do all that, but that's not the truth. That North African.
That is the truth. The North African population is most related to the Levant. They are. What are you talking about? They literally are. They're most related to Eurasians because they branch off from Eurasians. This is what I be talking about. Palermo said this is nothing other than Gish Gallop. Yes. Apparently, modern geneticists are members of the band Toto. Yes. Where's the love? All right. You got to love Africa. Now, no, I don't care about what you love. Just tell me the damn results. Yes, North Africans are more related to Levantine people. And the paper that you're reading from is going to tell you that. The models that have been purported is going to show you that and tell you that. There's no way around it. They're more related to Levantine people than they would be someone that's in the Horn of Africa 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. Someone that's in the Khoisan tribe 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. We know damn sure they're not Pygmy Twa. We know damn sure they're not early West African Hunter-gatherers. We know this. They're different, and they're closer to Levantine people. Y'all just gonna have to hang that up, man.
The population, right? That basal N is indigenous to North Africa, and it's just as African as what they're calling the Sub-Saharan African, and just as African as what they call the Northeast African.
See, that's what y'all see. This is where they fail, right? They go into this Green Sahara paper. The Green Sahara paper is not saying that North Africans today are the basal North Africans. It's not saying that. It's saying there's a population that existed that was isolated, largely isolated because it still had 7% Levantine DNA. And that population existed at some time in the Saharan region, Southwest Libya. This population does not exist today. We don't see it today. It's died out. North Africans are more related to like your Moroccans, your ancient Middle Neolithic North Moroccans, SKH populations, and they are more related to Levantine people. Modern North Africans are not related to that Takori rock shelter. We're just talking about the nuclear genome. That genome is no longer existing on the earth. There's no evidence that it's existing on the earth. Did the NEWAYRAT 001 have archaic DNA results? Not that I know of. I didn't see anything like that. But Palermo, yeah, this is a bunch of Gish Gallop.
Or the Northwest Africans, or the South Africans, or the Central Africans, or the West Africans. We need to bring that all together. And Dr. Cater, he did. He said there's no one way to be African. But since we brought into it, them Sub-Saharan Africans is jet black and got the tight curly peppercorn hair. Peppercorn hair is really the Khoisan got the peppercorn hair. And let me show you the picture, right? Let me show you the picture of where we at. Let me see if I can find this, because this is where we basically at. We're basically here. Let me see. We're basically here.
While you're looking for that, let me say this to you.
Go ahead.
They didn't write that article like they did. It's not on purpose. It just reveals how much our community been messing this stuff up. To be honest with you, they simply dropped the info.
So they writing articles on purpose to confuse people and trick people. That's what they're all saying. And that was like, bro, this shit. We only 14 minutes in. This shit already crazy. Like, nigga, what the fuck? Now we doing conspiracy theories, bro. We doing conspiracy. Palermo said that Takori sample was isolated in Green Sahara, but at some point the Sahara became a desert again. It had to move somewhere and admixed or died out. Exactly. We don't see that gene anymore. We don't see this ancestral North African component. North Africans do not have that. This ancient Egyptian does not have it. The ancient Egyptian does not have ancestral North African genes. It has Middle Neolithic Moroccans in Mesopotamia. They're closer to Levantine people, bro. The paper shows you right here. When we go to the paper, they doing this on purpose, family. They made this paper on purpose to hurt the black community. Man, like, get out of your feelings, man. You in your feelings. You trying to rabble rouse and shit. Well, you already started this video bad, man. Damn. I was just giving you prompts the other day. Now you doing this shit, man. You back on your Blackology shit. Where's it at? I believe it's extended data 6, the distal ancestries. And there you go. There you have it. NEWAYRAT is, majority Levant Neolithic, Morocco Epipaleolithic, which we've already covered. The Morocco Epipaleolithic, that's your Tafarat. The Tafarats also have been said to be a result of a back to Africa migration itself. And the rest of it is Zagros Neolithic. That's pointing back to Mesopotamia. And then we look at the Morocco Middle Neolithic. Majority of the DNA is Levant Neolithic. So you just got on her crying, talking about the North Africans are closer to the Levant. Yes, they are. They're Levant adjacent. There you have it. Why are you not? Maybe instead of spilling your guts, how about you read the paper in its entirety and just accept the paper, bro? I don't know what's so hard about this. The paper clearly shows you majority of this DNA is Levantine. Crazy work. And the paper says verbatim. Let me go back to the paper where it says the core ancestry. It talks about the SKH. We're going to be here for a minute talking about this, man. Proportions of the third ancestry right there. No, I don't want that one. Where it says the basal source. Where is it at? Source. I'm trying to remember what it says here between the modern and the ancient. What ties them together? Here it is. It says here, however, the initial full QPA atom model extended to include the Bronze Age Levant as a potential source can effectively be rejected for the NEWAYRAT genome. Notably, the best model for the NEWAYRAT genome fits these groups and included in the groups. This means cannot exclude the possibility of Neolithic Mesopotamia, like ancestry of the NEWAYRAT genome could have arrived by means of more recent unsampled intermediaries in the Levant. That's not the part I want. Hold on. Seaborne mobility. I'm gonna find it here in a minute. It's somewhere here. Right here. Here it is. It says, moreover, it's notable both our QP atom modeling and admixture clustering excluded any substantial ancestry in the NEWAYRAT genome related to the 4,500-year-old genome from the Malta Ethiopian or other individuals in Central, Eastern, or Southern Africa. So we don't have any evidence of this individual being related to Central Africans, East Africans, or Southern Africans. No forger DNA, none of that. We don't have it. It's not in the genome. It says, nevertheless, we found that the NEWAYRAT genome fits an equally good source as Levant chalcolithic groups for West Eurasian related component of East African pastoralist genomes. So in other words, the reason why we see Levantine-like DNA in the Tanzanian farmers and the Kenyans and the Horners and the Nubians is because Egyptians traveled south and mixed with the local population. Here's your proxy. Read this. That's what you need to read. That this Egyptian is the source of the Levantine DNA that we see south of the Sahara. Palermo says, conspiracy, these Max Planck guys are with one of the top two ancient DNA labs in the world. Other is Harvard. If they were engaged in a conspiracy, they would say these ancient Egyptians were related to steppe herders, in particular Court Warrior, who had Eastern European hunter-gatherer DNA. When they did not, in fact, relate to the steppe herders, they are saying that they are related to ancient North African and West Asian populations. Whoop, there it is. There it is. I don't know why it's hard just to accept the data for what it is. Oh, they doing this on purpose, Ock. They mixing it up on purpose. They trying to put a. You sound like an Israelite. They trying to put blinders on us.
And then when you read it, you can see where all the mistakes were made.
I made a lot of mistakes, bro. Man, you know what I'm trying to find? Hold on. What I want to find is you brought up some good points in there, Joe. I need to find this. The daggone chart where they make the races, bro. It's the chart, man. I guess I would have to go to Nigroid. I believe I go to the Nigroid article. Or go to the Nigroid article. Let me see.
You know, before that one way they came up with the races of people, they started calling people yellow and black and brown and white.
Yeah, I need that. I'm gonna show you where we at. Where we, you know, we're all here.
We all.
I'm trying to tell you, we all fit somewhere in that grouping. We do. I swear we do, bro. And here you go. And we try to fight our way out of it. Yo, you know how hard it was for me to fight out of that, bro. Yo, when you and you know what really helped you get out of it? Where the Magi Archer Science Department, pseudo-science department, yo. We do not allow arrows in the chart. Moderators, can we just clip the arrows out? We don't mind the Magi Archer Science Club being here. We love them too, right? But we don't allow arrows. Arrows can't shoot tanks.
They're not even arrows no more. Though. After that last show by the head of the science department over there, they shooting twigs at this point.
They throwing them. You ain't even worth responding. This where most of us are. We right here, yo. Seriously, yo. Let's take a look at this. Because I swear, yo, I know what it's like to be right here. Let's blow it up. This where we at, yo. The 5 races, right? Let's talk about the trick right in front of your eyes. You'll find the gentleman, I'll say the gentleman in the middle, the unsavage one, right? This man got on a full 3-piece suit and tie. Huh. Interesting. Hair is combed, right? Dashing young gentleman. See how they do it? And he represents, right, the dominant race, the ultimate race in the middle. The white boys. That's how they picked. That's how they did you. That's what they did. And they put him in the middle. Then, watch this. Then the Native Americans, they got him with feathers and all that. That's a Native American. Got him like that. Stuff on his face. He put the stuff on his face. They do all that as if the man walked around like that. Native Americans didn't walk around like this. This would be like a ceremonial headdress. They ain't walking around like that, but they got him walking around like that. You can find plenty of Native Americans in clothes during these time periods, ladies and gentlemen. Specifically the time periods when they had invented suits. Okay? And then you got the Oceana. Boy, his hair is, you know, he ain't never combed his hair. Oh, look how they got it. This is Oceana right there in the upper right-hand corner. And he got some indigenous things. There you go. Right? They want to show you an indigenous thing, but they ain't showing you an indigenous European, though. See, that's the dynamic they're capturing right there. They will show everybody else in their indigenous clothes, but they won't show the European or the white boy in his indigenous clothes. Like Thundar the Barbarian. Where's that at? No. They won't do that. They put the Chinese in some of his clothes, and not quite his indigenous clothes, but what we come to know the Chinese at. So this is the Mongoloids. And all Mongoloids don't dress alike, but that's the game they play. And then right here, you got my man in the bottom left corner, the Negroid. Now they go pick the wildest looking Negroid you ever seen. That's what they do. They don't pick the handsome guys. They pick the guy with the protruding jaw, with the protruding lips and the nose. They did you like that. That's how the hair short. They did that on purpose. Halfway naked. That's on purpose. The man in the upper right-hand corner, he's all naked. They did that on purpose, bro. And they put that in the middle. They put him in the middle, right? Dashing. Why they do that? That's not equal right there. That's misrepresentation. First of all, there is no 5 races. Let's get that straight. It's a pseudo-scientific idea, but a picture is worth 1,000 words, and we gravitate to the bottom left and we try to defend that. Instead of saying, who the hell is that? Why'd you play that game? Why did you draw that like that? You got ugly people, you got good-looking people, you got people in the middle, and why do you have the deciding vote? Because you got the pen in your hand. Why'd you do it? Could have picked, you know what I'm saying, African general. You could do anything you want to do, but matter of fact, this ain't even a real depiction. That's an artist drawing, and he drew it the way he wanted to draw it, but why do you draw yourself in the middle, dashing, and everybody else is damn near falling apart? We ain't even got no pride. At least they got a Native American with a little pride. Look how they draw us. Bottom, total Polish. Yeah, I don't appreciate that. Yeah, I don't appreciate that. It's foolery. And we fell for this. And we say, yes, that's the real Africans. No, it's not. That's just that is just one artist rendering. And
we don't only
Go ahead, I'm listening.
We don't only fall for it. We keep it going now. We actually use their talking points as a way to try to fight racism. It's ridiculous. It's bananas to me.
DJ Rock. Yeah, DJ Rock says, we have some brothers look like that. Yeah, we got some brothers that's handsome. We got some brothers that's ugly. We got some sisters that's beautiful and some sisters that's ugly. We do the range. So what I'm saying is, since you're picking the best looking white boy, then make sure you pick the best looking African. Make sure you pick the best looking China. Make sure you pick the best looking everybody. And then let's judge fairly. That's all I'm saying. It's a game. It's a visual game right here. Because all African people don't look like that. All African people don't got big noses. All African people don't got the protruding jaw and the big lips. That's not true at all.
Yeah. I wonder what biblical DNA say. I don't know what he said on his video, but ANKH saying this. I don't know why he bringing this up, but it don't got nothing to do with the paper. Old Kingdom DNA, genetic research. Geneticists are far from racist because they actually are analyzing the data, and they literally challenge racism, and they tell you race, the idea of race is a modern social construct and has no biological affinity or biological anything. Biblical DNA says, I never said nothing about this shit. I don't know what he bringing it up. I ain't watched your shit. I'm just like, why is he saying anything in regards to race right now? He did mention some conspiracy shit saying they doing this on purpose. Who is the they? Are you referring to the geneticists? Are you referring to the institute? Are you referring to the lab? Like, we don't have to do this goddamn conspiracy shit because we don't like the results or like how things are worded.
We range in skin color and we range in lip size and nose size. Sub-Saharan Africa is the most biodiverse amongst humans on planet Earth. We got the biggest noses, we got the smallest noses. We got the darkest skins to the light brown skins. They range. All that. But they weren't trying to give you a true depiction. They was promoting racism right there. They was definitely promoting racism right there. All right? And that's my point. It wasn't a fair fight. We got to get off of that bottom left. That's one depiction. What about the other 1,000 depictions of biodiversity in the human population? They don't do it. They don't show it. And we got hooked on this, right? And now, if we ain't saying that in Egypt, then we got a problem. And disrespect about other African brothers. Do it all the time. And then our other African brothers, they don't like us. It's racism got us fighting amongst each other. It's the most crazy thing ever. It's wild. Oh, so basically, if you're not a sub-Saharan African, you're not an African. You're not the real African.
Talk about that.
See, basically, if you're not jet black, you're not an African. You mix with somebody. Yeah, that's what they teach at the Magi Archer Science Department.
Yeah.
You're not an African. They're not 100%. That's the point. There's no such thing as 100% anything.
Oh, he's referring to Jonathan then. He's referring to Jonathan because Jonathan teaches the North Africans are invaders. Okay, so everybody, I'm just catching on what he's talking about. He's referring to Jonathan of the Amun-Ra Squad or whatever he called it, Rock Smash Whale, and they believe ancient Egypt was all black and all African and their ancestors, and they believe North Africans today are a bunch of Mamluks, Turks, and Arabs. So he's going at them. Okay, now it's starting to kind of make sense and clear up. I was like, damn, what the hell biblical DNA say?
You're not understanding, you're misusing genetics. So let's get that straight. That the North African population is just as African as the South African population and the West African population and the Northeast African population. They're all indigenous Africans. So that Sahara article entitled Ancient DNA from the Green Sahara Reveals Ancestral North African Lineages, right? Talking about the basal N. The basal meaning the most ancient. All right? Simple as that. So get off the sub-Saharan African thing. It's not as important as you've made it. And get on the African train and the diversity of Africa. Get on that. Right? We heard some ANKH tell you this. Get with that. All right? There we have it. So, in the meanwhile, might as well start off with a Cater explanation. It's always important. So y'all don't think I'm just saying it. No, I'm not just saying it. I'm backing it up. All right? Backing it up. Let's see what the bioanthropologists have to say on the situation.
Look alike.
Yeah. Let me put it another way. For example, you have Elizabeth Taylor playing Cleopatra.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, what do you mean? What are you talking
When
about?
did that sort of look into Egypt?
The thing is that number one, who's Cleopatra?
I'm asking you.
Oh,
Well, what I'm saying, Cleopatra was probably Macedonian. Well, she was
From
Macedonian.
Near Greece.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Oh,
When did
man.
like that go into Egypt?
Well, I don't know about Elizabeth Taylor specifically, and very specifically, but I would dare to say that within the Nile Valley, within the Nile Quarter, within super-Saharan Africa, there have always been people who were lighter skinned and straighter hair from 60,000 years ago. Always. They're not new. That's my whole point. In fact, I can make the argument that those kinds of characteristics actually originate in Africa.
Yeah.
That they didn't come from someplace else. They're part of modern humanity, or they're part of humanity. And there's no reason to believe that they could not have originated in Africa. Incidentally, skin color can flip back and forth from an evolutionary point of view. We now know every 15,000 or so years. It's not the sort of thing that, it takes 100,000 years, million years to live in one place. And skin color itself is not always an accurate index, even in current situations like in Brazil and Venezuela. It doesn't necessarily give you a proportionate amount of ancestry. You have people with very fair skin, but actually have more quote unquote black ancestors than some people who are actually darker. So you have to be very careful about what you think you can quantify from that, again, based on science evidence. Now, the issue of having narrow features, a narrow face, and what have you, we have remains, and normally I would show you the slide, but we're not going to get to that today, of people from Gambel's Cave in East Africa, down in Kenya, that are probably about 10 to 12,000 years old. If you measure them up and submit them to a forensic type analysis, they'll cluster with Europeans. They're not Europeans. Their limb ratios are as tropical as you can be. They come from right there. That's what you have to do.
Charlie, you can ask more questions later.
To get Charlie out of there, yo, Charlie was tripping. I can't be tripping. So there you go. Okay. Got that clear. You want to ask something, Joe? You good? Makes me hear you.
No, I'm good. That speaks for itself. But the guy asking the question makes the same.
Oh.
He makes this in that video.
Yes, he makes the same mistake as people are making right now.
That we do that lookership, be killing people, and then people want to group everybody into one group of folks based on what they look like. And it's a killer, man. Okay, so we having a discussion in the Discord about black. You know me, I bang out on black.
All right, let me just go respond to what he said about the basal N and the Green Sahara paper, because some of y'all were busting nuts in your pants about this paper, but it doesn't even help any. I don't know why y'all. Maybe y'all should tell me why y'all fall in love with this paper, because if anything, it supports what we've been saying. But it's crazy. We talked about this 2 years ago, that the Sahara had a ghost lineage. We read the damn paper. Now we know what this ghost lineage is. It's an isolated lineage that we don't see today. Same thing that was predicted like 2-3 years ago by Dion Tanaggio and her group. But beyond that, this basal N thing, why y'all not reading this damn paper, man? Are y'all just ignoring this shit or just skipping over what it says? It says at the mtDNA level, both Takar Corey individuals belong to a basal branch of haplogroup N, representing one of the deepest mitochondrial DNA lineages outside sub-Saharan Africa and predating present-day N derived mitochondrial DNAs. Now, there's that word you don't like, sub-Saharan Africa, but that's the language that's being used to describe a geographical area. Like, grow up. It says, using beast analysis for mtDNA dating, which included additional sequences from Upper Paleolithic individuals and data set described previously, we corroborate the previous findings of reference that the Takori individuals carried a basal N haplogroup lineage and refined the molecular split date estimated to 61,000 years old. Notably, the mtDNA lineage of the OIC1 individual falls more basal to haplogroup N. So the OIC1 individual is more basal, more closer to the original haplogroup N. And where do we find the OIC1 individual? Where do we find it? It says, suggesting an earlier split from the out of Africa lineage before the divergence of the Takakori lineage. It's literally in the paper. And y'all hopscotch over this shit because it doesn't fit what you like. However, owing to incomplete lineage sorting and mtDNA representing a single lineage, the exact timing of the underlying population split remains uncertain. Who's the OIC1 individual? Let me show you the OIC1. Where is the OIC1? OIC1. Oh, look at that. What does that say here? Hold on. What does that say here? What does that say? Romania. Romania, not Africa. Romania. That's where the OIC1 individual was found. And the haplogroup N in the OIC1 individual is more basal than the Takakori lineage. Dublin, that's a good point. Why would you group all Africans into one? It's a damn continent. Head scratcher. ANKH should be mad that Keita cited an outdated Angels 1972 article that not two people were tropical bodies. I called that out. Wow. Yeah, well, I bet this is 36,000 years ago. This is when they started mixing with them, around that time, give or take. So I bet. Shame.
And the only reason why I bang out on black is because as soon as people hear the term black, they think in certain folks in Africa. Renoko Rashidi went across. I mean, big ups to Renoko. Rest in peace to your brother, right? But everywhere. Okay, everywhere he went, when he saw somebody dog, he said, "Oh, Africans must have came from off of West Africa or wherever from the continent of Africa and came here sometime because they got dark-skinned people." It's a fallacy. That's a mistake, a big mistake, man. That's all I want to say. Go ahead.
It is. It is a big mistake. Charlie been watching, like they said in the chat. Go say Charlie been watching the Magi Archer Science Department with Neanderthal James and the Saw who doesn't understand. He thinks that convergent evolution is a separate evolution. It's three different types of craziness. Same thing with this man right here. This man right here clearly said, this video is older than the discovery of non-African archaic integration. Like that means something. Like that's really gonna make you not African. You get it? Yeah, he won't get off that.
See, there you go.
DNA diluted. I ain't gonna pay that. I got something real special for the Magi Archer Science Department, but not now, right? So let's get into the article a little bit here, right? And so we will all upgrade our information, right? As new information comes, we will take this article, right, for what it's worth. It's in the journal Nature and it's peer reviewed, but it's just one article. Okay, it's one damn article. It's one article. Okay. All right. I like the people on the article, like Joel Irish. You see, we use that. You remember that, right? Yeah. I'm so sad to remind me. That's Joel D. Irish. Remember the Magi Archer Science Department used Joel Irish. Remember that? Hold
on, real quick. Hold on. He said this one article. No, that's a series of articles. We got Schumann's paper. We got Yahya Gad's paper. We got Diatanasio's paper. All of these papers are saying the same shit. We got all these papers. We got the paper dealing with the IAM population, SKH population, the Keb population in Morocco. We got the article on the Punic people of Carthage. We got all these papers, man. We got both Green Sahara papers. We have all of those papers, and every single one of them are pointing to these North African, the ancient North Africans, being more similar to Levantine people and West Asian people than sub-Saharan Africans. All of them. Yeah, I'm telling you, when he said it's just one article, he really telling on himself, man. Big time. You ain't reading it because all of them saying the same shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There you go. It's the second person on the paper there.
We got the Illuminati paper that talks about ancient Egypt and mentions how ancient Egypt were the donor population that migrated south. And that's why southern populations have Eurasian DNA, because ancient Egyptians migrated south and mixed with the local population. All these papers saying the same shit.
All right. So what we will wait for is responses from the other scientists, man. But before we read the article, let's just play the clip. Let's play the clip of the quote unquote, I would like to say, the Bible. What you call it? The Bible? The Bible.
Hold on. You want responses from the other scientists because you don't like what's being said. See, that's the crazy shit. Please, somebody refute this. I don't like what this paper is telling me. I don't like this paper saying that it got 20% Mesopotamian DNA. I don't like the paper saying that the NEWAYRAT individual is the donor of Levantine DNA. I don't like that. I don't like extended figure 6 saying that majority of its DNA is Neolithic Levantine. I don't like that. Zagros Chalcolithic. So let me, please somebody refute this paper for me. That's what you signed. That shit is crazy, bro. Y'all do this with every fucking paper, by the way. And I'm not, when I say y'all, talking about people that have this leaning, bro. And I know Unc is trying to fight Afrocentric, but you starting to sound like him too. At the same time, you sounded like these dudes, and you was on camera saying Diop wasn't Afrocentric and that they lied for categorizing him as such. And he is clearly Afrocentric. The man said verbatim that all Negroes south, all on the continent, come from the Nile Valley. That's some Afrocentric shit.
DNA guy. Let's see what he's talking about. Let's see where he messed it up at.
This is July 2nd, 2025. All right, the executive summary. First whole genome sequence of an old genome Egyptian male, a NEWAYRAT individual, timeline 2855 to 2570 BCE, age of the pyramids, 3rd, 4th dynasty. Dual ancestry, 77.6%, North African Neolithic, 22.4%, Eastern Fertile Crescent, Y DNA, E1B1B1B2B, ntDNA, I/N1A1B2. So something in between. I've seen that he belongs to I9. So I9 would have originated in West Asia. Phenotype, brown eyes and hair, dark to black skin. Now,
First mistake. Did you hear that mistake, Joe? Did you catch that mistake?
I sure did.
Yeah.
What was his mistake? What? He just read out the information. What mistake did he make? Oh, did you hear that mistake? Yeah. What mistake? He read the clades. He read the autosomal admixture. You did not say Middle Neolithic. You just said Neolithic. That's the only little thing that I saw. What do you mean his mistake?
Yeah. Hey, Bible DNA, yo, stick to the Bible, yo. Your first mistake is looking at a DNA marker and saying where a person originates from. You made that up.
No, he didn't. Scientists predict or postulate where clades arise all the time. What are you talking about? All he said was I9 came from West Asia. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't know this shit, bro. This is clear, man. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. I can give you an example right now. Let's go to Family Tree DNA that's ran by goddamn geneticists, by the way. Down here in H-Town, by the way. They stationed down here. H-Town. They hook 'em horns shit, nigga. Texas shit, Lone Star shit. So if I go here, man, let me share this tab. And I go to my mtDNA migration maps, it's gonna tell you what is that these damn clades arose, right? There we go. Closely related to L cluster. Let me go to all migration maps. And since we're talking about I, let's click I. You see where it says IW? That's where this clade, the major clade, arose. It says here, principally a European haplogroup. Haplogroup I is detected at very low frequencies across West Eurasia with slightly greater representation in northern West Europe. Given its wide space distribution, it was likely present in those populations that first colonized Europe. This hypothesis supported by the estimate of its age approximately 30,000 years ago. That's what it says. What's another haplogroup? It's an N1AB or something like that. Oh, where did it arise? Here in West Asia. It says N super haplogroup has been characterized as pan-Eurasian. Haplogroup N is one of the two significant trunks emerging from the original African root and dates approximately 65,000 years ago. Interestingly, numerous subhaplogroups on N cluster, haplogroup N1, N derivative lineages have been detected in the Near East, suggesting either early divergence near the root of haplogroup N or subsequent migration back towards Western Eurasia, following their original dispersal into East Eurasia. Oh, why were they characterizing it like that? Why? I don't know. I mean, listen, man. I love my Longhorns, man. Archie Manning. I hope they go all the way and they win it. We were this close last year, but that's besides the point. The man said, "Did you just characterize a haplogroup? Say what person?" Yes, that's what scientists do. They would say, "Oh, this haplogroup arose here. This particular clade arose here." I've been showing y'all the globe tracker this whole damn time. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. Let me go back. Results, tools, big Y, and then boom, discover globe tracker. And he was like, that was your first mistake. This is my haplogroup. This is my big Y DNA results. And my big Y DNA results, my clade likely arose in Arabia, according to Big Y, in 1900 BC. There you go. There you have it. Oh, that was your first mistake. Scientists do that, bro. They do that, right? So I don't understand what's your issue. We read paper after paper, the sickle cell paper. It says EV38 arose in East Africa. Did you have a problem with that? So he said I-9 came from West Asia. You got an issue with it. That don't make no damn sense. Why? Why do you have an issue with it? What's wrong with it coming from West Asia? That's that blackology shit in you, man. You got that blackology shit still ingrained in you, bro. You still trying to hold on to that shit. For what? Well, you niggas is crazy, bro. Like, his first mistake, saying a haplogroup came from here. Let's go discover haplogroup reports. Let me type in, what did he say, I-9? I-9, 20, look, Egypt, Bulgaria, 5 unknown countries. Migration map. You see that little red circle right there? That's where it's believed that haplogroup I or I-9 originated here. Your ancestral haplogroup I over here in Central Europe, some damn where. And then we got 2 samples. Look, the NEWAYRAT Egyptian sample, and we got the Abusar El Malek sample having the same clade during the Roman period. All right, let's go to notable connections. Where is this at? Austria, which is I2A. And then let's go. We already went the migration map. Let's go to, I can't wait till we get globe tracker, man. They need to hurry up and finish developing that for the mitochondrial DNA. Egyptian mummy, present day Egypt, Bulgaria, ancestral path. Came from M1, A1B, then I, and then I9. What these, I don't understand. What was the issue? What was the issue? Can somebody in the chat tell me what mistake did he make? Oh, you just trying to use a haplogroup to say what it were. Yeah, that lineage probably came from there. Yeah, Ukraine. Palermo says, wow, so they have it further north than I thought, mitochondrial DNA. Yeah, they got it in Central Europe. we were the ones. Did you just use a haplogroup? Yes, that female clade comes from Europeans, man. My man said West Asia probably did have to migrate through West Asia. So I don't know. It is what it is, bro. I don't know what the hell to tell you.
Knock it off. Stop it. That's not reality, and that's not how we deal with it.
It is reality because people are in places. Most likely the people that had mitochondrial haplogroup I were outside of Africa. That's how that works. They had children. Then their children had children. And one of their descendants, or some of their descendants, made their way to Egypt. Apparently, we got 2 samples with haplogroup I9.
DNA. Right? You don't read this right here and say, read all that, the first home genome sequence, the old kingdom. First of all, they found this man in Upper Egypt. My fault, in Lower Egypt. The Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt. Where's that at? Hold on, let me see.
Not far below Cairo. He up out that way.
Hold on, I think that's in, wait.
Oh, he doing the Upper Egypt shit. They found him in Middle Egypt. What the fuck are you talking about? Who cares? Now you remixing shit. Just read the goddamn paper. If mtDNA doesn't come from where it's stated by geneticists, then where does it come from? That's a great question. Since we can't tell, it's a mistake to say where it came from, or maybe you just don't like where it came from. How about that?
Wait a minute.
And that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is the nuclear DNA, because that shows you what population that this individual falls into, and if he's related to North Africans and West Asian, that's the most important thing. And you over here crying over that.
Let me get that straight. If I can get around my damn talking crazy. Let me get that straight. See the map. I believe that to be in.
Which Cairo? Cairo is considered Lower Egypt, right?
That's Lower. I believe it's in Lower Egypt. I believe that thing is in Lower Egypt, yo. I swear.
Yeah. Where's
my Egyptian people at? Where the hell y'all at? I believe that to be.
Reggie hanging around.
Where you at, Reggie?
He said the same thing I said. Near Cairo. Cairo was Lower Egypt.
That's Lower
Egypt.
Egypt.
Yeah, Upper Egypt is down in the Sudan.
All right. Okay. So we'll go with that. All right. So that's in Lower Egypt, right? Okay. Now this man gonna say where that man originated from. That's a lie. Outright lie. Let's hear it again, so y'all know he made that up. He throwing his own thing in there because the article don't say that. That's the journal of Nature.
So something in between. I've seen that he belongs to I9. So I9 would have originated in West Asia. Phenotype: brown eyes and hair, dark to black skin. Now remember, dark to black skin. The same thing with the people in the Levant also had the same skin pigmentation, also intermediate. Why? Because these people were outdoors. They were outside.
That's a fact. That's a fact. When they did the phenotypic analysis on the Levant samples, many of them were like intermediate to dark. Same shit. And some dark to black, just like this one.
Hey, yo, that article said dark black skin. Did he change the word to dark? Black, a little bit darker than black, dark. It said dark to black skin.
That's exactly what it said.
Yeah. That guy was extremely dark skin, yo.
Yeah.
Now, so we heard that. Okay, let's keep going. He said, so he's basically saying that these genes, I think he was saying, let me get this straight, that maybe he wasn't talking about the person himself. I thought maybe he was saying that the person that maybe his grandmother or something, right, started out in Asia. That ain't even true. When you see that, that's not saying that the person great grandmother or mother something was in Asia or half his parents was in Asia. That's not. No.
You trying to clean this up? You trying to clean it up?
Wait, what? There's nothing to clean up. He didn't say nothing wrong. And then he has 20% fucking Mesopotamian DNA. That is at a level where you can get from a grandparent. So I don't understand. Y'all don't know genetics. If you got 20-something%, that could represent a damn grandparent. Like, you understand that, right? Because how we inherit DNA, you get 50 from one parent, right? You get 50% from your mother, 50% from your father. You inherit 20% or 25% from your grandparents, and then you inherit like 12.5% on average from your great grandparents, and you just keep subtracting that or dividing that all the way back as far as you can for about 200, 300 years. He says, "What? How does matrilineal lineages work?" Yeah, that was kind of crazy. Yeah, you would get it from your grandparents. Like, yeah, that's crazy. That's how you get it. You get it from your grandmother. Yeah, nah, man, this shit retarded, bro. No, damn.
No. I want to make sure. I want to make sure I got it right. Let's hear it again. Okay. I ain't clean up for him. I want to make sure I got it right.
I/N1A1B2. So something in between. I've seen that he belongs to I9. So I9 would have originated in West Asia. Phenotype: brown eyes.
I9 originated in West Asia. He's saying the marker. I don't think he means the person, do he?
Yeah, he's saying the marker. He's not saying this individual
right
started out there. He's saying like his, you had it right. His grandparents started there and then they must have migrated to.
Yeah, that's not all that. All right, but let's keep going. All right, we're gonna give him some chance, give him some light, because he kind of gets there by the time he moves to here. I ain't gonna go.
And hair, dark to black skin. Now remember, dark to black skin. The same thing with the people in the Levant also had the same skin pigmentation, also intermediate. Why? Because these people were outdoors. They were outside majority of the day. Introduction: historical context, location: NEWAYRAT site, 265 kilometers south of Cairo. Period. Early dynastic to Old Kingdom. Radiocarbon date: 2855 to 2570 BCE. Estimated age 44 to 64 years. Height 157 to 161 centimeters. Burial and preservation, buried in ceramic pot in rock cut tomb. No artificial mummification. Exceptional DNA preservation enabled whole genome sequencing. Scientific breakthrough for ancient Egyptian genomics. Lifestyle and diet. Head physical indicators. Potter hypothesis. Osteoarthritis, dental wear. High status burial despite labor intensive life. Diet: wheat, barley, terrestrial animal protein raised in the hot, dry Nile Valley. Isotope analysis. I want to mention right there when it says wheat, barley, terrestrial animal protein. First of all, a lot of this stuff came from the Levant with the Natufian culture leading into the Neolithic, pre-Pottery Neolithic bead culture. And what this represents is the migration that the Epopolithic Natufian culture migrated from West Asia down into the Arabian Peninsula into Northeast Africa. They brought along with them during that time, leading from the Epopolithic to the Bronze Age. They would have had different migrations, bringing such things as goats, figs, and different.
I don't know about all that. Overstepping.
He almost.
Whoa! You don't know? Why are you even? Whoa! We're talking ancient Egypt, and you don't know that wheat and barley and the different livestock that we see in Egypt comes from the Levant. You don't know that? And wait a minute, the paper is he's giving you highlights from the paper. The paper is telling you that. So you didn't read this fucking paper. It also mentions the pottery wheel in writing. That the writing came from that region. You did not read this paper for you to sit up and say, I don't know about all that. He's literally giving you the goddamn highlights from the damn paper. Then you turn around and say, I don't know all of it. Man, you can't make this shit up, bro. I need a drink, man. Let me go pour some Hennessy or something. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let's play, man.
He almost like saying the Egyptians wasn't doing nothing until these folks showed up and introduced it.
Oh, now, and I'm gonna get into why he's overstepping his bounds. The article ain't saying none of that, first of all. Right? It's a whole separate conversation. I know of no scientific evidence saying that they motherfuckers bought their herds and bought their grains like that, right? What you do is that population runs into a group of farmers. And it gets Africanized is what's really going on.
What? He said the article not saying that, and things got Africanized. What article are you on? This is right, Palermo, straight clown show. You are damn, man. Holding out hope for you for what? I mean, you come back and do this? Are you serious? All right, so let's go to the article because this is It's in the goddamn abstract right here. You see it? Oh, in the conclusion. It says, look, it says, our results demonstrate the feasibility of ancient genome sequencing from the earliest stages of the Egyptian dynastic civilization. One possible explanation for the successful whole genome retrieval is the pot burial, which may have favored a degree of DNA preservation not previously reported in Egypt. This contributes to the roadmap for future research to obtain ancient DNA from Egypt. Although our analysis are limited to a single Egyptian individual who, on the basis of his relatively high status burial, may not be representative of the general population, our results revealed ancestry links to earlier North African groups and populations of the Eastern Fertile Crescent. Analogous links were indicated in our biological affinity analysis of dental traits and craniometrics of the NEWAYRAT individual, which is what he was highlighting, as well as in previous morphological studies based on full samples. The genetic links with the Eastern Fertile Crescent also mirror previously documented cultural diffusion, such as domesticated plants and animals, writing systems, and the pottery wheel, opening up the possibility of some settlement of people in Egypt during one or more of these periods. The NEWAYRAT genome also allowed us to investigate Bronze Age roots of ancestry in later Egypt, highlighting the interplay between population movement and continuity in the region. So what are we talking about? What you did not read the damn paper. Biblical DNA said, I literally made a PowerPoint for people like Unc and those that will not follow through while I'm reading through the whole article. Man, this is crazy. He says he's messing it up. Is that no? He's absolutely correct. And the DNA is showing you that 20% of this DNA is coming from Mesopotamia. They literally have an ancestry deriving from people from Mesopotamia. Literally have an ancestry tying them to the Middle Neolithic Moroccans. And those people are tied to the Levantine people. Literally. Let me show it one more time for the audience. For the slow people in the back. I'll show it one more time. Let me go to the additional information, and let's go back to extended figure 6 with the distal ancestries. You see this big brown section here? Levantine Neolithic, Zagros Neolithic, blue. There you have it. Talking about, no, he wrong. I mean, I can go to sources. We've been talking about what Duckworth says about this and mobile technologies in the ancient Sahara beyond. Several parts of that book discusses the Near Eastern origin of barley and emmer wheat, figs, olives. All of that comes from the Levant. The date palm, all of that comes from the Levant. These people have been going back and forth, right? Different cereals, legumes, stuff of this nature coming from the Levant, right? These crops were alien, domesticated crops, cultivated. They were alien to these regions until people from the Levant started migrating in. And now it's clear as day because we got an old kingdom Egyptian. It was clear as day in the SKH population. It should have been clear as day then. We're talking 6,000 BCE, SKH population, highly Levantine. Anyway. Oh, crap. Did I click off the damn video? Let me go back.
Really going on? How do we know? Because we read great works like this. Let me see if I can find it. All right, very detailed. Y'all thinking in your mind that a group of farmers stumbled their way into the Nile with all their herds. Yeah, right here. Read this: The Dawn of Everything, The New History of Humanity. All right, David Wingrove. You know anything about David Wingrove's work? You need to get on top of it. Right. So I'm telling you that, right? That herds don't need humans to bring them. It's one thing; they just don't. So I don't know.
What the fuck are you talking about? You need humans to bring domesticated animals. That's what the word to domesticate something. You need someone to domesticate them. That's the craziest shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. This man really just went off a damn clip. You don't need humans. And then you're supposed to be the science guy and you're saying it. And then you pull some obscure book. Oh my God, man. Let me let this play while I get sources. I gotta source this, man. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. You need humans to domesticate the damn animals, and you need the humans that are from where those animals are from because they are familiar with them and have the know-how on how to domesticate them. Dublin said it seems that the guy just looks down on ancient sub-Saharan African culture and peoples. I don't know what the fuck, man. This is too much.
Know about that, right? I'm willing to change my stance based off no evidence, but what I do know is, right, they run into farmers, right? They just do. The time periods we're talking about, they're farming, right? And whatever the grains you got, right? You know what I'm saying? Farmers take stuff from everywhere at times. I like that. And they farm it the way they farm it. They farm it in an African manner. They don't farm it in a Western Asian manner. They farm it in an African, a North African manner, to be exact, a Northeast African manner, to be super exact. Challenge anybody on that. He's trying to paint a picture, right? Like the invading race theory, where this whole group and they come in with herds and they come with the farming and voila. That's not what it is. That's him overstepping his bounds right there. Simple as that. The article don't say nothing about that. Man.
The article literally says that the DNA of this individual is direct evidence of people moving in. It literally says that, like verbatim. Oh, that's not what the article says. What article are you fucking reading? Like literally, what article are you reading? Let me just go DIRECT. We ain't gotta play. What the Oh man, so let's start here. It says this means that we cannot exclude the possibility that Neolithic Mesopotamia-like ancestry in the NEWAYRAT genome could have arrived by means of more recent unsampled intermediaries in the Levant. So basically saying there was a group of people in the Levant that had this admixture from Mesopotamia that makes their way to Egypt. We just don't have that population. Right now, that's a ghost population, air quotes. It goes on to read, although the timing of the admixture event cannot be estimated directly, this finding You hear this, Unc? Talking about the article don't say nothing like that. This finding provides direct evidence of genetic ancestry related to the Eastern Fertile Crescent in ancient Egypt. Archaeological evidence lends support to the early Neolithic shared regional ancestry between Egypt and West Asia. The article literally says this shit. And then you say the article don't say it. It literally fucking says it. Get your head out your ass and start reading this shit. Maybe just fucking read it. The man provided highlights of the goddamn article, and then you turn around and say the article don't say it, and it say it right there. It goes on to read, given its proximity, Egypt was one of the first external areas to adopt the Neolithic package that emerged across West Asia as early as the 6th millennium BCE or before, which could have corresponded with movements of people. It literally fucking says it. Literally, verbatim. This period is concomitant with the observed gene flow from Mesopotamia to Anatolia, which may have expanded into Egypt as well. In support, a substantial change. In support of what? The movement of people. In support, a substantial change in odontometric and dental tissue proportions occurred approximately 6,000 BCE in the Nile Valley, with general continuity thereafter, along with marked temporal differences in subsistence, such as domestic plants and greater sedentism, and material culture such as the introduction of pottery. This is indicative of discontinuity between the Mesolithic 8th to 7th millennium BC and Neolithic populations. Cultural exchange and trade then continued through the 4th millennium BCE, with Mesopotamia and late Uruk period features filtered into the Nile Valley during the late pre-dynastic period. It's right here. It's right here, Uncle. What are you talking about? The paper does say this. Trade might have been routed through the Mediterranean Red Seas rather than the Sinai Desert. Such seaborne mobility could explain a scenario in which the source population did not come into contact with the Chalcolithic Bronze Age Levantines. Our results indicate that this millennia-long process might have only included cultural transmission, but also migration. Might not have only included cultural transmission, but also migration and subsequent admixture. It literally says it in the paper. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's keep the party going. Moreover, it's notable that our QP atom modeling and admixture clustering excluded any substantial ancestry in the NEWAYRAT individual genome related to the 4,500-year-old genome from Moda, Ethiopia, or other individuals in Central, Eastern, or Southern Africa. So again, no evidence of Central, Eastern, or Southern African DNA in this ancient Egyptian. Just have to reinforce that 1,000 goddamn times. Nevertheless, we found that the NEWAYRAT genome fits an equally good source as Levant Chalcolithic groups for the West Eurasian related component of East African pastoralist genomes. But ancient DNA data are still missing from many putative source regions. There it is in the paper. I don't get it. You told like my man said, man, like Moore said, he telling on himself. What is that? He telling on himself like a motherfucker. God damn. He ain't reading the literature, man.
In fact,
Exactly.
cultural diffusion, right? Like a back and forth. Things spread through cultural diffusion. Cultural diffusion is different.
It's not cultural diffusion if you actually have the damn genes of the population. That's demographic. That's Demic diffusion. What is Demic diffusion? Let's show that real quick. Let's show Demic confusion, man. Boy, this is just crazy, man. Demic diffusion. or Demic diffusion. Demic diffusion, as opposed to cultural diffusion, is a model of population spread where the movement of people and their associated genes is the primary driver of geographic expansion. That's what we're seeing with this ancient Egyptian. Demic diffusion. Levantine-like DNA, Mesopotamian-like DNA. That's showing demic diffusion. People actually moving and migrating. And you had the audacity to get on here and say, the paper not saying it, misrepresenting the shit out this damn paper. Wow.
Then whole migrations of people bringing this and bringing that. Remember I say look it up. Remember I said look it up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's stop right there. Let's get to the article, right? And it's important when we get to this article right here. All right. What's very important is when we're looking at it that we don't overstep our bounds. Okay, so we'll talk about the ancient Genetic society flourish in millennia, reaching its peak. Okay, we got that. Let me see. Here we sequence 2-time coverage whole genomes from an adult male Egyptian excavated at NEWAYRAT. Radiocarbon dating at 2,855. All right, that's Old Kingdom. So he lived a few centuries after the Egyptian unification. Okay, that means when the whole country come together, when they unify the upper and the lower. And give you the radiocarbon dates. Let's say unification. His body is inferred in a ceramic pot. Okay, let's go right here. Okay, say most of his genome is best represented by North African Neolithic ancestry. Once again, most, you know where most is? Most of his genome, okay, is best represented by North African Neolithic ancestry. Among valuable source at present, okay, available sources at present. Yet approximately 20% of his genetic ancestry can be traced to genomes representing the Eastern Fertile Crescent, right, including Mesopotamia and surrounding regions. They will always mess this up here. So you see the 20% and you see the 80%. That's 100% human. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, let me go on and read it.
Wow.
There you go. Yeah, I told you. So people is thinking that 20% of the Mesopotamian population, or 20% of the population in Egypt during that time was from Mesopotamia. I hear them all say it. That's not what it's saying. Not at all. What it's saying is 1/5 of that particular person's genome coalesce with that genome in Mesopotamia. In those areas. That's what it's saying. So, you know, like when you read my DNA test, right? And you see that I have 73% Eutrian, right? It's just simply saying that the DNA that I have, 73% of it, in that particular part of it, coalesce with people. It don't mean I was there, don't mean my father was there, don't mean my great-grandmother came from there. It don't mean that. So it don't mean his aunt, uncle, and them came. It don't mean that. It's not it's talking about the parts of the DNA that match up with that. 20% of it match up with that, which is
actually, that's literally what that means. In order for you to have DNA from a population that's Mesopotamian-like, that means your ancestors would have to be Mesopotamian. That was so fucking... Is anybody else hearing the dumb shit this dude is saying? He said, "Oh, me, your grandmother's your..." That literally is what that means. What? And again, the 80% Middle Neolithic ancestry is related to Levantines. Bro, he just said it does not mean your aunts, your uncles, your grandmother, your grandfather came from there. He said that. Palermo, the UROC DNA is finished. That paper is done. We're waiting on it to be published. It's actually finished. It's not in the works. On the website, it says finished. So we're just waiting on the information to be published and officially released, which is going to crush these guys even more. But this man, Unc, just literally said it does not mean that his ancestors came from Mesopotamia. God damn, dude. And the paper literally spells it out for you verbatim that this proves that there was a movement of people from that. God damn.
I told you they made these papers just for these niggas right here. You can't fuck them up, bro. You can try all you want to, and every time you try, you're gonna look stupid.
Wow.
And what's crazy, right, is Ankh is supposed to be the scientific one out the truth, right? He's supposed to be backing the scientific method and all this type of stuff, right?
Yep.
Bro, what are you talking about? You don't need to have Mesopotamian ancestry to have Mesopotamian ancestry. What the fuck are you saying?
This is getting very I think we here. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I think this is where we at. Do we still have it? Yeah, we do.
It might be.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
I think we fully entrenched into the Twilight Zone right now, more. I think we fully entrenched, brother. Niggas said this don't mean it. Let me rewind that so we can define that.
Not at all. What it's saying is 1/5 of that particular person's genome coalesce with that genome in Mesopotamia. In those areas. That's what it's saying. So, you know, like when you read my DNA test, right? And you see that I have 73% Ukrainian, right? It's just simply saying that the DNA that I have, 73% of it, in that particular part of it, coalesce with people. It don't mean I was there, don't mean my father was there, don't mean my great-grandmother came from there. It don't mean that. So,
it literally means that. It means that your ancestors come from a tree in populations. So if you got 20%, I got 18% Irish. That means my ancestors that it passed that DNA down for me comes from an Irish population.
Is Ankh literally arguing for a regional autosomal development? Like, is he arguing that autosomes can independently arise, the same ones on multiple different regions and whatnot? Like independently?
He would have to. I don't know what the fuck he's trying to argue. He sounds stupid. He sounds dumb.
All because you don't want to admit that civilization came into Africa via the Egyptian corridor. Y'all are doing too much, bro. Like, so, Ankh, you supposed to be the science nigga, right? So you understand there's an out of Africa theory, right? So you supposed to understand when niggas came back in. Like, this is basic timeline shit, bro. Basic timeline stuff, man. You got it, man.
And then, my brother, more. The paper literally says here, our results indicate that contacts between Egypt and the Eastern Fertile Crescent were not limited to objects and imagery, like he was trying to say. It's all cultural diffusion, such as domestic animals and plants, as well as rice.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, every out they would try to take them, they cut them niggas off, bro, at the pass. That's what I'm saying. When you went through this, I was like, bro, they doing work on these niggas, bro. They saw these niggas come like, nah, we gonna fuck your whole shit up. We know you for the pseudo this up. You try to no, not on this one. Not on this one, nigga. They booby trapped the shit out that jump for y'all.
Hey, Uncle says, but also encompass human migration. It's in the goddamn article, bro. Instead of fucking, where ain't Gozy at? Gozy, why you didn't say nothing about this, bro? You should have got on this nigga ass about this, man. Oh man.
So it don't mean his aunt, uncle, and them can't. It don't mean that. It's not. It's talking about the parts of the DNA.
Yes, it does. It literally means that. It literally means that his aunt and uncles or whatever, whoever you inherit that DNA from down his line, his ancestors come from that region. That's literally what that fucking means.
DNA that match up with that. 20% of it match up with that, which is actually 1/5 of it. That's the correct to say it. Let me see if I can get a source on that. Let me just look at it. Make sure we get this tight, because I think this is the part right here that really matters. Okay. Let's see. Do I got that to 20%? Man, did I say that? Man. Let me see. Hold that for a minute. Hold on. Let me get back there. All right, hold on. And I'm going to talk about what the 20% mean and what the 80% mean, or the 77. All right, I'm going to talk about that. Let me just finish reading for a second. Hold on. All right. Then I'm opening up the panel real quick. This is a quick drive-by. Okay. It says this genetic affinity is similar to the ancestry appearing in Anatolia and the Levant during the Neolithic and Bronze Age. Although, now watch this. This is also important, right? So in actuality, we expect to see this in the Egyptians because of where it's located. It's located on 3 intersecting continents. It would be actually unusual not to have other pieces of genome, you know what I'm saying, being part of the ancestry. It'd be crazy. It'd be super duper blackology at that point.
Yeah, right. So why the fuck are you fighting it? If you know there's a damn highway to other countries and connected to West Asia, then you should expect this in ancient Egyptians to be an admixture that involves those other populations, meaning they literally descend from those people. I don't know what you cooking up over here, man, but you need to find some more ingredients or something, man. You out of your fucking mind right now.
It'd be non-scientific. Okay, it's called a geological or geographic. Man, what's the word? What's the word I want to use here? Confluence, area of confluence. Okay, 3 continents. All right, that's what that is. Now, let me finish. It goes on to say, right? It says, hold on, this genetic affinity is similar to the ancestry period in Anatolia and the Levant during the Neolithic and Bronze Age. It says, although more genomes are needed to fully understand the genomic diversity of the early Egyptians. So it's telling you right here, you got to listen to it. It's saying, although, it's the word although, man. You gonna fight that? More, it says more genomes are needed to fully understand. So don't be using this article as if they fully understand, because they tell you they don't. We need to fully understand that. And remember, they take it from one individual. We can find the knowledge such a vast area. You can find another population of Egyptians that have a slightly different DNA signature. The same way with African Americans. Some African Americans got 20% European.
We don't. All the Egyptian shit that we have found is pretty much correlated. So I don't know what you're talking about. You can postulate to the end of the day, but the available evidence is showing you the evidence. It's showing you that these people connected to modern North Africans and West Asians. But since niggas don't like that, they got to keep saying, well, maybe we get another population. Okay. And then we get another one and say the same shit. Y'all said that about in 2017 with Schumer, you said the same shit. Now we got another one saying the same shit related to those fucking third intermediary mummies. Literally, the paper tells you that they're related. Now you're doing the same shit. We need another sample. And every sample we get, it busts you offside the goddamn head. With Levantine-like DNA, West Asian-like DNA.
European, some African Americans got 40% European, some African Americans got 35%, some African Americans got 10%. It ranges. So I'm sure that as you go to certain parts of the Nile, you're going to find this range, but they only got the one individual. So don't make it more than what it really is. What it is teaching you is, right, that based off the history, the historical narrative, we know there was a relationship between the quote-unquote Sumer or Mesopotamia. We know this. And we talked about this when we presented the article on the Mediterranean and what it actually meant. And we made the point that Mediterranean, right, is actually an indigenous Nile Valley culture with a Western Asian culture. And then we got the DNA to actually verify that. And there's communication there. And they form that culture that you would later on call the Mediterranean. The correspondence, they got written languages, they trade. So you would expect to see this type of genomic expression.
Oh, I need you to run that all the fuck back. I no. Did you hear that shit?
Yeah. Kind of confused.
Indigenous Nile Valley culture? Bro. Run that back like 30 seconds right quick.
We know this. And we talked about this when we presented the article on the Mediterranean and what it actually meant. And we made the point that Mediterranean, right, is actually an indigenous Nile Valley culture with a Western Asian culture. And then we got the DNA to actually verify that. And there's communication there. And they form that culture that you would later on call the Mediterranean. The correspondence, they got written languages, they trade. So you would expect to see this type of genomic
Afrocentric ass nigga. You niggas are still doing the same shit. Egypt civilized the entire and populated the whole, seeded the whole fucking world with civilizations. But what are you talking about? That you verified this shit? You know you didn't. I swear to God you didn't. I swear to God you didn't, huh? What pay? Oh my God. I'm glad you told on yourself on a whole nother paper you ain't fully fucking Now we gotta go run that one on a whole nother video, bro. Damn.
Golly. He did the Diop, huh? That was a Diop.
That's why I said shake Aunt Diop, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you put his name in the joint. I didn't even notice this.
I said shake Unc Diop. Yeah, that's exactly right there.
Oh my God, bro. He still fight demons, bro. He still fight blackologist demons.
Bruh. And got the nerve not to believe in God, bro.
Hey, biblical DNA, bro. You crazy, bro. Because that's what I'm saying. They keep saying it's only one sample. And y'all say it with every paper. And then we get another one, And y'all about to get hit with a treasure trove like what he's talking about here. We're waiting on the URAC, bro. When that releases, y'all gonna cry some fucking more.
Bro, cry me a whole river, bro. Y'all about to be Justin Timberlake in this joint all over the place, man. All over the place. Yo, and what's this shit about? I'm like, how dare, like, you mad because they're talking to you about haplogroups, my nigga? Huh? Yo, this is what I'm saying. You, bro, you the whole dude who's been in the community for like over a decade talking about like how breaking down like the human evolutionary concept, right? People was getting at you all day about like, nah, we don't come from apes, and we're like, and you were stuck on it because it was showing like the oldest stuff in Africa. You were stuck on that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And now we have stuff based upon genetic techniques very similar, very not the same, but very similar to what they used to determine haplogroups and whatnot, right? And they were able to determine that we have ghost genetics in terms of hominid population in West Africa that we had mixed with, right? You should be all over that, but it's the same type of techniques, bro. What you talking about? How you throw that shit out, bro? How you throw out them techniques when they use them techniques to recognize that we have a recent common ancestor when we don't even have actually haplogroups to go back to them yet? How do you think they make them estimates, man? What are you doing? Sucking on a scholastic shotgun. What are you doing?
I wish I had that scene from Training Day when they had him in the tub with the shotgun in his mouth.
Bruh, man. Yeah, we working on that, bruh. That's coming. We working on that.
Oh, shit. This nigga done fucked up like 10 times already, but claiming somebody else fucking up. Oh, fuck, close it out. Claiming somebody else is fucking up, but you done made 1,000 mistakes already. Talking about, so now the paper don't say that. The paper literally says that, oh, just because they have 20% Mesopotamian DNA, that don't mean that his
uncle...
I
mean they got 20% Mesopotamian DNA. No, what are you saying, bro?
The science guy.
And then you're trying to see this is what he's trying to claim, right? He's trying to claim that he's trying to claim, right, that all the DNA coming in from the Levant is actually Egyptian DNA that already went up there that's back around migrating back into Egypt. So they really just Egyptian niggas all the way through, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Bro. That's exactly what he's saying, man.
Yeah, because if you're saying they're not really coming from there, like, oh man, this is bad. This is real bad, man. I told y'all about having them ideology. Y'all be reading these papers with your ideology. You be interpolating instead of just reading the damn paper and just accept what it says, bro. It's not gonna kill you to acknowledge that these people had these damn ancestries.
That's right where it's supposed to be. The problem's gonna be when people promote invading race theory. Well, a whole race of people came in. That's not what it's really talking about.
Right. There you go.
That's not what it's saying. They put all their herds, they put all the pottery, they put everything and taught these Africans. That's invading race theory. That's what Chief X about. They ain't no Southern African, but so what? They indigenous Africans though. They wouldn't have to be. Look at where they located at. Look how vast the earth. You can put the whole United States in the daggone Sahara. Says again, you can put the whole United States in the Sahara. Put that through your head. But there's gonna be pockets of people that have different exchanges of DNA. What's a North African? An indigenous African. Trying to get that through your head. What's the skin color? Obviously, it's ranging because this particular individual.
Yeah, they are indigenous Africans, meaning they've been in North Africa for a long time. That does not negate the fact that they come from their ancestors come from outside of Africa. Those two things can be true. I keep saying this. The Tafarat individual is an indigenous African, right? I'm gonna show you something real quick.
And while you looking that up, I got a simple question. So are they indigenous or are they invaders? Y'all got to make up your motherfucking minds. Y'all got to make up your motherfucking minds. Damn shame. Damn shame.
Here's the Green Sahara paper that they love so much, right? What does it say? The Tafarat group ancestry has a two-way admixture of 63.5% Natufian, ancient, what did I say right there? Ancient Levantine foragers. Ancient. So guess what? These people are coming from outside of Africa. They're coming into Africa, migrating, vasculating these areas for thousands of years. That's what makes it indigenous, right? Indigenous does not mean that, or does not have to mean, let me put it like this, that someone has to always be there Like they start there and they're still there to this day. That's not what indigenous mean. If that's the case, nobody on the planet will be indigenous. Nobody, because every population that exists today, every extant population that exists today, migrated from somewhere to somewhere else. Right? Y'all call Australians, oh, they're indigenous. Yes, they are indigenous. Why are they indigenous? Because they migrated there and they've been there for thousands of years.
Exactly.
That's what makes them indigenous. Not because they sprouted from the fucking ground and never moved. This is stupidity.
They were the first people to inhabit the area, bro.
Right, right.
It's that simple.
Man, it's just
and what's killing you is the math on this, right? This John says 63.5% Natufian, 36.5% Sub-Saharan African. Let's do the math on that, bro. That's 2 to 1 not Sub-Saharan African.
Right. And this sample does not have Sub-Saharan African DNA. That's what this paper is addressing. That 36.5% becomes ancestral North African DNA in this paper. Right, right.
Which even double cuts you, because what ends up being ancestral North African DNA?
The out of Africa population.
Boy. Hey, but to hear my man tell it, that's a native Egyptian population, right? That left and came back. They just made a big ass U-turn before they came. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yo, so wild, bro. All because you don't like, bro. You don't want to admit the animals and food and other things and all that, like technology, language, plants came in from Levant, bro. Like trade only go one direction in this motherfucker. Culture, genetics can only travel one direction.
Pretty much.
So y'all believe that because they were like, yeah, you know, in Egypt we was marrying princesses from other countries. They wasn't marrying our women and blah blah whoop-de-woo. And what we learning right now with all this genetic studies is that the Egyptians was full of shit, bro. The Egyptians was full of shit, bro. This whole we come from the mountains of the moon, full of shit, bro.
Yeah, that was just folklore.
Y'all are cultural appropriators, fam.
Boy. Y'all remember we read that article also about the mitochondrial DNA diversity of ancient Egypt, that they have all of the mitochondrial DNA in the world as far as in terms of diversity, besides the East Asian and Native American. If you exclude them, they pretty much got all the damn women as far as some variation of their clades in ancient Egypt. Out of all of those clades, I think only one or very few were actually Sub-Saharan African. Majority of it was what we call West Asian, European, like we brought up with the Jehudinat sample, U5. That's a U5 sample. We've seen that same goddamn clade, not the same particular clade, but U5 in Tunisia, ancient Tunisia, 6,000 years ago. These are the type of people that live in North Africa. These are West Asian migrants. All of the papers are saying this. Y'all keep trying to reduce it to one thing. No, this is just a culmination of papers at this point. Everything's saying the same shit, and y'all can't accept it. Why you can't accept it? Because you got this idea, I gotta love Africa, and to love Africa is to say that we all one. No, we not. It's just a difference between these groups. It's a difference between these people. Their ancestry and their ancestors come from a certain region. These North Africans, their ancestors come from Levantines, a lot of their ancestry. So when you read a paper and it says that they have localized North African DNA, that ancestry within itself is Levantine. That ancestry within itself is a back to African migration. We just read it. Ancient Levantine foragers. And then they get pseudo with Natufian. Natufians are Africans. Natufians are Eurasians. We got to pull that DNA. But anyway, where's the video? Here it is.
Individual has dark to black skin. Now, here's a game they all like to play. See, I thought you said they don't use black. Wait a minute. I'm saying they're not using it racialized. They're using it as an indicator of how dark the individual skin was. Not to be confused with the fools that's using it in a racialized manner, then act like they wasn't. We were just saying that he just was calling himself the dark-skinned people. Lie. Because the majority of Egyptians weren't dark-skinned. Couldn't have been. They would range in skin color.
Or they ain't gonna like that. Oh, you didn't just say.
Look at where they located at. Why would everybody be super black? Why would everybody be super light? Why? Look at African Americans, bro. We not one color, yo. That's not.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a pseudo-scientific racist idea in your mind. Oh, it's all sub-Saharan Africans are dark-skinned. Khoisan amongst the lightest people in Africa. NAN located in sub-Saharan Africa. Makes some sense around here. The oldest genome we got come from the Khoisan. And they the ones with the...
Check it out. Hey, he responded to my comment on here. Look what he says. Look what he says. Hey, check it out. He said, I can't read, and it's complete foolery at best. This is Unc saying that I can't read, and what I said was complete foolery. When all I said was what the paper actually says. The ancient Egyptian is most similar to present-day North Africans and West Asians. Does the paper say that? Yes. The ancient Egyptian Neolithic Moroccan DNA is highly Levantine. The SKH population is almost 80% Neolithic Levantine. Does the paper say that? Yes. The Mesopotamian DNA confirms that migrations from the Fertile Crescent indeed brought in material culture, i.e. potter wheel, in writing. Does the paper say that? Yes. This paper is monumental, and we still have no evidence of Egyptians coming from the south of Sahara. LOL. Egyptians are Eurasian adjacent. The paper say that? Yes.
Somebody gonna have to debate this on. Somebody got to debate this on. Somebody got to debate this on, bro. You two, bro.
You can't read.
Complete foolery at best. Said the person talking about you don't need Mesopotamian ancestry to have Mesopotamian ancestry. Somebody got to debate this on.
Wow. That was your response? Bro, you are an ideologue, bro. You are an ideologue. That's some shit an ideologue would say. Refuse to accept any of the information, no wiggle room, no nothing. What I gave you was exactly representative of the paper. And matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Here's the paper that breaks down the DNA of the population, the Middle Neolithic Moroccans that ancient Egyptian was related to. It's the North African Neolithic initiated by migrants from where? Iberia and the Levant. Now let's go down to the influx of Levantine DNA portion of this paper. You see that? You see that up? I read very well. I read at a higher level than you, apparently. Influx of Levantine ancestry. Another distinct ancestry was introduced to Northwestern Africa during the what? The Middle Neolithic. Remember, the ancient Egyptian has 80% of his DNA is Middle Neolithic Moroccan. This is what it's referring to. What does it say here, Unc? All individuals from SKH show large, you see that? Large proportions of a genetic component maximize in individuals from Neolithic and Chalcolithic Levant. Neolithic and Chalcolithic Levant. What does this indicate, Unc? Migrants, like the title says, from Iberia and what? Levant. Ptolemaic Egypt and modern day Near Eastern populations. The ancestry in SKH can be modeled as a two-way admixture between Levant Neolithic populations, roughly at 76.4 plus or minus 4.0%. I read very well and I understand very well. You don't, because you sit up here and said, oh, the paper don't say that. And it literally said that this induced migration, and this is evidence of migration from these areas. It literally said that. To go along with the cultural stuff, the cultural things are not just cultural diffusion, it's demic diffusion. I'm reading it verbatim, and I understand it very well. You do not. And it's clear about the things you said in that goddamn video. ostensibly clear. So it says here, this ancestry SKH can be modeled as a two-way admixture between Levant Neolithic populations, roughly 76.4 plus or minus 4%, and local Northwest Africans represented by Tafarat, 23.6 plus or minus 4.0%. These are two Levantine adjacent populations. We just read the Tafarat DNA is 60% Levantine. We just read that. So these people are clearly, and this is why the paper tells you about the main source is going to be the Levant, and that the intermediary population that to introduce this Mesopotamian DNA is likely a Levantine one. The paper literally says that shit. It goes on to read, if a European Neolithic, for example, from Iberia, additional source population is added, the model is rejected. Because the Neolithic Levantine ancestry has not been observed on the European side of the Mediterranean during the Neolithic, it probably represents an independent expansion of people from the Levant into North Africa. Migrations from the Levant to Eastern Africa have been identified for Neolithic pastoralist individuals around 4,000 years ago, who are presumed descendants of unsampled Northeast African populations associated with the spread of Saharan pastoralism. Guess what, Unc? In the new paper, we now know that the ancient Egyptians, and even though Sirach said this in 2021, he said the same thing in 2021, is that these ancient Egyptians are the donor population that are bringing these Eurasian genes down into what we now know as the Horn of Africa, Tanzania, and Kenya. It says both in SKH and Eastern African Neolithic pastoralist Levantine ancestries admixed with local ancestries. The arrival of this Levantine ancestry coincides with the appearance of new ceramic tradition in northern Morocco, often characterized by cord impressed motifs like the grave goods of SKH or Skarat belonging to Ashkaware ware pottery. In parallel, cattle pastoralism was expanding in the current Sahara territory, and Afro-Asiatic language groups spread throughout the whole of North Africa. Our analysis showed that the Levantine associated component also remains in the Maghreb during the late Neolithic and individuals from the Keb population, and in the Guanches of the Canary Islands around 1,000 calibrated before present. Individuals from these sites are shifted towards ancient Levantine populations on the principal component analysis. This highlights the complex demographic processes that took place in the Northwestern Africa, in contrast to the gradual increase in hunter-gatherer ancestry described in the Middle and Late Neolithic Europe. The late Neolithic individual in Keb can be modeled as a mix of ancestors already present in Northwest Africa during the early Neolithic and Middle Neolithic, suggesting that there are no waves of substantial migrations into this region between the Middle Neolithic and Late Neolithic. So this post waves of these Levantine agrarians and pastoralists that come after this region, after this period, and they affect the SKH population to the clip that all of them have about 80% of their DNA coming from that group. And that is the group. Let me go back here. Share this tab of the whole genome ancestry of Old Kingdom Egyptians. And then goes is we're going to bring it up that the SKH population is the population that they relate to. Hold on. Go ahead. Here it is here. As y'all can see here, it tells you the ancestry of the NEWAYRAT genome, right? It says no single source model fitted the data. Instead, a single two-source model met the significance criteria, which consisted of a mixture of 77.6 plus or minus 3.8% ancestry, represented by genomes from the Middle Neolithic Moroccan site of SKH or Skarat Razi, dated to 4,780 to 4,230 BCE, Morocco, Middle Neolithic. That's what we just read. Primary ancestry of those people, Levantine. The primary ancestry of the Tafarat, Levantine. These are literally people descended from migrants of the Levant. Literally. You don't know how to read. No, you don't. We read all of these fucking papers. All of them. Every single one. Whether it's behind a paywall or if it's free. I pay for them. I read them. I come on here live and discuss them. You don't do that shit. All you do is interview people and shit. Soy and shit. You need to interview the people who wrote these damn papers. How about that? And say that dumbass shit you just said to this brother. To them. And it says in the remainder, most closely related genomes from 9,000, 8,000, Neolithic Mesopotamia at 22.4 plus or minus 3.8%. In addition, 2 3-source models show similar ancestry proportions, but to a minor contribution of a third ancestry component represented by genomes from the Neolithic Chalcolithic Levant at 4.7 plus or minus 8.2%, respectively. This is what the paper's telling you, man. But you get your ass on the comments, you can't read. Nigga, you can't fucking read, and it's clear. Or you're not reading. It's either one of the two. Your ass can't read because everything I said here is represented in the paper. I just told you about the SKH having 80% Neolithic Levantine DNA. The Mesopotamian DNA confirms the migrations. The paper literally says that. The ancient Egyptians are most similar to present-day North Africans and West Asians. Paper literally says that. The fuck you talking about, man? You's a goofy. Super goofy.
Real peppercorn hair. Not the West Africans, the Khoisan got the real peppercorn hair. The tight little balls, that's peppercorn. Not the Negroid type. It's tight curl. Peppercorn is a little bit different. So all this nonsense and all this playing games, right? I'm gonna do a video. I'm gonna show you ain't showing nothing, man. They're indigenous Africans, man. Now we know they're indigenous Africans. Now we got the sequence of genome. Now we understand they're indigenous to Africa. And it ain't the daggone Antolian aspect of it or the Levantian aspect that make them indigenous African. It's the fact that it's a basal and it makes them indigenous African. What's your point? Talk to me.
Man, I hate to throw you in the chat. But why did African James say we're talking about in the context of African versus non-African?
This nigga said the basal end makes them African. What the fuck? That's not even. Why are you talking about basal end? We're talking about we're talking about an old kingdom Egyptian that got haplogroup I and a damn Arabian clade of E1B1B. Why the fuck are you talking about? You back on this Green Saharan paper? What the hell wrong with this dude, man?
Africans come from Sandlight to Dinka Black. That's what we've been saying, not Arabs.
What?
What the fuck does mean? I'm saying Arabs as dark as me. I mean, I walk around with vitamin on me because it's summer. But the Arabs as dark as me. What is James? What James be messing me up, man? I don't know. He be confusing me. You see his comment in the chat? Maybe you can make sense out of it.
Yeah, they ain't been saying. We know what they were saying. We got this thing. Don't make me put this thing. I'm gonna tell you what they were saying. Here we go. Don't play with me. Go play with somebody else that ain't got no sense.
Hold on real quick. So you just threw somebody off your shit because you didn't like what they said. But back right here about this highly Levantine team. This paper says right after this portion here, where it talks about the SKH, if you would have read the damn paper instead of running your damn mouth, all accepted QPI models showed the presence of ancestry related to Middle Neolithic Morocco in the NEWAYRAT genome. Therefore, our results could indicate shared ancestry across North Africa during this period, and consequently, that local Egyptian Neolithic populations contributed genetically to the early dynastic and Old King people, as indicated from material culture and bioarchaeological analysis. However, because the genomes from Middle Neolithic Morocco have previously been modeled to comprise both Ibero-Maurusian-like and what does that say? Levantine Neolithic ancestry components, which we corroborated. What? In an extended data figure that I showed you earlier. The affinity to Levantine Neolithic groups could reflect several migration events. The paper says this verbatim. And you on this bitch talking crazy. Boy, I tell you, niggas ain't shit. Niggas ain't shit, boy. When it comes to protecting your little ideology, this made up shit you got in your head, someone and put it, input in your head and program you to think, you don't want to go outside of that, man.
All right, what the hell y'all been saying?
The daggone most of the Arabs brown skin.
Can you see the screen, yo?
All right, hold on. Yeah, I see the screen.
Here you go. This is what they've been saying. Black like Osiris. My real premise. The majority of the ancient Egyptians were black people from the South. So don't tell me you wasn't playing a racialized card. That is your stance right there.
Yep.
I didn't say you said you put up there for us to read. Two, the ancient Egyptians called themselves black. They didn't say that. We never said they called themselves black. We never said that. So now we got two admissions. They claim they never said the first two. This is racialized. The majority of the ancient Egyptians were black people from the South. Racialized. The ancient Egyptians called themselves black. Racialized. What was they just saying? They called themselves black-skinned people because they was all black skin, not racialized. Get out of here with that. Three. The word Kemet and or Kemetu can mean a group of black people and black collective, racial. Are you saying a collective dark-skinned people? That wouldn't be true even that would it. Even one would not be true. So do not tell me what the hell you think you know what you've been teaching. It's right here for us to see forever. And you can't change that. Well, you can, but you got a wild, raggedy science department, so you will never change it. They better leave me alone, Joe. They tripping.
That's a bomb. You can get some sound effects, man. You can drop a bomb right here. Boom.
Oh, we get in with this, can't we?
You want the alert? What the alert? Oh, snap.
That is a pseudo alert.
That is a deserved pseudo alert.
Right now, we know what they stance is. Oh, we weren't saying that. We were never saying it was race. We were just saying it was dark skin. Just the funny part about it is, why would you have to worry about it or say they was dark skin when everybody already admitted it? Ain't nobody not saying that. How we know? Because we got the white lady, Gina Dabrowski, saying the same thing. She's saying that the Egyptians, ranging skin color, found out their light. So we didn't need y'all to teach us that. The evolutionary biologists taught us that. What did we talk about? So we didn't need y'all to say that. And we don't need the Bible guy to tell us about a dark-skinned person.
He's a biblical DNA said, who is he talking to? Someone from the chat. He's talking to he's addressing Jonathan. Brother Jonathan is from the Amara Squad. See, Ankh used to be a part of them. He used to be with the Amara Squad. They fell out for whatever reason they fell out for. Amara Squad is hard, like they're hard Afrocentricists. And Ankh, I'm starting to categorize you as a soft Afrocentric. Like you still have those ideas, but you're not fully into it like they are. They really believe in this Diop idea of Negroes disseminating from the Nile Valley and spreading out and becoming West Africans. So that's who he's addressing. But he just addressed you too as well, saying we don't need the biblical guy to tell us anything or some shit. The problem, maybe you do, because you've been fucking. We are an hour into this video and you've been fucking up this whole time, man. You right about the skin color. Ancient Egyptians did have pale to dark skin. That's been categorized for a long time. People been knowing that. They're not all homogenous in skin tone. They don't all look the same. Like I always say, they were having sex with Nubian women and stuff of that nature as they were expanding. So why would you expect anything different? These people light and dark.
Being in front of Levant or saying that, yeah, you can have brown skinned people, but this man ain't in the damn Levant. He in Egypt.
Right.
He's an indigenous Egyptian, and his DNA proves he's an indigenous Egyptian. So why you gotta talk about the skin color of people outside? Because you're a skin color man too. You just
no. He brought that up because the sharing of ancestry. It makes sense to see light skin and dark skin in Egypt because we see light skin and dark skin in the Levant, which many of these people share ancestry. That was his point. That's all his point was. He was like, "Oh, you." Anyway.
He's mad because that's a dark-skinned Egyptian. See what I'm saying? He don't want a dark-skinned. He can't handle a dark-skinned Egyptian. See? They can't handle a light-skinned Egyptian, and he can't handle a dark-skinned Egyptian.
Nah, he wasn't going against him being dark-skinned. He was okay with it. if biblical DNA would have said that, I would. That's not what I heard. So I don't know what the hell he talking. All he did was like, hey, we already knew there were dark-skinned people in the Levant because he said they worked outside or something to that effect, right? Oh, man, you spazzing the fuck out, man.
It's the most craziest conversation ever, bro. And we're in the middle of it. And in comes Chief X.
Oh, wow. Messy X.
Messy X. So anyway, the article clearly shows you, don't dive, right? It just say, although more genomes are needed to fully understand the genomic diversity of early Egyptians, our results indicate that contacts between Egypt and the Eastern Pharaoh Crescent were not limited to objects and imagery, such as domesticated animals and plants, as well as writing systems, right? But also incompetence human migration. So you do have, based off the locale, you do have some human migration, right? But that particular genome and that particular person does not mean what y'all think it's meaning. Let me go on. Let's say
it does mean what the paper is saying, what you said it didn't earlier. Earlier you said it's cultural diffusion, and it's telling you Demic diffusion right in your damn face. And you're just gonna you're just going to ignore that and keep going.
1,000 years, Egypt, dynastic civilization, approximately. 3,150,000 years. Let me see, developed monumental architecture, sophisticated technology, and relatively stable belief systems, becoming the longest lasting civilization known. That's known to mankind. That following the political unification. So when they put it together, that's one of the oldest policies on planet Earth. One of the first. All right. Unification of the northern and southern regions, lower and upper at the end of the 4th millennium, the Old Kingdom. Right. It says witness. Man, hold on. It says witness considerable advances, including construction of the pyramid complex, the complex of King Zoser, and the Great Pyramids built by Khufu. The population has been considered to be a local. Look, the population has been considered to be a local origin within limited input from neighboring regions.
Wow.
Say that. Then
It did not say that.
Yeah,
oh, my goodness.
And then it goes on to say, yet more recent archaeological evidence shows that trade connections existed across the Fertile Crescent since at least the 6th millennium. It's like the start of the Neolithic Revolution. It say, if not earlier, it say with the advent of the Neolithic package, such as domesticated animals and plants, a cultural exchange continued. Let's look up what cultural exchange is. Let's see what that is. Let's look it up. Cultural exchange, what's this? Diplomacy is a type of soft power, includes exchange of ideas, information, art, language, and other aspects of culture amongst nations and their peoples in order to foster mutual understanding. Okay. Continue to develop through the late 4th millennium, right? With the growing Sumerian civilization of Mesopotamia, I always told you was Sumer, this period overlapped with the appearance of additional innovations in Egypt, such as pottery, wheel, and the earliest evidence of hieroglyphics. This is my favorite spot right here. My company is named after this spot right here. Now they put it in articles. 15 years later, Gunther Drive, talking about that forever. Now they want to use it. I know they do, because it's it. And that's older than the Sumerian writing. It says the earliest evidence of hieroglyphic writing in the form of ivory tags at tomb UJ. Where my meta-net scholars at? Work on that. At Abdu, date 3,302 to 3,150 BCE. They say our knowledge of ancient Egyptians has increased through decades of bioarchaeological analysis. All right. Let me see where we at. Now, this is important, including the dental morphological studies on their relatedness to other populations in North Africa and Western Asia. They say, however, the lack of ancient genomes, particularly for the early periods of Egyptian dynastic history, but watch this, remains, you say that word though, it said it remains a barrier to our understanding of population continuity and gene flow in the region. Okay. You got to understand what the hell you read. Science is very fluid. They're telling you the truth. Now, by the time people read this article on both sides, they're going to be talking wild trash.
They're going to make it definite.
Article 10,000 people that get on the D, they can do all that. No, y'all doing more than the experts. Okay? It remains a barrier to our understanding of the population continuity and gene flow. So don't act like y'all know what the hell it is, because they say it's a barrier for them. Okay? Although individuals from ancient Egypt were subjected to the first effort to isolate ancient DNA, as a direct genomes sequence has remained elusive. The other guy was like, yeah, they got it. You heard him say it.
Yep, he was cheering.
See, elusive because of the challenging regional DNA preservation conditions. So far, only 3 individuals from Abur El Malik, that's from the Shulamite.
Yeah, so now you're about to cut yourself because the paper not saying what you're saying. They're addressing the challenges of getting DNA from ancient Egypt because it's so hot and arid, which is the enemy of preservation of DNA. But now, through advanced technology and the situation with this rock cut tomb, it preserved DNA enough where we're able to get it, extract and zoom it. That's all it's saying. It's been a challenge. Now we're able to get it. We had 3 from Abu Sir El Malek. Now we got another genome from this fella. And now we're going to get some more from the Eurasian Institute. That's all it's saying. How are you reading this? You're reading this like a black Hebrew Israelite, just misinterpreting. Man, it's just bad.
Man article. And in the Schulerman article, they say, hold on, y'all don't make no apodictic statements about this, but they all did. They made apodictic final statements about that. They did, right? They talk about only 3 individuals from Abu El-Makik have yielded nuclear DNA, all post-dating the emergence of dynastic Egypt by thousands of years. Goes on to say, moreover, these are not complete genome sequences, but are limited to approximately 90,000, 400,000 target-enriched genotypes. Over the millennium spanning the dynastic period, Egypt witnessed several wide-ranging wars, occupations, foreign rules, and domestic episodes of eternal political collapse. All right. I don't want to read about stuff to death, right? But I'm gonna finish it off right here. First, it say together these processes may have subtly. See, subtly, you see it? Subtly, not what y'all trying to say. Because I heard people say, yo, they come from their age yet.
Yeah, they get emphatic. Not subtly, they get emphatic.
That's Chief vexing them niggas.
Right.
Making that shit up. That's the Bible guy making it up. It says subtly.
No, it doesn't say subtly. It says substantially. Substantially is what it says. You're reading it incorrectly, but you have the nerve to say, oh, you can't read. No, nigga, you can't read. The word is substantially. It says together these processes may have substantially altered or reshaped the overall genetic structure and ancestry of the Egyptian population, which flies in the face what the fuck you've been saying. What the fuck is wrong with this nigga? You cutting yourself in the fucking... This is idiocy, man. Idiocy. It doesn't say subtly, it's substantially. These processes may have substantially altered or reshaped the overall genetic structure in the ancestry of the Egyptian population.
And even the black guys, they're like, yeah, you change all that. Woo wee. They say together these processes may be subtly altered and reshaped the overall genetic structure and ancestry of the Egyptian population. Here we present a whole genome sequence of an Egyptian individual. All right, and give you supplemented information here. All right. And here's gonna be your favorite part right here. The black skin.
Hey, that says hold on, go back up. It says it substantially changed it, not substantially. So, like not subtle, like as in.
Oh yeah, I messed it up.
Yeah, they said it.
Yeah, you messed it up. Talking about you can't. Nah, nigga, you can't read. So these processes may have substantially altered or reshaped the overall genetic structure and ancestry of Egyptian population. I mean, you said earlier, no, it don't mean that. And the paper says the shit verbatim. It says it twice or even 3 times that we see a shift in the population and then a continuity thereafter. Now the DNA is burning out. They going off the denomorphology and the tissue changing. And now they got the DNA to accompany that. The fuck is wrong, dude? Dude smoking glass dick, bro.
It's substantially changed and altered and reshaped their view of the genetic structure of these folks.
Yeah, you're right. Remember Katie said that you can have just a few migrations over time, and how after change he did say that. And thank you for correcting that. Appreciate it. Because my enemies would have took advantage of it.
Oh yeah.
Appreciate that, bro.
You had like a dozen videos.
I can't make a mistake. We're gonna make a mistake. That's why it's good to have somebody to listen to. But if you got a pseudo-scientific department, you're in trouble.
Right.
Appreciate that correction right there, Joe. Misread that. We ain't fighting over that, is we? All right, let's come to this right here. All right. Now, do you want to talk about the substantial change? You want to talk about that? You think that's important? Because that's what it is?
Yeah. Well, okay. So what was it before? What did they used to think the genetic makeup of these people used to be?
Well, let's come right here for a minute.
Because I don't know that well enough to be able to. But they definitely saying something changed. So right now they're saying that they can.
Well, this proves you didn't read the paper, because the paper dives into, this is the abstract, right? So you're reading the introduction to abstract, or the main part of it after the abstract, and it's going to go into this later. But if you would have read the damn paper, it tells you that there was a change in the people from the Mesolithic and Neolithic period. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I don't even know if he's going to read through this whole damn paper, because he's going to let people on instead of reading the damn paper. Maybe you should focus on reading the paper, man. So let me control find Mesolithic. All right, you see that? Here it is here. This is within the ancestry of the NEWAYRAT genome. It clearly says here that this period is concomitant with the observed gene flow from Mesopotamia to Anatolia, which may have expanded into Egypt as well, and support a substantial. Remember, you said no, it was just ideas. Nope, this is a fucking Demic migration. What the fuck are you talking about? It said in support a substantial change in odontometric and dental tissue proportions occurred approximately 6,000 BC in the Nile Valley, with general continuity thereafter, along with marked temporal differences in substance, such as domestic plants and greater sedentism, and material cultures such as the introduction of pottery. This is indicative of discontinuity between the Mesolithic 8 to 7 millennium BCE and Neolithic populations. So that's what it's talking about, the altering and reshaping of the Egyptian population. There's a difference between those two. But if you would have read the fucking paper, you would know that. You would know that. Anyway. And this also corresponds with the flooding of the Nile and along the Nile not being inhabited around that time. And then we see it being repopulated again with the barbarians and whatnot. But I can't read. You over here fucking up like this. It's been an hour and 6 minutes. You've been fucking up this whole time.
You clearly see that this North.
Oh, how can I have happy 4th, everybody? I know I'm late. It's 1 a.m., but happy 4th. Hope y'all had a good 4th of July. Pop firecrackers, ate barbecue, and all that good shit.
Population has, their genetic makeup coincides with a lot of the North population, and they see, a 20% small tinge of.
So let's come here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, hold up, group N. All right, that's what they're talking about, right? And to give you the possible time, 55,000 to 70,000. Origin.
See, that's another thing that goes into this.
Okay, now watch this. It's clear. Possible place of origin. Asia, or East Africa. Okay,
Mhm,
what's the ancestor of it? L3. What's the descendant? Here you go. Here's all the descendants of it. Now that new article, right, give the place of origin of basal N, which is the most ancient in Africa. All right,
Okay.
in North Africa. All right. So it says there's widespread agreement in the scientific community concerning the ancestry of whole group L3 and N current clades. Now, however, whether or not we down here, the mutation which defined haplogroup M itself first occurred within Asia or Africa has been a subject of ongoing debate. Now let's see what the date is of this subject of ongoing debate. Mitochondrial lineages and one trace in early human black backflow to Africa. All right, that's the article right here. All right, okay, I'll talk about the out of Africa hypothesis. All right, y'all probably need to read this right here. The out of Africa hypothesis has gained generalized consensus. However, many specific questions remain unsettled. It says to know whether the two M and N macro haplogroups that colonized Eurasia were already present in Africa before the exit is puzzling. It says it has been proposed that East African clad M1 supports a single origin of haplogroup M in Africa. It says the validity of the hypothesis, the polymorphic analysis of 13 complete mitochondrial DNA mitochondrial sequences, 261 partial sequences belonging to haplogroup M1 was carried out. Then we go to results. It says the coalescence age of the African haplogroup M1 younger than those of M Asiatic clad is contradiction to the hypothesis of the East African origin for the modern human expansion out of Africa. Okay, it says the most ancestral M1 lineages have been found in Northwest Africa and in Near East instead of East Africa. It said M1 geographic contribution and the relative ages of its different subclass clearly correlate with those haplogroups U6 for which the Eurasian ancestor has been demonstrated. And to get into the conclusion, let's see what the conclusion is. And let's see what the date on this is. This date, they reached this conclusion, and you see the date on it? July 6th, 2007. You said that right, Joe?
Yep.
How many years is that from now? 7, 8, about 10 years ago, right?
Yep.
That's 7 years ago.
2007. Shoot, that's 18.
Did he say 10 years? He says about 10 years ago. And your math is fucking bad too. That's not 10 years, nigga. That's 18 years ago. What the fuck? And why are you looking at 2007? I'm gonna help you out, man. I'm gonna help you out. You want some up-to-date shit? Just come to me. Come to Papa. Talk to me. I'll give you some up-to-date papers. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Haplogroup. Let's see. Yeah. Because matter of fact, I can just go to my damn debate. I brought this up in one of my debates. And I think it was a 2021 article. Had it in what was it? Right here. South India. Yep, that's where it was. South India. This paper here. I can't even pull it up because download bias PDF. But in situ clustering, that's what I'm looking at right here. In situ clustering of mitochondrial DNA haplogroup N and M, but he just read about M, inferred from, what is it at? Complete mitogenomes of 2 tribal populations of southern India. So this paper clearly says that. We're going to open my Microsoft 365 login just real quick. Bear with me real quick. Why am I signed out of my Microsoft? All right, there we go. Skip for now. I don't want to do no skip. Oh my God. Skip. All right, there it is. Let me see if I can find. Is it in this one? Eurasians in North Africa. When did I bring that haplogroup in? When did Eurasians get to North Africa? I think it was in this one, or it was my next debate. I'm gonna let it play while I find it. But here's the paper here. So this paper suggests that mitochondrial haplogroup N actually started in India. Matter of fact, what I got on the screen here, I'll blow this up a little bit. It says the study reports that mitochondrial DNA haplogroup N diversity in 2 tribal populations in South India. The aim of the study was to analyze and establish a mitochondrial profile to know the genetic origin and relatedness of people in India. mtDNA variability of the complete mitochondrial genome was analyzed by Sanger's sequencing method. Our results revealed novel sublineage of haplogroup M2, M3, M6, M35, and 65 in the M ancestral lineage, indicating a deep in situ origin and spread of haplogroup N M lineages in India, shared with many tribal and caste populations. What does it mean? In situ. In situ means on, you know, in that location, in that area. And that includes the M ancestral lineage. So that's up to date. You don't got to go all the way to 2007, man. Come to Papa, I'll give you the sources. Anyway.
18 years ago, right? And the conclusion was, let's see, the N1 ancestor had an Asiatic, okay, its ancestor had an Asiatic origin. It say the earliest N1 expansion into Africa occurred in northwest instead of eastern area. It said this early spread reached the Iberian Peninsula, even affecting, what's this, the Basque? Am I saying it right? You see
I
that?
can't say this small. Let me go
Basque.
up.
I'll do it up. Oh, here we do it like
Oh, Basquez. B-A-S-Q-U-E-S, Basquez. That Q-U probably got a little taste of Basquez.
I say Basque. It's a Basque, like I said.
Okay.
Basque, yeah.
Oh, you're a bad boy.
Well,
I was going to make it French. Basquez.
that might be a French word, right?
Okay, might be.
That might be like a French word. What is the word? I remember other people living in Basque country in France. I told you. You said
I ain't never heard that word before. Okay, go.
Fitting body device extending from the shoulder. Okay, even affecting the basket. Maybe fitting the closeness or something like that is what they're basically trying to say. Huh. All right. The majority of the N1 lineages found outside and inside of Africa had a more recent East African origin, but Western and Eastern N1 lineages participated in the Neolithic colonization of the Sahara. The striking parallelism between the subclad ages and geographical distribution of N1 and its Northern African U6 counterpart strongly reinforces the scenario. Finally, the relevant fraction of N1A lineages present today in the European continent and nearby islands possibly had, what is this? Had a Jewish instead of a commonly proposed Arab Berber. How do they switch to that?
I don't know. But I think I've arrived at what the substantial change is.
Yeah, I think
let me say, yeah, they're saying that they used to kind of feel like a lot of this was influx coming from over in Asia. Now they strongly feel like it's right there in North Africa. It's not back migration.
Yeah,
it's not back migration.
It's the people come. You said it again, Joe?
So what I'm saying is, I think that the substantial change that they're talking about, they used to think that it was a lot of back migration that was feeding this.
You hear that? This dude is an idiot. He said that he thinks that the substantial change that they're talking about is that they used to think it was a bunch of back migration, but now they don't think that. That's not what they're saying. It's just saying that the population that was there before in the Mesolithic changed or reshaped the overall genetic structure. What processes changed this? Well, if you read above it, it tells you over the millennia spanning the dynastic period, Egypt witnessed several wide-ranging wars, occupation by foreign rulers, and dramatic episodes of internal political collapse in the first, second, and third intermediate periods. Together, these processes may have substantially altered or reshaped overall the genetic structure and ancestry of Egyptian population. That's what it says. We don't have to make shit up.
Genetic makeup. They're saying no. This is right. It's not back migration.
It is. It literally is. If you read the paper for what it says instead of making shit up as you go, just read the. Why is it so hard for y'all to just read papers? Why? Why is it so hard for y'all to just sit down and say, okay, damn it, that's what the paper, that's what they discovered, that's what they found out, that's what it is. You done made a scenario up in your damn head. Is not talking about that. Anyway.
It's from the local population. I think at least that's what I'm gathering. This substantial changes that they as far as the genetics. I could be off, but I mean that's what I'm. From you reading that article, that's what I'm catching.
I mean, it's something. So what's up with y'all?
What's up, man? How you doing?
What's going on, y'all?
Gotta come save the day. What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
Chilling, man. Just chilling, man. Just vibing in the crib. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know we doing our thing, so they don't mess it up, bro. You know how we doing it.
Yeah, it's something. Also, it's some gene flow. You know what I'm saying? Going from different directions, bro. It just so happened that the fastening of those genetics happen in their local area. Just so.
Thank you, Gullah. Thank you. He said they had gene flow, they had Eurasian. Let me slow down because he naturally talk fast, so you can't really catch what he's saying. Hold on.
You know, even though some might have came from
kind of this genetic makeup, they're saying no. This is right. It's not back migration. It's from the local population. I think at least that's what I'm gathering. This substantial changes that they as far as the genetics. I could be off, but I mean that's what I'm from you reading that other article. That's what I'm catching.
I mean, it's some gene flow. What's up with y'all?
What's up, man? How you doing, bro?
Thank you, Gullah. It's some gene flow. Thank you. Niggas are retarded, man.
going on, Gala?
Gala, come save the day. What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Chilling, man. Just chilling, man. Just vibing in the crib. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know we doing our thing so they don't mess it up, bro. You know how we doing it.
What do you mean they don't mess up? You've been messing up for an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's some. I would say it's some gene flow. You know what I'm saying? Coming from different directions, though. It just so happened that the fastening of those genetics happen in their local area. Just so you know, even though some might have came from Asia, some mutation migrated into North Africa and been in North Africa so long that it has its own sub branches that
Thank you. That's a back to Africa migration. Thank you. Motherfuckers been there so damn long, they are indigenous Africans, but that does not subtract their ancestry coming from outside the goddamn continent. That's why the top for all is 60% Natufian, which is Levantine. That's why the Moroccan Neolithic is primarily 80% Levantine, Neolithic Levantine. And this Egyptian, primarily Middle Neolithic Moroccan, which is Levantine-like. That's why, because these people have been moving in and out of this place for thousands of fucking years. So yes, what they're calling local ancestry is these North Africans that have been here, but they are themselves of a back to Africa migration. We know this because majority of their genomes are non-African. That's how we know. How do you get DNA? How do you inherit it? From your parents in the womb. That's how you inherit it. So they themselves descend from people outside of the damn continent. Why is that a hard pill for you Afrocentrics to swallow? Because you have this idea built in your brain, this preconceived notion that they have to fit this oneness ideology or homogenous ideology, man. This is ridiculous.
Mutated there.
As you take out that, did you read the ancient DNA from the Green Sahara reveals ancestral North African lineages yet?
Who gives a fuck about that paper? That paper don't have nothing to do with this damn paper. This ancient Egyptian does not have ancestral North African genome. It does not have that. Why do you keep bringing that up? It don't make no damn sense. You all over the place. Just read this fucking paper. Because a lot of the shit you said today or during this live shows you didn't fucking read the damn paper. Golly. Anyway.
Published the 2nd of April. You don't got that? Ooh, wait.
Yeah, Gullah.
Yeah, I got that one. Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah, Gullah. Me and Gullah was talking about it in the chat, so he does know about that paper. Everybody know about that paper, and y'all got excited for nothing. That paper not saying anything to help anything that's been said about Afrocentrics. Damn isolated group, a very old group that retained that old damn genetic signature that North Africa that doesn't exist today. It died out. Nobody has it today. North Africans don't have it today. The ancient Egyptian didn't have it.
That's a good one there, boy.
That's the one I'm saying I got to dive into. I don't know that.
We're going to do that.
Yeah, y'all late. We already dived into it. You niggas need to learn how to read, man. Remember, right here, Uncle said, you don't know how to read. Nigga, you ain't even read the fucking paper. I'm watching the video. You ain't reading it because right after this, more people get on the panel. Look, right here. Speed this shit up. I slowed it down because Gullah, he speaks fast naturally. So speed him up. You can't barely tell what he's saying.
No, that's a serious right there, bro. I'm going to say this one.
Just what you asking for the link? Oh.
Just the one beat up to 10 year. The one we just read, they saying no. That North African thing, that's a homegrown. That's a homegrown thing right there.
Yeah, homegrown.
Homegrown. African populations more so than the Asian population. I'm saving that. I want them to come up.
Yeah, for sure.
That's not what this paper is saying. This paper literally says a discontinuity in population. This paper literally says that the signal in the Middle Neolithic Moroccans points towards to multiple migrations from the Levant. It literally says that. Like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing, but I know you're not reading this paper. If you would have went here, All except the QPANA models showed the presence of ancestry related to Middle Neolithic Morocco in the NEWAYRAT genome. Therefore, our results indicate shared ancestry across North Africa during this period. Shared across, meaning Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco, all across there, they got shared ancestry that goes back to this Middle Neolithic population in the SKH, right? And consequently, that local Egyptian Neolithic population contributed genetically to early dynastic and Old Kingdom people, as indicated from material culture and bioarchaeological analysis. However, because the genomes from Middle Neolithic Morocco had previously been modeled to comprise both Ibero-Mauritian-like, which Ibero-Mauritian is 60% Levantine, and Levantine Neolithic ancestry components, which we corroborated. They corroborated this with the extended data, with the distal graphs, right? The affinity to Levantine Neolithic groups could reflect several migration events. Bang, right there. Just read the damn Bible. Read the Bible. Read the goddamn source. Just read it. We don't need y'all up here pontificating a whole goddamn hour. You see, when I broke this paper down, I pulled the paper up and read directly from it. And do this bullshit you doing, man. All you did was preach majority of the damn show. Read the damn paper. Come on, man. It says to explore these alternative hypotheses in detail, further ancient DNA studies on pre-Bronze Age genomes from North Africa required. Now watch this. Showed this already. Go to the additional. Recapitulation is good because you got to remind motherfuckers what we actually talking about, right? As you can see here, standard data. What does that say? It's the NEWAYRAT individual. Majority of his ancestors Levant Neolithic. Zagros. Morocco Epipaleolithic, which itself is also mixed with Levantine. Look at that. Morocco Neolithic. Majority of the ancestry Levant Neolithic. Y'all can't read. You can't read. And it's literally in the goddamn paper we're talking about. You can't read and you don't want to read. How about that?
Yeah, I think we've been saying that for a while. All right, hold on. Let me drop the link. We drop the link for everybody getting here. All right, and then I want to get into the, yeah, so, oh, shoot. I don't want to get off, of course.
This is like U6, you know what I'm saying, for example. You know what I'm saying, the mitochondrial DNA of North Africa. Of course, you know what I'm saying, the parent lineage came from Eurasia, but you know what I'm saying, a lot of sub branches been in North Africa so long, they became indigenous, you know what I'm saying?
Right, Gullah, exactly. Their parent groups come from outside of Africa, but they've been in North Africa so long, they're indigenous North Africans. That's all that means. Indigenous does not mean motherfucker had to be there forever. Then nobody would be fucking indigenous. Because human populations migrate from one source and they spread out. That's the human experience. We spread out. Started in Africa, the humans went into the Arabian Peninsula, some went into Europe, some went into what we now call China, the Americas, Australia, the islands in between that, the oceanic region. What makes you indigenous somewhere is just being there for a long time. North Africa has been there a long time. We know this because we see the Middle Neolithic, we see the IAM, we see the Tafarat. We know more about North African people than we do Sub-Saharan African people, because all of the ancient remains that we have found there.
And create mutations in those local regions itself. You know, this is how gene flow and you know what I'm saying, stuff happen like this. So, you know.
Let me get, hold on. All right, I'm a pen.
So why would somebody say his parents not so there was a statement made. I don't want to call his name out because I ain't trying to bang on him. But he was saying he's not from the ancient Egyptians. His parents moved there. Why would somebody say that? You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nobody say that. No, yo. I know, yo.
I tell the truth. I shall not lie.
I can do that. Oh, Christian. All right, hold on.
I know, man. That's my Christianity doing it.
All right, so hold on, let me see. Let me get the dual ancestry here. I don't want to jump around. I want to stay coherent, man. Let me get back to being coherent for a minute, yo. But then goes is in the building. Yo. Hard way. And pseudo kill official. What's going on? What it do? Sosa.
Too much, man. Shit. What's up, everybody?
Hey,
What's going on?
Making sure that the both sides don't jump out the window with the food. I'm not allowing it.
Social jumped on just to start some trouble, man. Nobody paying no attention.
Black eat your barbecue. Brother Reggie.
Hey, brother Unc, how are you? How's everybody else?
Man, y'all Arch affiliate. I'm not going to say you in the science department.
Shooting them twins at us.
You got it.
Unc, you're doing a really great job because you're not missing anything. So I'm you know, look, y'all don't know, Unc is my friend, right? We just disagree.
Yeah, I know. If Reggie agreed with you, you're doing something wrong. You did miss. And if biblical DNA want to come on at this point, this is about to be a yapping session right now. You can come on, man. I just had to cover this shit. Remember, I'm watching this with virgin eyes. I did not see this prior to this, so I didn't see biblical DNA video, but the little clips that he showed me, there was no issues with it. Unc, you made several fucking mistakes. Several damn things that you said several things that didn't make no damn sense. Oh my God. The 20% Moroccan DNA don't mean you got ancestors that came from Morocco. I mean, not Morocco, excuse me, Mesopotamia. That was crazy.
But my uncle has always been my friend, right? So what you will get to is present day Egyptians, and that is the hidden killer in it, because the present day Egyptians say that they are the ancient Egyptians, and Dr. Shamaka Kita said that he would stand on the fact that these people are not the Bedarian groups, but they have absorbed DNA from the Bedarians. But we'll get there. But
man, wait a minute. I'm kind of lost, y'all.
Yes,
somebody help me.
Yes,
hold on, can I say something real quick? Y'all can straighten me out.
We didn't cut Reggie off.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I just think that it's real simple.
Biblical DNA, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? Not much. Chilling. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. No, I couldn't. What'd you say? I went to the back, so I couldn't hear you if you said anything.
Now you can't hear me?
No, like before, like when I asked, wait, that was it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were talking about the video that we're watching. So yeah, he only showed like a few like seconds of what you said, and then he kind of misrepresented everything. So what you got, man?
Well, I don't know what's up with that. Like that's just very odd. You know what I think it is though? If you can go on to his page, it's the one video. Go to his videos, and it's the one that he did with Ngozi and Kieta. I put a comment on there about 3 or 4 days ago, and it was regarding Angel 1972 citation that Kieta used for Ngozi regarding the Natufians having tropical bodies or something like that. Yeah, go to videos. Click on videos. There you go. And it's the third one.
This one here.
Yep. You can see my comment down there. He never responded to it. But I think this is what all of this is about. I mean, he could just commented and he could have just dialogued with me. I would have helped him out because, as we know, Kieta is not the expert on this topic. He should have been interviewing Rich Jacobs. You know, it's somebody from that paper is the person they should have been interviewing. Shouldn't be trying to target me. I just skinned the paper really fast. Actually, you know what? I was gonna actually do the Sarmatian paper. There was a brand new paper that was published in June 10th, I think. I want to talk about that, but as soon as I started putting a video together, Isaac Lazardus posted the link that he did the interview about this paper on his X account. And so as soon as I saw it, I'm like, well, gotta go ahead and do a video on this.
Wait. So he did an interview on the paper, Isaac?
Yeah, if you can go on X, or you can do one of my videos. It's, I think, my last video, the one I just did today, it's in the description box. I read it today.
All right, hold on. I gotta pull it.
Yeah, if you want to read this real fast too. I mean, I think this is what this is all about. And if this is what it's all about, you could have just hit me up, just commented on it, you know?
Yeah. He said a bunch of outdated research was cited in this video. Angel 1972, are we serious right now? The Natufian culture samples that were able to be sequenced are specifically under E1B1B. According to Lazarus et al., Natufians are referred to as the basal Eurasian ancestry. Chronology: Paleolithic, Epipaleolithic, Neolithic, Chalcolithic, Bronze Age. There were population genetic shifts during the chronology mentioned for the Levant and North Africa. The people in these populations migrated, and there were admixture events that took place. The fact that we have published genome evidence of the NEWAYRAT 3rd to 4th dynasty sample, which proves to be highly related to the Natufian culture, provides evidence that people were migrating from West Asia into Southwest Asia and into Northeast Africa. Tropical Bodies, Soikita has refuted himself by denying that Near Eastern farmers migrated into North Africa. With NEWAYRAT 001, this individual sample provides the genetic evidence of Natufian culture, Anatolia farmer, and Iranian Mesolithic.
Mm-hmm.
It is very unlikely that NEWAYRAT 001 carried East African ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
3. From what I have personally calculated is that NEWAYRAT 001 carried roughly around 4% East African related ancestry to similar. We do know with the paper that this is pretty much canceled out. He has no East African or West African.
Exactly. And guess what? I posted this comment before that this paper dropped. It was before. If you look at it, I posted this comment, and then 3 hours later, because I talked to Fortune about it, 3 hours later, that's when the paper dropped.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I posted this comment in the morning time 2 days ago. So before that paper dropped, this is when I posted this comment. Because Chris MVP Harris also made a comment about the Egyptians, and I put a comment on his too. And that was before the paper dropped also.
Okay. Okay. It says the mtDNA of this individual belong to I9, which have occurred in West Asia, and you give the papers there. While his Y-DNA Y222180 is linked exclusively to North African. And further, what we showed today that it's Arabian Iranian.
Yep.
Through family tree.
Yep.
And further evidence shows that this sample is similar to Near Eastern people today, with quite a few matches. Oh, you got it right here. In Peninsula. And then you said update due to publication after my original comment. Y-DNA E1B1, 1B12B, and mtDNA is I/N1A1B2. Admixture, Morocco Middle Neolithic 77.6, Mesopotamia 22.4.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And I think this is what this is all about. He couldn't just simply comment and just talk to me one-on-one or ask Garfield to hit me up, because Garfield has my phone number. So he could have just asked, hey, Garfield, talk to your boy Biblical DNA, and just call him up. I want to talk to him. And the thing is so he wants to call me out, but why doesn't he call Kieta out for? That's the man he needs to call out right there. Tropical Bodies, man.
With the bad information, huh? Where's the I'm looking for Chris's comment. Let me see.
No, he did a video. You can go to his channel. He did a video, I think, on when is that? Tuesday, I think it was. Monday, Tuesday.
What's his Chris Harris?
MVP. No, you gotta put MVP in the middle. Yeah, I tried doing that. Yeah, space. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
live, I think.
It's
I think,
West.
let me see.
These niggas don't know what it, this one here
is the ANKH. Yeah, that's it, because he talks shit about Garfield and Ankh. Yeah, so that's it.
You said you go to Egypt, you find a third dynasty mummy to get DNA sequence, and the third dynasty mummy that was able to be sequenced then turned out to be genetically black or carried the skin pigmentation black, like you were claiming. Actually, it was, but this is before you got the paper. Sorry.
Yeah.
It said, I mean, where have you been? This has been known about since the start of February. Yeah, we've been talking about this shit since when it first leaked out in February.
Mhm.
And the genome was publicly published around April.
Yeah.
You can continue to cope while more samples are sequenced and published, which the evidence is found in archaeology that these people were migrating through West Asia, Southwest Asia, Northeast Africa. And the evidence is found through animals and crop cultivating dating back, dating back between 6,000 and 4,000 BCE in dynastic Egypt. Let's see what he says.
I don't think, did he respond to it? No, it's me. Yeah. This was somebody else responding to me, telling me something. I forgot. You got to look at all comments. But anyways, you know who Andre DNA is?
I have no clue.
Okay, so you definitely need to watch this April video on this. I can send you the link. He did, or you can just look his channel up. It's Andre ANDREI space DNA. Yep. That's it. He did a video on this sample way before anybody else. He was the first one because I don't know if he's a geneticist or a data scientist or like bioinformatics specialist, but this guy knows his stuff. Like he can download raw data, DNA data.
I know this guy. I've seen his video.
Egypt, yeah. He speaks freely too. He don't care. Like he gonna say how he feels about it. You see that? So Garfield played this video on his channel. How come Ankh didn't say shit about this?
Hold on, let's let it play. Man, they too Afrocentric, man. It gotta be a black person saying it.
Of Egypt is one of the most remarkable periods in ancient Egyptian
fair use
history, often referred to as the Age of the Pyramids. It lasted from around 26th century BCE to 21st century BCE and includes the 3rd through the 6th dynasties. The Old Kingdom is best known for its massive pyramid constructions, especially the pyramids of Giza. For this video, I gathered the raw DNA of a 26th century BC male from NEWAYRAT in Egypt. This genome may help shed light on the genetic structure of ancient Egyptians. First thing I did with this genome is that I ran it through Eurogene's K13. I wasn't too surprised by the result. The sample came up closest to modern Egyptians and lacked any sub-Saharan African ancestry. Keep in mind that the 11% Northeast African it scores is not sub-Saharan, but rather West Eurasian in origin, and comes from Ibero-Mauritian admixture rather than any West African origin. Then I ran the sample through QP admixture and computed its FST to various modern groups. According to the FST analysis, this sample came up closest to, you guessed it, modern Egyptians. I found it quite interesting that the sample was closer to Ukrainians than it was to Somali, and closer to Udmurts than to any sub-Saharan African population. In fact, sub-Saharan Africans, along with Australians, were the groups furthest from this sample. Then I ran this sample through QUIBBLE, which is an academic tool developed by Harvard and is more reliable than GET match calculators. The best run I did on this sample got a p-value of 0.56. Keep in mind that a p-value above 0.05 is considered passing and valid. This was also the only model I have made without an African source. It's quite interesting that the best pass was with a model without an African source. According to this model, this sample is roughly half Ibero-Mauritian, which is West Eurasian, 37% Zuzwana, which is also West Eurasian, 4% Western hunter-gatherer, which is also West Eurasian, and 8% ancient North Eurasian, which is also West Eurasian. All in all, this sample is entirely West Eurasian and has no connection to sub-Saharan Africa whatsoever. This sample carried the Y lineage E1b.
Yep, you see, the reason why he's saying that because the Ibero-Mauritian component, the North African component, is West Asian. It's heavily West Asian. It's a back migrated component. Anyway.
ECTS 10880, which is found in East Africa among Semitic and Cushitic speakers. Most likely, West Eurasians introduced this subclade into Eastern Africa. Now let's move on to his trait predictor results. Here is his predicted phenotype. He was predicted to have brown eyes, black hair, light brown skin tone, wavy hair, and a snub nose shape. He was predicted to be a warrior, meaning quick dopamine reuptake and lower dopamine levels, had intermediate odds of autism, was likely lactase persistent. In fact, he carried a European variant for lactase persistence, had intermediate empathy levels, intermediate odds of obesity, and decisively blood type O. Moving on to his GWAS health predictor results, he is predicted to have had high odds of a heart attack, coronary artery disease, skin cancer, which is a predominantly European condition, multiple sclerosis, which is also a very European condition, and type 2 diabetes. He had average odds of bipolar disorder type 1, average odds of schizophrenia. He scored low for odds of Alzheimer's, low for odds of autism, low for odds of Parkinson's, and low for odds of type 1 diabetes. You can purchase his genome from a link in the description of the video. In the description, you will also find links to Andre DNA products and services, which include my
Yeah, he was a little bit off on some of that because in the official published paper doesn't say all that, but
Yeah, but remember, this is something that he's doing. Like Ted Kendall, these are people that know how to do this. Like me, I'll be taking bioinformatics in the fall coming up for my master's degree under data science. So I'm going to be learning all of this to be able to do this, if that makes sense. So he can do all this stuff. So that means he has training. I don't know if he has lab training, if he's like a bioinformatics or he's a geneticist, but he has the ability to do this. And he posted this video back in April, if I'm not mistaken. If you can look at the post date, I think it was April. But yeah, he was able to do all of that without reading what Moretz Jacobs, has on her paper, if that makes sense. Besides the February release of the PhD thesis.
all right, you said you had the interview. Let me go to your.
Yeah, it's an article.
Oh, it's
yeah.
an article.
Say again?
It's an article.
Yeah, it's an article. Yeah, I'm very censored on here. You got to do underscore DNA. Yeah, I'm censored. Yeah.
Welcome to the biblical.
All right, go to live. It's the last live I just did, and just pause the video real quick, and you can look in the description.
All right.
This should be. I can't remember.
That's a Nature.
I think it's the DW one. But all of these are good. When you get time, I would highly recommend skimming through them, because a lot of details, significant details, are written by different scholars. Is David Reich actually is quoted in one of them. I think it's the English one, but just try that DW one. I think it's that one. Should be blue at the top when you open the article. That dw.com/en/DNA shows ancient Egyptians had surprising foreign roots.
Okay, I got it.
See if it's that one. I think it's that one.
And Lazarus is on this one, right?
Let me see. Yeah, he speaks on this one. You can just do a quick Control F and just do Lazarus, but I'm pretty sure he's written in this. He's quoted in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it. It says, while it's difficult to draw broad conclusions from a single individual, this groundbreaking article provides a first glimpse into the genetics of early Egypt, a region that has long been a critical gap in the ancient DNA map. Okay. So it's a quote. I thought it was going to be a whole,
Nah, they just quoted him. David Reich is quoted in another one that I read today. I don't know if it's the National Geographic or it's that English one. But yeah, they quoted different experts in different articles to see, I guess, what their perspective is, what they gathered from the new information. Because a lot of these geneticists have been waiting for an ancient Egyptian sample.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy, man. He got your name in the title, but he didn't even play your shit. he didn't even play it really.
Yeah, it's all good. I don't know. He could, like I said, he could have just commented if he had. I mean, the problem I think evolves around Kieta, and I don't know. That's if he thinks he's a great scholar, to each his own. But I don't. Where I stand at, and I can't speak for you, but you can probably say that Kieta is not the person I would be going to regarding ancient Egyptian DNA and archaeogenetics.
I told him that while we were on the I think we were on the panel together. I told him, like, you need to really go to these other geneticists, and he was like, "Nah, I ain't going to." So I'm like, "All right."
Yeah.
several geneticists you can go to that deal with North Africa, not just Egypt, that deal with North Africa. You need to be interviewing them.
Right.
You know, the Green Sahara paper. What do you think about? They keep bringing that Green Sahara paper up. What do you think about their opinion on that?
Nah, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I was half sleeping trying to listen to them. Like,
they think the Green Sahara paper proves that Egyptians would be ancestral North African like.
Okay. No, right.
There's no evidence of that.
Right.
There's no that we haven't any of these genomes point towards that. There's no evidence at all genetically to prove that they had the ancestral North African autosomal structure or whatever.
Is that the same one that quoted that cited the Absir Malek samples, or no?
No, it doesn't quote that one. No.
Okay.
It's just dealing with Southwest Libyans, the Takakori individuals, the two girls.
Okay. I don't know.
It brings up the Tafarad Indians, the Tafarad samples too, and that 36.5% Sub-Saharan African is actually ancestral North African.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he keeps saying, "Oh, this means that." No, it doesn't. The Kori people are genetically closer to Slati Kun, and Slati Kun, I think, is a ancient Central European. I'm like, y'all not reading these papers, bro. Y'all not fucking reading it.
Yeah, that whole triangle has them, the Europeans right on top, right? And that triangle, that PCA.
Yep. Yeah. Look, I can show you right here. Look, here's that Green Sahara paper. It said, we next explored the direct genetic affinity between the Takakori and the outer African ancestry found in all non-African modern humans, in contrast to African groups. For this, we computed F4 statistics of the form F4. Saluti Kun, a 45,000-year-old upper Paleolithic individual from Czechia, was used as a proxy for outer African ancestry, as it is probably the oldest modern human sequence to date and represents the known human lineage after the outer Africa lineage split from African lineages. Our results show positive values for the Takakori, indicating that it is genetically closer to Salati Kun than to sub-Saharan Africans, including Mota, a 4,500-year-old genome from East Africa. So, I mean,
this was recently published. Was it published in April?
In April, yeah.
That's why I was crammed studying for finals and whatnot. Like I had a really bad April.
Oh.
Yeah, I was too busy to really. I only read a little bit of this. I'm gonna have to reread it.
Yeah. Read it. We read it from top to bottom, and it's not. I don't know what they see in this paper. This paper don't help them at all. Any of the dumb shit they be saying. And the sample has 7% Levantine DNA and Neanderthal DNA too.
Yeah, I see that. This percentage is less than a quarter of the Neanderthal ancestry in segments longer than 0.05 centimeters found in Tefla and Neolithic Morocco individuals 0.6 to 0.9% and about 10-fold lower than to most. Okay, so higher than.
Yeah, it says this pattern suggests that the Takakori individuals here received a small amount of ancestry from outer African groups. That's what it says. But this idiot will say this doesn't prove people moved in. It was just cultural. Shut up.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Like, so when I found out, I saw it just came up actually on my my feed because he used my biblical DNA, so I guess it just came up on my feed. Like I saw it, and I'm like, oh, my name, like my handle's in there. So I clicked on it, and like they were just like cussing back and forth with Ngozi with somebody else. And so I'm like, you know, what's this? Like, what's going on? Why is biblical DNA in there, right? And this is like towards the end. I think it's like probably at like the 6 hour, something like that, 5:59, something like that. But I asked him what's going on, like what's the issue, and he said he had a problem with Mesopotamian, and I'm like, do you know what that sample is? Like, what's the sample ID? Because you know me, I actually looked at the data set. That's something that I want to finish reading. I'm going through. Have you actually gone through the supplementary file? And because I found out that he had a you know what a bun is in the back of the head? It's like it's actually, I think it actually comes from like Neanderthals, but this individual had like a little bun on the back of his head at the bottom of his head.
Like a bun, like hair, or are you talking about like what are
A
you talking
bun, like a skull bun, like it's like a little bun. It starts with the O. Give me a second.
about? Okay. A bun. Back of his
Yeah.
head.
Yeah, he had that little thing in the back of his head at the bottom of his head. I forget what it's called though. It's like it said it comes from Neanderthals originally, but like all the stuff that I've researched says that it comes from Neanderthals.
North Africans, on average, have more Neanderthal genes than sub-Saharan Africans do.
It's aceto bun, OCCIPITAL bun. He had one of those in the back of his head. Let me see. It's in the supplementary material.
He definitely is going to have Neanderthal genes because look, the SKH population, they have a lot of Neanderthal in relation to the other populations. They have a lot of Neanderthal genes as well. On the ancestry, as you can see here, look, Morocco, SKH, these two samples.
Yeah, that's what's interesting because he had that little bun on the back of his head in the supplementary material. And I'm like, wow, you know, that's very significant because I don't think, and somebody asked in the comments earlier if it speaks about Neanderthal in the genome.
It doesn't say it in the paper, but he definitely has it because again, look at the populations. He's mixed with Mesopotamian, Middle Neolithic, Moroccan. Those populations have Neanderthal admixtures, so no way he has it. Yeah.
So back to the Mesopotamian Middle Neolithic. So basically he asked me about that, like what I said about it. I'm like, well, what is Mesopotamian Middle Neolithic? And what I found out in the data set is that it took a whole bunch of samples from Turkey and the 2 samples from Iraq, the Demic 2 samples. And they basically use that as Mesopotamia Middle Neolithic. And then also Morocco, I told him I think wait a minute. I'm so exhausted. So Morocco is the Middle Neolithic and the Mesopotamia is just Neolithic, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, the Morocco Middle Neolithic, that admixture, there's 2 different type of admixtures. One admixture shows that he has some sub-Saharan African in that sample, and it's a female. That's the sample that they use, it's a female. So one admixture I saw shows that she has some sub-Saharan admixtures, like 8% or something like that. And then another one shows that she doesn't have any sub-Saharan admixture. I can give you the numbers. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, you know, he getting upset because this flies in the face of his idea of what do you call it, of Egypt.
Right. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
He said earlier, he said in the beginning of the video they don't have anything to do with Levantine people. I'm like, they literally do.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely said it right. That the Moroccan Middle Neolithic did have a Levantine component, right?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, and so that's exactly what it shows. Like in one of the admixtures that he has around, or she has around, 39.03% Natufian, 26.71% Anatolia Neolithic.
You there? Or did we lose you? I think we lost you. You there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. I think we lost you for a second. What were you saying? She had what now?
Which one? When do you lose me at?
You said something about 39%, and then you were about to say 20, I think.
Okay, so that's 39% for Natufian, 26.71% for Anatolia Neolithic. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so Caucasus Hunter gathered 12.21%, Sub-Saharan African 8.52%, Iran Neolithic 7.01%, and then like I think it's Western Hunter gatherer 3.63%. And then the other one I mixture on Explore Your DNA. This calculator predicted Levant pre-pottery Neolithic B 74.33%, Morocco Taferlat 22.91%, Western Hunter Gatherer 2.25.
All right, we lost you again.
Dang. All right. Yeah, I'm on my phone, so can you hear me?
I can hear you now. You're back.
Yeah, it's when I go to YouTube because I'm reading off of my YouTube because I put it in the post. But yeah, Levant pre-pottery Neolithic B 74%, Taferlat 22%, Western Hunter Gatherer 2.25%, and Yemnaya 0.5%. And he basically would distance in modern times with Egyptians, Bedouins, and Saudis. Majority is Yemenites, though.
Yeah, but to them, that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah,
that shouldn't be the case because they believe that well, not but Reggie and all those guys, they believe that the people that are there now, they flipped the population. They came in, took over, and it was a population turnover. So the original population is not there anymore. That's how they teach it. You know, so even though the paper says right here, it clearly says, let me get to it. Let me share this tab here.
Hey, real quick, the AI frontier, the Amorites, did they just carry E1B1B or did they carry other haplogroups? He said all that pottery you talking about belongs to Amorites. E3B modern Egyptians are mostly Amorites. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that don't make no damn sense.
I had somebody on my comment on my post on my community. This person said that this individual is a Hyksos and that this is not an Egyptian. And I'm like, bro, this is 3rd, 4th dynasty, not 15th dynasty. So
yeah.
they
wrong time period.
Hyksos, yeah. Moors are Amorites. Great.
There's one line in the paper that kills all of them. The NEWAYRAT individual is genetically most similar to present-day people in North Africa and West Asia. So
And that's perfect for the Y-DNA and the mtDNA. That like literally fits perfect with the modern day matches.
Yeah.
What are the odds? Like, could you imagine years of mine like having perfect matches to where our Y-DNA and our mtDNA is at, like matching autosomal also?
Yeah. That means they've been there for a while. That means they've been there for a while, man. They've been there for thousands of years. They just didn't pop up with the with Islam like they try to say. It's crazy. AI, wait, what do you mean keep? Hey, AI, I never heard your voice, man. Go ahead and hit that link. Go ahead and hit that link for me, brothers. I'm gonna go back to this video and see what else they were talking about. I'm not watching all of this, but I'm gonna watch some of it. It's 6 hours.
Yeah, you gotta put that thing on 2.2 speed. Yeah.
I got it on 1.75 already.
Oh man. They don't do faster. It's just 2. Dang, man.
I can't go to, but I want to be able to understand what they're saying. Look, I'll try 2. Let me try 2, see what happens.
Hey, bet you can go like 4x.
No, hell no. I won't be able to understand nothing. I won't be able to understand anything that's being said, bro.
I can't. I gotta go through some of these fucking pseudo ass videos on there, especially from Richie from Boston and some of these other dudes, man. Like, these people are nuts.
I know.
The section where Dr. Shamaka Keita talks about the modern Egyptians and play that will end all the Chichi and Haha, right?
They related to them, though.
Yes, they're related, but that's because they absorb because of the how can I say, because of these populations. That's why the modern day Egyptians have sub-Saharan, because it was absorbed in it. But
hold on, what? Now I gotta slow that down, man. I gotta slow that down. There's some dumb shit he's saying right now.
Hey Reggie, I explained this to you at the end of the show. Dynastic Egyptians was not fully Bedouins. There has been constant absorbance in different layers of time. Also, we're not going to say that there were not back migrations. Some markers that they labeled as the early Eurasian are not early Eurasian. Basal N could have developed in ancestral North Africans based off what Unc is going to bring up later. But a lot of the Eurasians diverged from mtDNA-N, and mtDNA-N diverged from ancestral East African.
Yeah.
That migrated up there a very long time ago, before it even became mtDNA-N. And then N get rid of the Eurasians.
See,
we can't play
for themselves. Bedoras are a mixture of things themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Gullah and Ngozi gonna keep it real. Thank God, man. Shit.
Here is the problem. Yes, they are. But here's the problem.
We're gonna let Sosa go. Go ahead. What's the problem?
Okay, so the problem is in Ngozi. What is the title of this particular article that we're reading?
Old Kingdom Ancestry, the Old Kingdom Egyptian.
Old Kingdom.
Right.
So in one sense, all this back migration and stuff like that, they have been absorbed into the African population. Right? So the chronology. So when we're dealing with this one particular individual, and we all have to say that this is one individual. One individual.
That's what Unc said. That's the point.
And that's the point. But what in Ngozi, what I can't wrap my head about around is what is your love for this back migration? It's part of the story.
Well, I'm gonna.
Well, you can't speak about North Africa without speaking about a back migration, because they literally result from a back migration. I literally want to debate by just breaking down how that North Africans are related to Middle Easterners because of it, and I'm gonna show you right here. What you got? Here, you open your mic. What's going on?
Yo, so this is exactly what Kieta also told Ngozi in that video that I showed you with my comment below. That's the same thing that he told Ngozi, that basically he tried to deny that ever occurred, that they might back migrated into the land as farmers and stuff like that. He said that never happened. That never occurred.
Yeah, that's false. See, that's why he needs to get people on his panel, other than Soikita, other geneticists that are actively working on this issue, like this person here, Jose M. Saradell, right? In that paper, it says Model B shows North African populations splitting from the Middle East in a back to Africa movement. This is the model mostly supported in previous analysis by population structure and admixture F3 approaches. So this is the model that made that gets the most support, has the most going for it. North African populations literally split from Middle Eastern populations in a back to Africa movement. So when he says, what is your love for that? No, that's what the evidence is pointing towards. You don't like it because you're a fucking racist, and you don't like North Africans because you call them invaders and they're liars and they're stealing black people's culture. Shut the hell up. This is the truth right here. We're dealing with science. Anyway, go back to that. Where are we at? Here we go.
I'm gonna ask you a question without being biased.
Hold stop a minute. Just stop. Everybody stop. So I heard that question is damn near loaded, but the article is clearly talking about a back migrating genome that come into their genome. They got to be talking about them coming back in.
That's the whole purpose of the paper.
Yeah, that's the whole purpose of the paper. So I ain't gonna say, come on, go ahead and go. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely. And also, Reggie, without being biased, we want to get the audience and the people to start to research more and not just go by he say or just talk. Back migration is part of the human story. It's part of the African story. We can't deny that. We're not going to play like they denied it. It doesn't matter if they have back migration. The culture that was created or the civilization that was created over there was 100% African. But we're not going to deny any element that make up the population groups that was responsible for doing what they did. That's part of the African human story. So to deny the back migration element is to be biased, is to be racist, and to play stupid, childish games. I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm saying that's what people are doing. That includes white people, that denies indigenous.
Hey, Gozy, that is what he's doing. I know you're trying to be nice and trying to be political here, politically correct. You know that's what he's doing. That's why you brought it up. But you know these niggas will cry if you say that. So let me speed it back up.
Layers, and it also includes the super blackologist who only wants to talk about this extreme black element. That's a problem. That's not reality. That's not the reality that was going on in this transcontinental country called Egypt. This is the place where humans diverge out, go through drift, and slightly come back in. And then when they go out a little bit, they don't go that far before they come back in. So that's the whole purpose.
Yeah,
whoa, you got Sosa.
My bad. I'm just saying, you talk about agriculture.
Before we hear Sosa, let's go to this paper here. Modeling the demographic history of modern North African genomes point to a recent soft split divergence between populations. Hey, get Jose M. Saradell on your show. Reach out to him, email him, and that's who you need to interview. Keep going to Soikita. So it says here, we conducted a comprehensive analysis of 364 genomes to construct detailed demographic models for the North African region, encompassing its two primary ethnic groups, the Arab and the Amazi population. This was achieved in approximate Bayesian computation with deep learning ABC-DL framework with a novel algorithm called genetic programming for population genetics, GP4PG. This innovative approach enabled us to effectively model intricate demographic scenarios utilizing a subset of 16 whole genomes at greater than 30x coverage. The demographic model suggested by GP4PG exhibited a closer alignment with the observed data compared to the ABC-DL model. Both, look, here are the models, Reggie. Both point to a back to Africa origin of North African individuals in a close relationship with Eurasian populations. There it is. This is up-to-date science. This paper came out last year, 2024. Up-to-date science. Results support different origins for Amazi and Arab population. The Amazigh population originated back in the Epipaleolithic times, while GP4PG supports Arabization as the main source of the Middle Eastern ancestry. The GP4PG model includes population substructures surrounding populations, Sub-Saharan Africa and Middle East, with continuous decaying gene flow after population split. Contrary to ABCDL, the best GP4PG model does not require pulses of admixture for surrounding populations into North Africa, pointing to soft splits as drivers of divergence in North Africa. Conclusion, we have built a demographic model on North Africa that points to a back to Africa expansion and a differential origin between Arabs and Amazigh populations. Basically, the Amazigh population diverged Holocene on forward, and the Amazigh population Paleolithic time is when it split off from the other Eurasian group, and the Arab population split off later from the Holocene onward. And it says it here. Let me go down to the graph just to demonstrate that. But the point is, these two populations that make up North Africa split off other Eurasian populations, as you guys can see here. About 18.1 thousand years ago, the Amazigh split. And about 8.6 thousand years ago, the Middle Eastern Arabs split. What did they split from? A common population of Eurasians, or Western Eurasians, which is responsible for Middle Eastern, North African, Arab, and responsible for the European lineage. They all split, as you can see here. Around 18,000 years ago, these Amazigh are Epipaleolithic North African split from other Eurasians. They diverge from other Eurasians. They back migrate into Africa. This is why the Tafarat have majority of their DNA being Natufian-like or Levantine-like. This is why. This is all back to Africa migrations that we're seeing here. This is why the Middle Neolithic DNA is majority Levantine in Morocco. This is why. There you have it.
You just look at the crops and animals. You're talking about agricultural goats, particular, subspecies of cattle. After all that trade and mixing and match, you think people ain't finna intermarry and have sex, y'all? Come on, man. You gotta be crazy.
And then this individual right here, people not paying attention. He's close to Neolithic Moroccans at 80%. Neolithic Moroccans, which is North Africans, but the proxy that they used was Neolithic Moroccans. It's called Skillet Rasul, if you read it. Those people using it as a proxy was a combination of Takahari, that was found in Libya, which is what Uncle be talking about, what people talk about later, and Zubzana, that back migrated a very long time ago, and the people that sit on the Sinai, which was the same thing, which was Takahari and post-Natufian people that were related to pre-Proto Neolithic that did not have the CHG signal. So even though he's Neolithic North African is also distinct from Epipaleolithic North Africans. And if you go further back, they're farly distinct from early Assyrian population in the Middle Stone Age, even though they share all those layers in time because they drift from one another. It's kind of complex. So don't think that because it says Neolithic North African, this is the same thing as Epipaleolithic North Africans, because it's only that in layers and shared. So Neolithic North African represents, it's a pulse right there. This is a phase. This is not what people are thinking. It still has layers that's related to post-Natufians that back migrated. Look at the people that use as a proxy in there. It's distinct from Bronze Age Levantines, which had the...
Thank you. These people are related to Levantines that back migrated into Africa. Thank you, Ngozi. Thank you. And the paper literally says this, what he's talking about, when it says the DNA in the Middle Neolithic. Let me go, man. Ngozi cooking, bro. Ngozi cooking. He going in, man. He ain't reserving. He ain't holding nothing back, man. He ain't pulling no punches. So when we go to the paper, we're going to hard search several migrations. Here it is. It says all accepted QP atom models showed the presence of ancestry related to Middle Neolithic Morocco in the NEWAYRAT genome. Therefore, our results could indicate shared ancestry across North Africa during this period, and consequently, the local Egyptian Neolithic populations contributed genetically to the early dynastic and Old Kingdom people. So again, Unc, you ain't saying shit. You're talking about, oh, they relate to Levantine people. Yes, they are. You was upset about that earlier. They literally are. It says, as indicated from material culture and bioarchaeological analysis. However, because the genomes from Middle Neolithic Morocco have previously been modeled to comprise both Ibero-Maurusian-like and Levantine Neolithic ancestry components, which we corroborated, The affinity to Levantine Neolithic groups could reflect several migration events. There you go. Basically backing up what Ngozi is saying. This is showing you back migration. I don't know what the hell is wrong with Reggie. Don't know what the hell is wrong with Unc. Because I literally said this shit in my comment. You said, you can't read. Shut your dumb ass up, man. Why you didn't say shit when Ngozi was saying the same shit?
The Neolithic Iranian component, which is something separate from the earlier population that was there. So if you read the whole thing, it'll break it down. So I
read the whole thing. I read the whole thing.
So you read that part.
I tried to do I did the first show on it. I may not have been 100% accurate, but I was pretty accurate. But in this particular specimen, is 80% North African and
Neolithic North African.
That's fine, right? North African.
So why you want to put emphasis on Neolithic? Is there a reason for that?
Yes, because people need to know about this time period. Because even at this time period, Neolithic North Africans wasn't stagnant. Neolithic North Africans were also intermingling with populations and that was related to Paleolithic Levantines and post Levantines, which is post Natufians. So this shows that they still had a network with Natufians. They still was mingled.
Thank you. Thank you, Ngozi.
Yep.
It's a connection with Levantine people. Go ahead, bro.
And I kept on, if you actually watch my video, the whole I actually did the presentation twice by accident, because my OBS, my stream thing, it wasn't working. It was saying that it was an error, wasn't recording. But I said this twice: chronology, and two separate recordings of the same recording, and that proves that Ankh did not watch the whole video that I did. And I also said this when I read the whole article. I read the whole article, and then I read additional resources from other scientists in Egypt that saying this sample is important and that it proves the migrations and whatnot coming from different admixtures into the land. So, and it goes right on. It's the different time periods are important for migrations and admixtures.
Right. And that's why the paper says that the affinity to Levantine Neolithic groups could reflect several migrations, post-migrations, dumping in and out of North Africa. So, anyway.
This is not a full-blown Assyrian person. Like when you look at, for example, when you look at Takahari, that was found in Libya, that's the deep ancestral North African without the later layers. She was only 7% of the later layer, right? This dude has 20% of a late later layer, but he's also a blended population from what came in at a specific time period. So it's all about layers.
Because you have different diversities at certain time periods. Like this, like when Goldie said Neolithic North African, that ain't just one type of people. We had a particular diversity.
My whole thing is Ankh is reading the article. Ankh could go into the article, right? And he can type in what does it say about Natufian. He can go into the article and go and search for Neolithic.
So let's do this. Let's do this live. Let's do this live. And if I'm embarrassed, we can do this live. No, Reggie. No, I'm not saying that. No, Reggie, we're not arguing. Reggie, you're not arguing. I'm saying this for entertainment.
No, I'm saying I don't think y'all saying much different. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out ways to.
He's saying that North African proxy that they're using, like you can't look at that as if that is a North African without layers. Like that North African.
No, right. Go, my fault. I'm cutting you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, but go ahead. That's really what it's saying. As opposed, like, don't think that like you got to be with who they're using from that time period as a proxy. Don't think it's
no layers.
I understand, but we have the article that helps us. That's the problem. And so when we have a new find, we have to just consume the article, and then we have to make sure we're not throwing in our biases. So what Uncle Tony was excellent in the sense he was only looking at the article.
That's all I'm saying right
Yeah, but when you read the article, it's gonna show the percentages and the proxy that it used, and it's gonna say that the proxy that was used is 80% Neolithic Moroccans. When you look at the population that it talks about, it's something called Scotic Rowell. It's those populations that it's using. That's distinct from the EEF population. There was also another layer of groups. They were called the Kelbol group that lived in Morocco. That's the population they had the later Anatolian farmer. But the other group that is using was mainly Abiromarujan or Taparat, which is an intermediate between Takahari and Zuzana and Natufian. This also proves this Capsian culture. This is what this is right here.
I don't disagree, but we're looking at an African and North.
You do disagree, retarded motherfucker. You disagree. You literally said that. First of all, you're trying to minimize it. Oh, it's one single person. Secondly, you sit up there and said, why do you love back to Africa migration so much when the paper is pretty much explaining back to African migrations from the damn Levant?
North East African.
Yes, the Neolithic phase. Yes, Neolithic Northeast African. Absolutely.
And we're looking at a human being in the Old Kingdom, right? So all of this stuff balances out. But the fact of the matter is, the article talks about surprising some of these things in here are surprising as ancestry of this particular person. And again, it's only one person.
But this also proves what Amon Squad talked about in the past. I think Smash was against it even when we was on Amon Squad, when we talked about the Nakata period. In the Nakata period, in the second phase of the Nakata period, you do well. I think Smash probably was with it. I don't know. We used to have so many conversations. I never talked on the phone personally with Smash by myself. We was always in a group thing. But I wanted to say, when we used to have these group meetings on the shows, we talked about in the second phase of the Nakata period why you see that Jasper cylinder, the Jasper cylinder that's similar to the Mesopotamian symbols and those skid tags and stuff. And this shows, this right here proves that they had some affinities or some shared traits going on genetically and cultural exchange at this time in the late phase of the Old Kingdom. So this proves
this article. And so the other part is about this whole stuff about the present day Egyptians, which we will get to. But
okay, now I would get to that. But here's the thing: you have to read that layer too, because that layer is very important. Because it does still say, listen, even though they do have some layer integration that includes Mongoloid, Turkish, or some sub-Saharan that came from the trans-Saharan slave trade, it still says that they have that larger chunk that's related to Newark. But it also says, you pay attention. It says the percentages. It says 35. I'm not right in front of it, but it said 35 to 71% Newark or whatever. Then on the second layer it says Middle Neolithic Moroccans, right?
Yeah, that's right. That is right
so, but here's the trick. Here's the thing: when you look at it fully, Middle Neolithic Moroccans in Newark, it's close. So that means if you merge it all together, they're still have a problem. No, hold on, brother Reggie. They're still highly closer.
Why are we caring about a Moroccan though? Is that an issue with a Moroccan?
No, I'm trying to explain to brother Reggie.
Reggie, do anybody got a problem with a Moroccan?
I think that this is talking about distant, right? These are distant genomes that blend in as part of this individual.
Wait, let me just finish the point, Reggie.
You heard what he said? He thinks. That's your problem. You keep trying to think about it instead of just read what it says and accept what it says. We don't need you to make some shit up talking about, well, I think it's saying it. Ain't no think nothing. It says what it says. Modern Egyptians share DNA with the Neurite individual from 30 to 70%. And the second source being the Middle Neolithic, which is like the same 20 to 70% or something like that, showing you that these people are closely related to the ancient Egyptians. There's nothing else you could say. They're pointing, their DNA is lining up with someone that lived 4,800 years ago in ancient Egypt. There's nothing else you could say. You just got to accept that.
Let me finish the point. I'm almost done. It's still saying what me, and other people, and even and the professors are saying. Modern Egyptians are closer to ancient Egyptians, even though they have some later integration. When you look at the proxies that it uses. No, listen. Listen. It says number one at top is Nuret, right, which goes back to this Egyptian mummy that they sequence. The second layer says 5 populations. The second layer is Middle Neolithic Moroccans, which is also still closely related to Nuret. Then it says the other layers, and the sub-Saharan all the way at the bottom. So
nothing right now that you said got anything to do with the present day Egyptians.
It's bro, the percentage, in the article, the percentages that they use, they compare them. They compare Nuret.
Yeah,
they did.
We will get to what it says about. Okay. Looking at the article. See, the problem is one, we're trying to understand.
Did you hear what Reggie said? He said that none of what you're saying says anything about the modern
day. Yeah. And it's a lie. That's a lie. It does.
Come on, bro. Come on. And Gozy was just explaining it to him.
Yeah. It says the percentages, actually. I read it. I mean, if they would just take the time and just watch my video, you'll watch your video. Just take that one view, that 1 hour, and just watch. Well, it would take them like 5 hours to watch our videos because they got to write all these notes because they're completely lost, it seems. But if they just watch our videos, they could gain all the information without actually having to read the article themselves.
I know. It's fucking lazy, but they don't want to. But here's the portion that Ngozi was referencing. It says, we next tested how present-day Egyptian ancestry could be traced to the Bronze Age populations living in North Africa, including the Neurite individual, West Asia, Europe, and Sub-Saharan Africa using QP Atom. And he just literally said, it's not talking about present-day Egyptians. It says nothing about deal with present-day Egypt. What are you talking about? It says, despite substantial heterogeneity, most present-day Egyptian genomes can be modeled as deriving their ancestry from 5 sources related to 1, Neurite at 32.1 to 74.7%. They are the closest people to ancient Egyptians. There's no way around it. And then Middle Neolithic Moroccan was 28.9 to 72.7%, which these two are pretty much the same because it's the same admixture. Bronze Age Levant at 11.6 to 57.1%. Number 4, 4,500-year-old individual from Ethiopia was at 7.4 to 56%. And then number 5, approximately 230-year-old individuals from Congo, 4.8 to 52%, which these two are probably being introduced into these Egyptian gene flow more recently through slave trades and Arabic expansion and stuff like that. But the first two sources and the third source, really, that's ancient. That is very ancient.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say too, just something if you're not aware of, just so it's on your mind, you can keep it. But they found, I know it too, but I actually think it's 3 graves in Israel around 546 CE, of more than likely East African Christians that were brought up from East Africa into Israel. So just like you're saying, it's around post-Roman periods. People from East Africa or sub-Saharan Africans were brought up into the lands. I mean, that's once they sequence those samples and find out exactly where they came from, we're going to have ancient DNA of early converted East Africans that were brought up to the land of Israel or came up there. So
right. Yeah. So that we see all that coming in late. And well, we see the opposite with Eurasian DNA, because Eurasian DNA makes its way south early, 4,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. And it's most likely these damn Egyptians are the reason why that's the case. As they expand southward, they mix with the local populations. And that's why we see Sudanese populations. We're talking long before the Arabs. So you can't blame it on the Arabic expansion. This is long before that. But we see the Nubian population, the Quadruca sample having 45% of its genome Eurasian. The Tanzanian farmer, like we can go on down the list of all these findings that we're seeing of Eurasian DNA. Clearly, the population there is going to be the Egyptian or Nile Valley people. They're highly Eurasian. They go down south and they spread their genes. So, I mean, any way you slice it, these guys are wrong. All the evidence. Yeah, all the evidence went against them, man. It's crazy.
Completely what the article saying.
Yeah, everybody can understand that.
Because if the article wants to say any of this other stuff, it would have said it. So
it did. The article said it. It talked about the modern and the ancient.
Thank you. The article literally says it.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Yep. That's the kind of people we're dealing with. Yep.
Let me read this. I want to clear this up, and I'm glad y'all on the panel. They say, although acknowledging known limitations and predicting phenotypes. So they're saying you got to acknowledge the known limitations, y'all. And predicting phenotypes, traits is under studied populations, and under studied populations, the neurotic individual is predicted, it's a scientific prediction, to have had brown eyes, brown hair, and skin pigmentation ranging from dark to black skin. Does anybody have a problem with that?
With a lower probability of intermediates. What's that? Read that next time.
We stopping right here. Does anybody got a problem with the range?
So there's a lot of Arabs. So Arabs can be dark and black.
Let's see, go. You can't hold on, man. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, see,
we don't want to talk about everybody else. Let's talk about this individual right here, because it seemed like we got a problem with having dark skin.
Hey, Ashu, pause it right there real quick.
Skin dark to black. That means this is extremely.
Hey, so this is another issue that he had with my PowerPoint, is that on my PowerPoint I had dark to black, but I didn't add the part of lower probability of intermediate, so he got hurt. But what did he just do there? He did the same exact thing, and Reggie said, read that next part.
Yep.
And so should he be mad at himself for doing that?
I guess so. I guess.
And the thing is,
he also said you had a problem with. He said you had a problem with this individual having black skin.
And check this out. So what I did is I gave him the genetic of the Southern Arc, the bridge, the genetic history. Yeah, I showed him that data set and showed him all those samples. Yemeniya, dark to black in Russia. Bronze Age Italy, dark to black. Bulgaria, dark to black, Bronze Age. And I'm like, so what's the problem with all these samples? You know, I didn't have a problem. So Africa Teacher is the only one so far that's really had a problem as far as, I think, the skin pigmentation. It was him and somebody else. I don't know the other person. But so basically what I did, I read the National Geographic article you saw in my description box. And basically the forensic anthropologist Caroline Wilkinson said why she grayscaled the facial reconstruction was because there's a lot of controversy with their samples being, or their reconstructions being too European or being too African. But you know who I am, you know what I'm about. I don't care for all of that. I want to see exactly what it would look like. So I asked Gemini, Google, to make it realistic, to colorize it. And it gave me what it gave, and I posted that. Then I also put it following exactly what the paper said. Brown eyes, brown hair, dark to black skin, make it look like an ancient Egyptian. I screenshot it and everything. I put it in my video today, and I put it in my community post, right? So there's no excuses. And it shows you what it looks like. And it's phenotypically, regardless of if it's intermediate or dark to black, it still looks phenotypically like a North African or Southwest Asian.
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing to fight on that. And Reggie will fight you on that, but there ain't nothing to fight on that.
Really dark individual right there. And guess where he located? He's located in quote unquote Lower Egypt. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, this person would not be the majority in that location. It wouldn't make sense. It just wouldn't. But that kills Chief X. Chief X out of his mouth, out of his filthy mouth.
Correct.
Y'all be supporting back and forth. I don't hold my tongue because I don't support the nigga. You'll never see me do nothing with this nigga. I do not support the nigga because he's a nut. But this article right here clearly shows that an Egyptian, this ain't in the famed quote unquote Upper Egypt. This in Lower Egypt. This up top. They say a dark-skinned person in North Africa right there. This nigga then ran his mouth and lied with no scientific data to back him. Now we got some scientific data to back that.
Yep. Even somebody in Egypt still about dude today. Even if you look at the Alexandria, he got the features.
You got to go to Gozy Facebook post. He does a great job. I don't know how the hell you putting that shit together, bro. Putting them ranges in there, coming up with that, yo. You doing a great job.
I can say something on?
Yes, you can get in there. I want to finish the statement. It say with lower probability of intermediate skin color, meaning that it's lower probability for this dude to be light. So we just stay right there with that. All right. Where's everybody at?
And the beautiful thing is,
I see people popped off. Who popped off the panel? Let's see. When I said Chief X's name, I seen some people do that. You got, oh man. Go ahead.
The beautiful thing is that this specimen, because his genome has been sequenced, is a model, right? So when we get other specimens, we can compare, and they are sequenced. We can compare it for errors or diversion. But this is a model. I'll stop.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's one individual. Maybe they dragged him up there. Maybe he came in on a ship or a plane or something.
Right, but he was buried in a pot, which says that he's part of that pot.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's
I can speak now.
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
I think that we should take our time and analyze the article. We don't want to jump out the window and start talking black talk. We want to keep this to what the article is saying. So I think we should take our time.
You talking to me?
We can have some. I'm making a general statement on that. All of us who analyze it should take our time, read it, understand it, define the terms, look at the methodology, as opposed to just making a blackity black.
I'm with the blackity black. I'm with the blackity black.
I know you with the blackity black. That's your fucking problem.
Yeah.
Reggie.
That's his whole problem. He wants Egypt to be the land of the Negroes, man, where all Africans come from and shit. Like, that's your fucking problem. Instead of accepting the information, we trying to learn here, and you come up here with this damn foolery, man.
And see, the whole dark to black skin, it even tells you it's just a prediction, and they don't have enough ancient population samples for, stating, this is 100% accurate. It's a predictor. It's a prediction. Right. So, and I read another article, I think it's the National Geographic, it's the same one. She states that Wilkinson, if I'm not mistaken, she states that in there too. She restates that we don't have enough samples from ancient populations when it comes to skin pigmentation to determine, this is 100% accurate. It was a dark to black. It's just predicted. Just like majority, all those other samples I showed, going all the way to Russia with the Yamnaya, it's dark to black predicted. All of those are predicted. So
right. They're just looking at the alleles and say, okay, in modern populations, these alleles create this type of skin color, or have potential to create this type of pigmentation, this type of hair type, this type of eye color, and so on and so forth.
Yep. And so, like me personally, I've done the same thing. Like, I've done my whole genome, my genome. I've had I forgot what it was called. What is that one movie? It's the top of my head. Prometheus. I did the Prometheus. I did the whole sequence of my DNA, right? And then, so when I did that one, it actually showed that I had dark skin. I have a dark skin, whatever. So I also have the pale skin a little. So I have both. I have the ability to go from pale to dark. So, but what I'm saying for this is like these are just predictions from ancient samples as far as when it comes to skin pigmentation. So I don't know. These people crazy.
Right.
People says dark
I'm
too
not,
black. So
hold on. Can I finish? What I'm saying is this. We don't want to make it that. We don't want to start sounding illiterate and ridiculous. So we can take this article, go on these other platforms, and have a discussion about it, and break it down according to what they are saying. As opposed to just making it
Uncle doing it. Uncle's doing a great job.
Okay,
who is that?
Okay, I understand that.
Mad guy.
But I wanted to be not just on, not just no, but I want all of us to be able to do it on our own platforms and have a discussion on our own platform. And
Yeah,
have
we're gonna
everyone
do
come in and have a discussion. That's what I'm saying.
Uncle's doing it right now.
Okay.
And I'm great. I'm great going to Ghosty point next. I just want to get that out the way because I don't want nobody to act like I don't think that you don't have dark skin. That's the running narrative.
Nah, but I think think of jumping out the window a little bit too.
Hold on. No. Who's jumping out the window? No, who's jumping out the window? No. Huh? What you say?
Okay.
You want to know how?
I said I think some of us may be jumping out the window.
I'm saying name the name.
You said just be specific, bro. We don't
No, I know. I didn't mention any names. I said all of us might be looking at the black part and jumping out the window.
I could have thought you just said I think I'm jumping out the window.
Did I jump out the window?
You said that. I never said that. No, I didn't say that. I said we don't want to do that. We want to have a fair discussion. We want to see the saying. And as far as they know, this is what's going on. But we also have to understand this is the standard right now. This is the most complete genome that we're going to ever get so far. So we can't discount it. This is the most complete. I didn't say that. Forget about that. I'm just saying this is the most complete genome we have.
Track that from the state,
right? So if this is the most complete, let's take it for what it is saying, and then we can do things after. Let's analyze it properly and do that. Because if we don't do that, we're going to end up in we don't want that. Although I did say he was blackly black, possible. So we could leave that record for the time being. He could have been.
Man, they went straight to it in this article. Yo, stop.
Dark range and range. You know, dark could be in the range of moderate too. We know, but that blackly black, that's more definitely. It's coming from the knowledge.
I don't know, bro. Did you read this? No, the study says
it says there's a low possibility of intermediate.
Right, man.
There's a low possibility of intermediate.
Wait a minute, yo. You've been fighting for black all day. You did it. No, I don't see.
Right. Yo, I'm reading what it says. Going on right. It says more than likely that's what
it is. Just like to fight. Hey, so they just like to fight. When you find a person,
this is what I'm saying.
No,
I didn't want to make it. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Because it says a lot more about his diet and his age. It says a lot more.
Man, it says although acknowledging the known limitations. So we're going to acknowledge their known limitations and predicting phenotype traits in understudied populations. We got you. So it's an understudied population. The NEWAYRAT individual is predicted. They're making a scientific prediction, right? To have had brown eyes, brown hair, and skin pigmentation ranging from dark. They don't say from dark to light here. They say from dark to black. And then if you try to act like it could be light, they finish you off with a lower probability of intermediate skin color. Ain't no getting around that, bro. I ain't gonna sit up here and act like that ain't what I'm reading. I'm not gonna do it. I can't do it. I'm not against having dark-skinned people in North Africa like Chief X is. So I got this nigga. This nigga make a video and take that wild shit down he been saying for the last 5 years because he's wrong. Simple as that, bro. So I'm not gonna sit in. You the super blackly black. I can't believe you fighting against this. Now, doesn't mean he was absolutely jet black. No, science don't speak in absolute. They are predicting. They're saying the lower probability is a high probability that he's got dark skin. That's okay. Now, and Ngozi made a statement which is important to the damn conversation. You got Arabs that will have the same type of skin color. Why? It's the point. Why? Because look at where Arabia is located at. We don't use our mind on dark skin, but we must acknowledge the dark skin.
The dark skin, yeah.
Or run his head for being a stupid ass Chief X. Because this nigga ran his mouth. I mean, loud, screams through the top of his lungs. He supported racist ass Egyptians. I'm not saying all Egyptians racist, but them niggas be racist in what they be trying to say. Now, some of them just be trying to protect their culture, which is their culture. You will never hear me say that they don't have a right to say that they're not African. They do. They just say they're different. That's their right. But at a certain point, shut the hell up and read some of this. So I'm not going to sit here and act like, well, you know, the people in the Baltic, yeah, we know you got some darker skinned people in the Baltic, but it wouldn't be as dark as this individual.
Yep.
How you know that on? How you know the majority as opposed to the minority? How do you know that?
I didn't say this was no minority, nothing. It don't make sense for the minority.
But how do you know? How do you know what the minority or the majority is? Based on what? No, this is the first human genome.
No, listen to what I'm saying, bro. I like that point. But now we have other scientific tools, yo. Because a darker skinned person, you know what I'm saying, wouldn't produce valuable offspring all the damn time in those areas. It just doesn't make sense. They're never going to be a majority. Right? You get it? They're going to be the majority near the equator, yo. You get that?
So where's the evidence of
that?
No, I'm asking a question. It's a fair question.
I'm telling you, right. It's a fair question. Not for me to get upset. The evidence is in the skin map. Where actually skin is not for what we fight for it to be. It's actually for protection from UVA and UVA rays. Harmful rays. So we can reproduce. Go ahead. You about to say something?
Yeah, I just want to say this so the brother can just listen. So if you get a lighter skinned Egyptian right now, right, and you take them back 3,000, 4,000 years ago, they don't wear much clothing and fabric that the population wear today, right? So we have to understand these people were outdoors, especially the one that was like into agriculture and farming. Study the climate in the environment, study what's going on, and study their melanin content. What range is their melanin content or the spectrum of it, right? If you get into dermatology, you understand segments of brown, right? How do melanocytes?
Yeah, what Ngozi is saying is reflected in the artwork, where you see the men usually are darker than the women, because it's believed that the men would do most of the servile work, so therefore they're always outside in the sun, toiling during work hours, doing pastoral activities, agrarian activities, while the women are doing things inside the home like child rearing and taking care of the home. So they're more light. They're more depicted to be lighter in a lot of the Egyptian artwork and the frescoes. So what he's saying is absolutely correct. These people be more tan or reddish brown as they depict themselves in majority of the frescoes and the walls of Kemet, on the hieroglyphics or whatever you want to call it, metal netter, as y'all say. That's how they're depicted, and that's the academic understanding of ancient Egypt. Since y'all always claim to be appealing to academia, that's how they understand it. So I'm gonna go off of the experts and not off of you randos on the internet.
Extract. If we understand melanocytes extract is driven by a polymer, which is tyrosine. So if you understand a chemical component that makes up them, even a lighter Egyptian today, if he lived 4,000 years ago and wore less clothing, he'll be much darker if they drew him on a wall, right? But I'm just talking about for the north. Now, if we go into the central and south, right, they'll be extremely darker. They probably look similar to the population groups in North Sudan, right, today that we see, right? And those people can range in high spectrum of melanin. So if you're looking at an ancient proxy or ancient population and we drew them on a wall, you're gonna see dark skinned people. So it doesn't matter about a minority or majority. You did have lighter skinned groups. A lot of the people that was elites that was indoors, they would have had lighter skin. People that worked on the field would have been darker. That doesn't deny anything that we're saying. Nobody cares about the skin color. Even Zawi Hawass said the people were dark. But they were not. He said it wasn't. He said the N-word. He said the N-word.
Go talk to us.
So hold on. But listen though. Hold on. But listen. I only brought him up. Brother, listen. Let me just finish what I'm saying. I only brought him up because I'm saying even he said the people were dark, but they were not the N-word. Yes, that is racist. But what I'm saying is we're also being racist. But we're also being racist. It's the same shit. Yes, it is.
Ngozi, that is, Reggie, your ass is racist because you're looking at it from that aspect, because you're saying, oh, modern Egyptians, because what are you trying to get at? Well, modern Egyptians they're pale, so they must not represent the ancient population. That is a racist ass statement.
Hey, Red, now we could go did that on purpose. He know damn well. I'm gonna say this though. I bet you $5 the whole house is the best Egyptologist than them niggas we be listening to. How much you gonna bet? I bet you. I bet.
I'm gonna make it. Look, I bet $20 that Zawi Hawass is more closer to this Nuret dude than anybody on there.
He ain't light skinned. He ain't light skinned either.
He not.
Ain't that. I ain't messing with y'all. Hey, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not by myself. I know I'm pretty hard with it. I'm saying
outside the temples, he gonna be dark.
Zawi Hawass is more closer to what they found, more closer to this guy that they found that they just sequenced than any else on here, any person.
I agree that, but the skin color.
Show me.
Oh, here we go.
Show me any depiction on the walls of Kemet that look like Zawi Hawass. Show me a picture.
All of them look like. Have you seen Ramesses? There's a lot of them look like him. Yeah. Zawi Hawass looks like a straight North African man.
All right, let's go down the panel. I'm gonna start with Joseph. Am I saying it right?
Yeah, Jose.
Yo, put an H there for me. I can't get past the barrier.
You can say Joseph. That's my name too. I'm Joseph.
Jose. So we're going down the panel. Do you think Hawass will be closer to this guy in this article? Yes or no? Now not skin color, because he's absolutely not. No. You saying no? What would you say?
I say absolutely no, and I can tell you why when later on after you get through the questions.
Okay, Gullah, what do you think? Will Hawass be more closer to this guy than
Reggie? I mean, anybody else understand it? He would.
Okay, King J, what do you say?
I would say yes, he would be. And also, look at the tomb of study for the reference. It shows the depiction of the four races, the Egyptians, the Sudanese. It shows them very, very Hawassy color.
Okay, all right. Sosa, serial killer. What do you say?
Yes, man. We got it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say a street shooter for last. I gotta figure out a way to say this. I'm saying for myself, for my personal opinion, I understand that man's genetics will be way more closely related than an African American, right? But I'm saying that his skin color ain't that, right? He wouldn't have had that. He wouldn't have been. That's not that. No, and Hawass ain't really light skinned. But no, he would not. His look wouldn't have been looking like that. But I think his genetic would be way more closely related than a West African. I would definitely say that. And I just want to put my emphasis on my thing there to say it.
Yeah.
On Street Sufi, then we got to deal with the money right here.
Thank you for your honesty, Unc. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you definitely. You say, Joe say, yes, he would. Whilst is a racist, though. I'm with you with that. Right now.
I mean, dark-skinned Dominicans is like the whites. It's black as hell. You know what I'm saying? Crazy.
Go ahead, Street Sufi. Go for it.
I would say everything you said I agree with, but I also would say there were still people that was Zawi Hawaii's color that lived amongst this guy that's dark skinned that they found. And they would still been closer to one another than the population of us that's talking right now. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, because you can have a dark skinned African American and a light skinned African American, and they still share 30% European. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly.
I agree. All right, great conversation, right? But so we at the dark skin thing, and since we had the dark skin thing, right, then let's find an article entitled Dark Skin. Right, so now we can get all the crazy. You can go supernova black algae if you want, right, and mess it all up because we've been doing that for years. And I say we because I definitely was in that conundrum, right, where I was all blacked out by review. It's okay. It's where we start off at, right, and then we end up in a place where we're actually fostering and helping black thought at the real level. Okay, that's what we want to end up at. You know, we break away from Christianity, we do all that, and we be blacked out all the way, and we fight, we do all that, and we think the only African is the dark-skinned African, but I come to realize that's actually racism. Africans range in skin color prior to any back migration, right? And that's clear by understanding this. So this is the article entitled Dark Skin, right? The point I want to make, I want to add on to Ngozi point, and Ngozi make the point about the Arabs. I want to add on to that point. What was you trying to say about dark skin and Arabs?
I just said that Arabs can be dark skinned and they have dark skin does not equate to sub-Saharan Africa. Arabs can be dark skinned, very dark, especially when you go to Socotra, you look at the Bedouin B group or the Bedouins in the Negev, or you look at the Mahidi groups, they're very dark and it has nothing to do with sub-Saharan. And so we can't say dark skin is, because a lot of North Africans, but not all of them, I said some of them, I'll say some, they say because they see a darker person online, it's a result of either the trans-Saharan slave trade or it's because they descend from the slave layer of history. And that's not true. Dark-skinned people was always in certain zones of that place. So dark skin does not equate to slave because dark skin is the base spectrum of the species called Homo sapien. At base, they started out dark. Homo sapiens developed in sub-equatorial zones of the continent. And if we understand mutations, the higher volume of radiation, the more mutations you're going to have. DNA it damages. When DNA damages, you have phases of mutation. So the more radiation, the more mutation, because that's what changes or stress do. When you understand pressure is a privilege of evolution. So if you understand radiation, you understand what's going on. So it makes sense that the Homo sapien species, which is a naked ape, was dark skinned when he first arose, and he went to multiple areas. So a lot of the ancestral population, especially in North Africa and out of Africa, they had retainment from those early populations. That's all I want to say.
All right, so let me get Brad said, happy 4th of July, man. Man, big up to his whole crew, man. And they dedicated work to the platform, man. Big up to that, man. Brad, man, appreciate you, man. He said, happy 4th of July, man. How you say? I can't even say that. Tio, man, peace. He said, yeah, we cooking with hot grease over here, man. Big up to that. So we right here with the dark skin thing. Let's back it up with some science. Sister's dark skin right here. She's definitely from the continent of Africa, right? Okay, but dark skin ain't just a continental African thing. And this is what we was taught early in the game. People like Monica Rashidi and just the whole community, that was our point. We wasn't aligning ourselves with the scientific theories, okay? We come here, a Negrito, right? Our indigenous people of Southwest Asia. You look at the DNA markers, DNA signature, and it'll tell you that, okay? Look at her though, right? She ain't located in Africa. So Africa does not equate to dark skin. It just does not, okay? Right, an Aboriginal Australian, dark skin, okay? Here you go, you got blonde hair and dark skin, all right? Malaysia, look at the beautiful brown skin, dark skin. Look at the hair though, okay? That wouldn't make him a white boy from Asia, from Eurasia, and it wouldn't make him African from Africa, but we think it do, but it actually doesn't, right? That meaning you're kind of looking at convergent evolution right there. It's a term we use. Probably New Guinea. They look like a bunch of brothers from Baltimore, Maryland right there, yo. There you go. Look at that. The bushes, summertime, they chilling. Yeah, they're from Papua New Guinea though. Yep. Bongangville Island. Look at them. The Buka boys. Look at the skin. Look at the hair. Right? You would argue a person down ain't nowhere in the world. Nah, you're looking at the skin and all that. You're looking at convergent evolution right there.
Go on the side of the Indians, the Jawa, those people. They the blacky blacks.
South Sudan. The funny part about it is, yo, they dark right there, dark black. That was now. I know about the skin color, yo. This sound like the skin color they was talking about. Dark right there. Interesting. Super interesting right there. Here you go again. Fishermen. All right. Tamil. Okay, that's in Southern India. People in Southern India can have dark skin and straight hair. All right. Colombia, dark skin. The Wayu couple from Colombia. Okay, that's in the Americas. Dark skin. Ranging. Eucharis Islands, mother indigenous daughter. Dark skin. Bolivia. Am I saying it right? Bolivia. My fault. Bolivia. Well, I said Bolivia, but I thought I was French.
It's okay. It's okay. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, I'm on the game. I ain't worried about it. We're going to always keep straight. Once again, an indigenous fisherman. Lake Titicaca. Dark skin. So my point is,
you missed the Indians from Jawa, that island.
I didn't get that. They ain't nowhere.
I know. Add it.
They should have pulled up the Iranians.
They used to be in there. They take them out to Jawa.
Yeah, those people. You got to.
I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, just Google them real quick.
The Jawa.
I can't remember the damn Iranian population. There's an Iranian population that got nothing to do with Africans that are very dark skinned and got blue eyes. Damn, I can't think of the name of it. Hold on, let me see if I can.
Wait, are you sure they have nothing to do with?
Yeah, Yeah, I seen their genetics. They got localized. Is it Iran? Or Iraq? It's one of them.
There is an Afro community in Iran. They actually carry EM2 and EV13. They're one of the only groups that carry both EV13 and EM2.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Not them. I'm not talking about them. We did a show. We had a show. We brought these. I showed a picture of that of a little girl from that community.
Right.
We went over the genetics. None of I can't think of the damn name of the. Let me see. Dark Iranian with blue eyes. Let me.
I see some of them. They got like blondish hair almost, and they're really dark.
What's the name of the people? If you say the name, I'll remember it.
But these ones, no, you don't. The article is not matching up. This one's rediscovering the history of African slavery in Iran.
No, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Let me see if it's. Damn it!
I don't see anything.
Yeah. So when you look up their genome, it's pretty much the surrounding population, and that's it. I can't think of the damn name of it. Black people with blue eyes. Let me see.
I just don't understand what his point was, especially Reggie's, because he brought up the Jarawa, right? Why doesn't he bring up the Anu? Why doesn't he bring up the Druze that also carry haplogroup D? It's just complete nonsense they're speaking. Like, it's like, what are we doing right now?
It's called cherry picking.
Yeah, it's. I guarantee Reggie didn't even know that the Jarawa carry haplogroup D. I guarantee he doesn't even know that.
Oh hell no, he don't. A lot of these guys are surface level.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let it play. I'm trying to find this. Damn, I can't remember. Me and Ngozi spoke about it too. Shit.
Oh, real quick too. So I just found something very interesting. So there was another ancient Egyptian DNA paper released. It was released on July 1st of 2025, and it's from Robert Zink and other people, Stephanie Panzer. I'm pretty sure this has to be from the Iraq research, but basically this one's dealing with tumors and diseases and stuff, but it lists the samples. It was 45 mummies from ancient Egypt that they sequenced. And I see 1, 2, 3. I see 3 Old Kingdom samples. So then a few Middle Kingdoms and mixture of different kingdoms. But yeah, there's another ancient Egyptian paper that was just released. I just found it.
But does it have like admixture DNA and PCA?
Nah, it's just dealing with the like the diseases and tumors and stuff like that. It's titled Systematic Assessment of Bone and Soft Tissue Tumors on Whole Body CTs or CAT scans of 45 mummies from ancient Egypt. But remember, Yeshu, once they do something like this, they publish the genomes. And so people like Andre DNA, him and Ted Candle, they'll take those published DNA samples. They'll take the raw and they'll sequence them to find the Ys and stuff like that. Because some of them are men. Let me see. Yeah, there's a lot of men in here. There's a lot of males and females. The old kingdoms are males. Oh yeah, the old kingdoms are all males.
Okay.
One female. One old kingdom is a female.
So what I'm wondering, because remember the early calls are R1B, and then they came out and said, oh, it was all it was contamination and stuff like that. So I wonder if that's still gonna be upheld? Is it still going to be R1B? What are those clades going to be? Like the pre-dynastic ones?
I don't know. I don't know if these are the same. They might be the same, but I don't think so because that was already peer reviewed. That was already published. So I think these are different ones.
Mm.
I put it in the back chat for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I know they had a paper dealing with the bubonic plague in Egypt too. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Oh no, these are different people. Hold on.
Exactly. I didn't even know about this. It just came up on my feed. I'm like, what?
CTs of 45 mummies from ancient Egypt. Huh.
Wow. Oh man. But hey, if they're able to sequence these, yeah, it's hey.
Yeah, there's gonna be some more hurt feelings. They have to be able to if they're able to get this type of information from it, right? Let's see.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
It says soft tissue on this one. Yeah, if they're able to determine if there's cancer there, they got to be looking at DNA. So 45 mummies. Tumor-related lesions. Just skimming it right now. All right, additional information to see what they got. I don't see anything under the additional information. Okay, discussion.
No, they put it under if you looked under table 1 overview on the investigated ancient Egyptian mummies, it's under there.
Okay.
They put like the museum, the inventory number, but the inventory number, I think some of these are those ones we looked at before, but I can look up the inventory number tomorrow later on today and I can figure it out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully something comes from this then, because I don't think this is the Urac people, right? Yeah, because Albert Zink. I'm not familiar with these names.
Here, give me a second. I've seen this guy with this name. Yeah, it is. If you click on his name, Institute for Mummy Studies, Urac Research. Yeah, that's
okay.
He was the professor over Mauser's PhD thesis.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. So
if I'm not mistaken, you know.
So what they need to do is give us the other ones. I don't want to do this. I want to see the I want to see the PCs. I want to see the haplogroups. Because they showed the abstract they showed the paper. You know, they released the preprint, the cover of the actual article.
Yeah, I got it. I got the whole picture, the whole cover of the
Yeah. And there's haplogroups there, but you can't really make out what they're saying. I thought I saw a haplogroup J, and I'm thinking that's that because someone leaked on Twitter that there's a 5,000-year-old Egyptian sample with haplogroup J. So
yeah, it's on the Y tree.
Right.
I think I don't know if that one was Ted Kendall. I think he did some of them because he confirmed there was a G marker, but I think that was in the New Kingdom. But yeah, he did a few of them. Ted Kendall. Do you follow that guy, Ted Kendall? I put his name in the back chat for it. I think he has a Facebook page too.
On Twitter?
Yeah, he's on X. But I got you. I'll send it in the back chat.
Yeah, I follow somebody named I think NRU Ken.
Nah, this one's Ted Kendall. Kandell. I got you, man.
Yeah, send it over.
Mm-hmm.
And I follow a lot of the people that write these papers on Twitter.
Yep.
On Twitter, I follow them. So as soon as they drop some, I'll know.
J-A, how you spell it? J-A?
Just type up the Jawa live in the Adam and Eve Islands.
Jawa, the J-A, Jawa.
Say the blackest of the black. Please.
Jawa, what, J-A-W-A, am I correct?
Yeah, type up Jawa, J-A-W-A of the Adam and Eve Islands.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's your favorite people.
I mean, brother Reggie, I don't know if you understand. I've been teaching this for a long time, Reggie. People don't understand.
Ngozi, why are we beefing on something we ain't beefing?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm just telling you, just allow you to know this is what I've been talking about. But people like James and other people were saying, oh, Ngozi contradicts. These people they barely understand what the hell I'm saying. And it's
I'm not beefing with you.
No, I'm not saying you, Reggie. I'm not saying. I'm just trying to let you know. You asked, why does the back migration matter? It's part of the human story. You also asked, so when I'm just giving an audience because they want to know. Because when they hear Smash and other people say my name, they're trying to make it seem like I contradicted myself. No, now I have updated a lot of my information based off available data. There's more data now, but I'm still following the same line. Seriously.
Wait, but I'm not mad at you. You my brother.
No, I'm not saying, Reggie. I'm not saying you're mad. I'm saying you asked the question. I'm adding on to what you asked.
I'm saying on this article, we have a genome sequence individual. All we have to do is pay attention to this specimen. That's why the show is on. All this other story is relevant, but not as relevant as what Unc was doing. So people I'm talking about is the Jawa. J-A-R.
Oh, J-A-R. Hold on, spell it right. J-A-R. Go ahead.
J-A-R-A-W-A.
Oh, hell, y'all tripping.
J-A-R-A-W-A.
Islands. All right.
No, but the people are called the Jawa.
Yeah, I see it right here.
Jar.
Damn.
I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, I think that's important. Yeah, here you go, Rez. That's an important piece.
Yeah.
You know, in that dark skin article, yo, they tell you that they're some of the darkest people on planet Earth, yo.
Yeah, hey, can I say something real quick?
Absolutely. Here you go. He put you right here.
I'm gonna say the people that have an islands, that island chain is actually not part of India. India took it over politically. You know what I'm saying? They took it over, but the islands is actually part of Burma. It's part of the Burmese archipelago. You know what I'm saying? It's part of that area, more close to India. Like, those people came in through Burma.
Here you go. We're looking at them right here. You would argue this down 20 years ago. They say straight from Africa. They not. Now, if you go to Wikipedia, they take their genetic signature. Look.
Yep.
This is definitely convergent evolution on skin.
Yep. And they left a little later. They left a little later than us. Like they got folks that happen to do markers paternity. A lot of those particular markers left a little later than other groups left out of context doing how after migration. They left after around 50,000. Other groups left a little early.
Yeah, they definitely taking their on that. While y'all talking crazy. And the Wikipedia article will actually give you genetic signatures too. But I don't want to get off on that. But y'all see that? Put it up there for Brother Reggie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
To be complete because you were doing a hell of a great job on skin color.
So we can just stay to the information here, and we got Chief X out of there. See, you can't listen to Chief X no more. He's out the game. He said it was no dark skin. He tripping. Yeah,
he include Nubia. He include Nubia.
What you mean?
Why are you taking up for this dude?
Because we telling the full story. What I'm saying is he does include Nubia. That's all I said. He does. He
down the word Nubia.
Okay. All
right. We back. I'm not.
And by the way, he misrepresented what Nubians were. By the way, he didn't understand. He doesn't understand what Nubians are. There are people.
Nubia was not homogenous. The people in Sudan were not homogenous, bro. The people in Sudan were not homogenous.
What I'm saying is he is misrepresenting what Nubians are. He doesn't understand that. We agree.
I don't understand.
I mean, you look. We talking about the truth of people that's over the element.
We know he don't. Ngozi, we can read and we know he wasn't reading it. So
the people in the community, they're not even reading this article well about the real. All right, man.
Well, Chief X wasn't reading sources right now.
I agree with that. Anyway, the individual is look, was genetically made XY sex chromosome. It's consistent with the expression of the standard skeleton features. Archaeological examination. Our further archaeological examination revealed that he would have stood and given an inch. The Ghana article talked about that, the size of it and all that. Advanced age was about 44, and that's an old dude. 64, between 44 and 64. He was a KGO veteran. Yo, the average life expectancy would have been probably in the what 50s, maybe 40s, 30s, something, if that. Yeah. Let's go. Let's see. Okay, so we got that straight. In this case, although circumstantial, they are not inconsistent with these those of the potter as depicted in ancient Egyptian imagery. What was they saying right here? Okay, we right here. Physical activities. Okay, so talk about physical activities. I think the guy right there being outside and all that. We got that. Here's what I want to deal with: dual ancestry. So the guy said something about dual ancestry in this video. Let me see. Let's get back to the video for a second. All right, get back to here. All right. Heavy indicators. Here we go. Let's keep going.
Such thing as goats, pigs, and different crops that originated in the Levant. So just to give the listener a good idea of when these crops and different animals would have been brought to the, from the Levant into Northeast Africa. Genetic lineages: Y-DNA and mtDNA. Y-DNA E1, B1, B1, B2, B. Found in North Africa and West Asia. Not only that, a lot of Arabians have this haplogroup. And I got a surprise for y'all on why, because when you see what this individual matches with, is more than likely Saudi Arabian. Yes, that's right. This individual genetically matches up with people from Saudi Arabia today, modern times. So genetically, his paternal ancestors would have been in where? Saudi Arabia.
I don't think the article say that. Do the article say that in Ngozi? Go.
Again, a lot of these. Now, I agree with biblical. No, let me just say something. What biblical DNA is trying to do, I agree with him. But the thing is,
hold on. What do you? I want to clear. What do you agree with this nigga?
So this is what I'm trying to say.
And Ngozi agree with you. And the article agrees too, because it says clearly that this clade and that clade matches with people are most common in North Africa and West Asia. In the PC chart, it said which it fits with the genetic affinities, which you have to go to the PC chart. In the PC chart, it matches between Arabs and Northeast Africans.
Yeah.
Silly.
And he had to drop the N word on me just because of what again? Because they have modern day matches in Saudi Arabia. Like, damn.
Right.
The fuck? Like, what the fuck?
Then he was like, the article. Yeah, the article says it. It literally has the NEWAYRAT sample clustering with people in the Arabian Peninsula.
I mean, it was what I find so like hilarious about this is that he doesn't understand that we know his SNP. We have his SNP available on Family Tree DNA. We have it on YFO. Like,
right.
This dude.
Right, so we can see what population would have that clade. Yeah, it's simple, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Make up less than 1% of your DNA. It's not your overall DNA content.
Are you listening to me though?
Group to say that this matches because they found it in Arabia today. If they get more samples, right? If they get family tree DNA is based off the samples that they got that they have in there, right? Huh?
This man is reading the article.
No,
he throwing his own shit in there.
Right, that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to say. Listen to me. This is what I'm saying. I'm giving people the full spectrum of what should be said. You can't say because a haplogroup is shared with this individual, right? That it matches up with, yes, that was found in Saudi Arabia. Whoever the sample was that came from Arabia recently, it was found there. But if they get more samples from more people, you might find somebody in Upper Egypt with that same marker. You might find somebody in North Sudan with that same marker. But the sample was from Arabia in Family Tree. Family Tree bases its data off the samples that it have from people that took DNA tests. And it gives a populated time estimate, right? That's not the overall DNA composition. Not to mention, at base, EZ827, because this marker still falls on the EM34. EM123, all that stuff is all, even though it's its own clade, he follows clades. Clades is distance based off these small little markers that makes up overall less than 1% of your DNA. It's a haplogroup. It's a sex chromosome. But if you follow the base spectrum of EZ827, where did EZ827 come from before EZ830? The cuff.
We're reading the article though, and the article clearly says where the sample population come from. It's Mako, like you said. So that nigga adding that shit to it, bro. And I'm not doing that.
We're not adding it. The population, the article tells you that these populations resulted from Levantine migrations. It literally says that. So what the fuck is your problem? God damn. It's a sad day in Wonderland.
Up here and add to it perspectives of information. I would like to read that article that he's talking about, and then I can make my determination of whether the nigga fucking up or not. But so far, he's messing it up.
No, he did. He did add that in.
That's what all I'm saying. Yeah. The statement he made very well may be true, but it's not true for this article.
Correct. I agree. Correct.
To read this article, right? I'm thinking he mischaracterizing that article.
Correct. But I want the audience to know what he's trying to say or what he's saying because
you're better than him.
That's definitely not messing that up. Yeah, I'm definitely not messing that Ngozi doesn't need to I don't know how do you say it, like I don't know, but he doesn't need to pretend that like they're somewhat right and I'm wrong as far as where the S&P, that's, I literally said where the S&P, where modern day people carry the S&P at. Like, it's, we have the proof. It's not just on Family Tree DNA, it's on YFull. So people have published their own DNA on YFull because you can't, it's either you purchase a kit through them or you take your what's it called? It's a specific file that you have to get from Family Tree DNA. I forget the name of it, but you have to get that specific file and submit it to YFull for your SNP to be published on there. So, I mean, where did I mess up the paper? Everybody that knows me knows what I talk about. I talk about Y-DNA. I talk about ntDNA. I talk about admixture. So he's just trying to focus on admixture and saying, oh, well, this is where the Y-DNA came from, but his ancestors never came from that direction. We know where E1B1B mutated at. We know where E1B1B1B2 or whatever, where it mutated at, right? You should, like, this isn't new to us. We've been following these papers. So I think he needs to start back from the Natufian culture, work his way into the Levant pre-pottery Neolithic bee culture, and discover where these different lineages of these SNPs traveled to, migrated to. Maybe he needs to do it at Big Y himself and find out where he belongs to so he can focus on that, and then maybe have an interest of doing other SNP and finding different SNPs from different Big Ys. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe, but I didn't like how Ngozi categorized that and basically was like, oh, they're going off their database. Yeah, duh. Family tree DNA has the biggest database. And within that database, the only places we see this clade at is within the Arabian population.
And then then I put, look, suggest continuity with modern regional populations. Where's freaking Egypt at? Where is Saudi Arabia at? Are these not regional populations?
Right. Yeah, my thing is the study tells you, like, you got it right there quoted, but the study tells you right here. Right there, boom. They have an affinity to Levantine Neolithic groups, which could reflect several migrations. It also says this right here: the NEWAYRAT individuals is genetically most similar to present-day people in North Africa and West Asia. And it gives you the PC chart in QP Atom showing you that people that are in West Asia today, this sample clusters with. People that are in the Arabian Peninsula today, this sample clusters with.
Right.
It says that. So to sit up here and act like, man.
It's whatever. These people, it's all good.
Dumb shit, man. We'll let it play.
Brought it up. You're gonna give me a source, we can read it together. But this guy here is making an effort, right, to downgrade that indigenous African, yo. He's making an exerted effort on that. Yeah, like, so what? If a sub-Saharan African ain't in that genome, so what?
I mean, to add on what you're saying, brother, Uncle, I am in agreement with you. The brother Genesis 49ers took a Big Y test. I took a Big Y test. It costs like $400, right? When you take the Big Y test, Genesis 49ers have a specific marker, right? That's Yashib. He has a specific clade of E1B1A, which all of us fall under. For us, that's part of the larger percentage of African Americans that got that marker, right? He has a specific clade that's shared with people in Arabia, and on there it said the estimated time was 2,300 years or 3,000 years, which shows that his marker was shared. His marker was listen. I just want to say this. It's showing that so if a person read that, they'll say, see, this proves Arabians was E1B1A. But no, you're misunderstanding. It's just showing that his marker shared affinity with the population in those zones 3,000 years ago, before the Bantu expansion that people try to use, or before the trans-Saharan slave trade that people try to use. This shows that people been moving around on the paternal side. That's all it shows. So just because you find a marker there with an estimated time on the side of it doesn't mean, because basically what I'm trying to say in nice terms, Arabs is a bunch of mixed people. They're a bunch of zigzags. They have paternal markers from here. They have deep ancestral basal Eurasian components from there that's shared from the ancient Upper Paleolithic. Then they had that Neolithic Iranian component that drifted over there. So when you talk about the Middle East, you're talking about all types of outlets. You got different Bedouin groups. So you got to be real careful because of a haplogroup. And then you look at the autosomal DNA, it's something totally different. That's what people don't understand about these people.
So let's move on.
Yeah, you talking about a huge melting pot, yo.
So let's talk about what does 20% Mesopotamian ancestry mean? Because he mentioned that. The article talks about that. Does it mean that 20% of the population that was in the Nile Valley, right? No. Was from Mesopotamia? You'll hear people from the Magi Archer Science Department say, yeah, they 54% humans. Nobody corrects them. So what does it mean? Understanding the NEWAYRAT individual genetic profile. Okay. All right. Man, come on now. All right, here you go. The explanation of 20% Mesopotamian ancestry. The NEWAYRAT individual DNA is modeled as 20% similar to Mesopotamian Neolithic population. This does not mean that 20% of the population of Egypt was Mesopotamian. It infers, right, to inherited genetic markers that trace back to ancient Mesopotamian farmers 8,000, 6,000 BCE. Once again, it infers to inherited genetic markers that trace back to ancient Mesopotamian farmers 8,000 to 6,000 years ago. The remaining 80% is closely related to North Africans. NEWAYRAT individual genetic ancestry breakdown. Here you go. Eastern Fertile Crescent Mesopotamian and 80% African Neolithic.
Exactly.
Right there.
Exactly.
Right there. And you would expect this because they're located on an area of confluence where 3 continents intersect. So it makes more sense.
Exactly.
It wouldn't make sense for them to be all sub-Saharan Africans. That would be crazy. It wouldn't make no sense. So we have conversations based around our racism taken from Europeans who said that the continent was chopped in half. And the Negroes was in the South and everybody else was some migrating people from outside. Once we get back into the science and we recapture, right, our Africanness, then we respect what an African is. Africa is one of the most diverse populations on planet Earth. In particular, the area they call sub-Saharan Africa is the most diverse. So we got to get out that mindset. Take the win. Indigenous Africans don't mean that you don't have integration in your DNA. It don't mean none of that.
Right.
What it means is y'all need to read. Y'all need to get with the pseudo killers. Y'all need to get with the hard way. Take your time. I often hear people talking about how Gullah got something wrong, Goldie got something wrong. Man, maybe y'all don't know enough to understand what the hell the brothers are saying out their mouth. They ain't said very much different than what the hell this is going on. We routinely hear the man talk about a cake and the layers. And so that North African DNA, we're going to talk about that article now later on. That's a her, right? It's talking about a basal lineage of N, and at that bottom layer is a sub-Saharan African element to it. It's there. Now, if you overemphasize what the sub-Saharan African is based off your racism, I get it, but it's gonna mess up your science. It's gonna filter your science up a little bit. Because now you're gonna get mad when they say, hey man, they indigenous North Africans. And now they just told you, hey, you know you can be an indigenous African and also possess dark skin. So that's gonna kill Chief X, that's gonna kill the black guy. It's killing y'all dead. Science is self-correcting. I'm gonna stay on the side of science. I told y'all when Reggie wrote the Green Sahara article that the conversation, was over with when that man was saying they wasn't even Africans. There's some kind of way Chief X changed it. Now they African, but he explained it all with Anatolia. The same thing with Genesis bitch ass 47. They're all of a sudden the Anatolia. That ain't what this article is saying. It says that 20% of the DNA.
He mentioned me.
Correlates with DNA.
He mentioned me. Hold on, real quick. This nigga tripping.
Yeah.
Let me put this shit on normal. Oh, let me go back. I gotta hear this shit. I said something. I don't know what he said. I said. I'm gonna figure
now. Later on, that's Sahara, right? It's talking about a basal lineage of N, and at that bottom layer is a sub-Saharan African element to it. It's there. Now, if you
it's not. That paper does not say that haplogroup N had a sub-Saharan African layer. It didn't say that the Corey Rock shelters had a sub-Saharan African layer. That damn sample didn't have any sub-Saharan African DNA. What are you talking about?
Emphasize what a sub-Saharan African is based off you fighting racism. I get it, but it's gonna mess up your science. It's gonna filter your science up a little bit. Because now you're gonna get mad when they say, hey man, they indigenous North Africans. And now they just told you, hey, you know you can.
No one gets mad because they're indigenous North Africans. We just know what that means. We know that a back to Africa migration happened that introduced these peoples into North Africa, and they've been there so long they are indigenous. That's all that means.
You can be an indigenous African and also possess dark skin. So that's going to kill Chief X. That's going to kill the black guy. It's killing y'all dead. Science is self-correcting. I'm going to stay on the side of science. I told y'all when Reggie brought the Green Sahara article that the conversation, was over with when that man was saying they wasn't even Africans. There's some kind of way Chief X changed it. Now they African, but he explained it all with Anatolia. The same thing with Genesis bitch ass 47. They're all of a suddenly they Anatolia. That ain't
what the fuck you talking? When did I ever say they're Anatolian? What the fuck are you talking about? Y'all just be lying. You'll lie on me. When the fuck did I say anybody was Anatolian? I say exactly what the scientific papers say, just like you see on the stream. Both point this is talking about the models, both point to a back to Africa origin of North African individuals in a close relationship with Eurasian populations. That's all I say. I don't know what the fuck you talking about that they were. Who are Anatolians? You just making shit up like you've been doing the whole fucking video. You've been wrong majority of the fucking video.
What this article is saying. It says that 20% of their DNA coalesce with DNA that you find in Anatolia, Mesopotamia.
Yes. So that means I have ancestors there. That's what that means.
And 80% of their DNA coalesce with DNA that's found in North Africa. Sample size, they talked about Morocco.
Right, which that DNA has Levantine mix itself, just like fucking Ngozi just said, just like I said, just like we read from the damn paper. What the hell is wrong with you? You are a dumbass nigga. You are retarded. You stupid as hell. That's why you left this comment right here. When I left this comment, pretty much representing the paper pretty well. You said you can't read because you are retarded, bruh. Fucking stupid as hell. The paper says something verbatim and you go against it. Look at that dumbass face you make it too.
Good job.
This is what it is saying. It's a great day for those who are scientifically literate. It confirms what Ngozi been saying. Trust me with that. It confirms what Gulliver been saying. Y'all just was afraid of hearing that. Y'all want a person walk around with 3/4 head, heart gone, because you want all you asphyxiated to the southern region for what? We can talk about the conversation. We can talk about the different elements that make up Egypt. It's a fun conversation, yo, but to destroy friendships over, yo, not quite sure.
Yeah, that's why I say That's why I say you can look at Latin America. You know what I'm saying? With them saying, you know what I'm saying? It's different, but it got multiple gene flows coming from different directions. You know what I'm saying? We look at them people. You know what I'm saying? You got different, different minority, different groups, different mixtures. You know what I'm saying? That would be the same way ancient Egypt was. You look at modern day Colombia. You know what I'm saying? You go to cities like Medellin or Bogota, the genetic composition in those areas would be like lower Egypt. Still had, sub-Saharan African presence there, mixed in, but the majority of them would be more, Porto or mulatto or mixed group. But if you go to the Pacific coast of Cartagena or Choco, people gonna be mostly sub-Saharan African population. It's just a blend, but with a little bit of the mixed population.
And we have to think about the proxy and the zone and the geographics of a place like Egypt. This is a transcontinental country. And I'm gonna be honest, you don't need what races classify as sub-Saharan African or people south of the Sahara to be an African. To be an African, just like the people further south of the Sahara, all the way down past the equator in South Africa, they don't have to look like a Nigerian to be African. But they're genetic, and even amongst the dark skin group, a Dinka is just as dark as a Yoruba. But guess what? In genetic distance, they're far away from one another. A Dinka is not close to a Yoruba because you share dark skins. When you just focus on skin, you're a skinologist or skinhead. You're pseudo. A tall, lanky Dinka man who may look like a Wolof man. They are genetically distant from one another by far. Look into the autosomal charts. They're not the same. So even sub-Saharan Africa has most genetic diversity than anybody in the world.
Exactly. Africa is a continent, it's not a country, yo. Like look at Asia. Look how many diversity different people look in Asia, period. Overall, Africa is a continent, yo.
And it has the highest gene diversity, for sure. 25, I believe it's 25% more than out of non-African genomes, I believe.
Yeah, but see, we so racist because America creates races. Over here, you're identified by skin color because that's what we were told in slavery. So the one drop rule. So America is built off racism, not really science. The founding fathers of this country was not scientifically literate, and the standard.
Oh, they were fighting for that. They definitely were.
They fought for it, but you also had a group of people that was not. You know what I'm saying?
No. Let me say the America's founding fathers, because they sure as hell weren't our fathers, right?
Correct.
They was definitely trying to separate church from state. They were like, that's crazy. They was escaping religious persecution in the whole 9 yards. Now, the rest of the world wasn't. The rest of the world was definitely based off scientific racism, and it was in the colleges and universities in America that promoted scientific racism already yet. All right, but the very core, what they understood is we got to separate that thing. They did understand that.
Yeah, but in the South before the Great Migration, brother, and I agree with you. This is the whole argument between the idea of democracy, Republicans against Democrats, or liberals, or whatever. But what I'm trying to say is, in the South, where a lot of us come from before the Great Migration, those whites down South were not as scientifically literate as the ones in the North. And what I'm saying,
it was just like now.
Right. And what I'm trying to say, brother Unky, is a lot of us, black American culture, still keep old Southern standards of race. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, perfect. We're actually fighting old Southern standards.
It's pathetic.
Yeah, like you got black Americans that think they're the only people that was ever called black. Not like I work with dudes that's ignorant as hell. Like I got black Colombian friends. He's like, yeah, I thought he was black. He is black. In this country they call him Negro. He come from the same place you come from. Just because he ain't born in the United States don't mean he ain't black. He's an African. He got the same magic Congo.
Hold on real quick. Hey, I found it. It took me a minute. These people right here, the Baloch people of Iran. I don't know if you're there. You probably went to sleep, man. But this is the people I'm talking about.
No, I got you. I'm still here.
They're not African. They're the Baloch people. When you look up their genetic ancestry, it's like localized Iranian DNA with these people. So here, just trying to find this right here. Here they go, right here. What is it? About 50% of total Baloch population live in Balochian, Western. Pakistan. There we go.
Okay. Yeah.
They're Pakistani people. And I forgot what show. We were on a show and we were talking about just because someone has dark skin, that was the topic, does not mean that they're related to like someone in Europe or Igbo or some shit. And I pulled the DNA of these people. As you can see, they're very dark. And these people are pretty much Pakistani, and let me see if I can find Pakistani, localized Pakistani, what do you call it? DNA. So I'm gonna let the video play. I'm gonna see if I can pull up the paper.
DNA, just because you don't speak English, I mean he ain't black.
And that's why the color coordinates game that's been created, it has to be destroyed because they don't exist in the field of science or biology. It's stupid.
So would I be incorrect to say that it is a social category that's created by societies?
Yes, it's trash. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's trash. It's confusing. It's crazy.
All right, let's hear this out.
E1B1B1B2B ntDNA I /N 2570 BCE, age of the pyramids, 3rd, 4th dynasty. Dual ancestry, 77.6%, North African, Neolithic, 22.4%, Eastern Fertile Crescent, Y-DNA, E1B1B1B2B, ntDNA I /N.
Yeah, we used to handle it better than that. We used to handle wearing goes around that thing off around here. You know how you do it.
Yes,
the point there, it says dual ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the need to explain dual meaning two. Let's talk about what it actually means when they say that, because we're gonna get some racist individual try to make that more than what it really is. So let's get to what dual ancestry actually means. What does dual ancestry mean? What does dual ancestry does not mean? Let's get it straight. Understanding ancient genetic modeling again. All right. come here, clarifying misrepresentation. It does not mean that his parents were from two different regions like Morocco and Iraq. It does not mean that two people immigrated into Egypt in his lifetime. Instead, it reflects long-term ancestral admixture from previous population movements thousands of years earlier.
As I just said.
Hold on. These genetic signals become stable, inherited in the...
Hey, hold on. He misrepresenting the shit like a... Bro, you never said that, oh, this means that his mother was from Morocco and his father was from Mesopotamia.
Yeah, Ankh is complete trash, bro. Like this guy is a fucking idiot, and he should approach me first before ever doing some stupid ass bogus shit like this. Like not even you did this shit back in 2022. This is right here. This is some bogus ass fucking shit. At least me and you dialogued first. Like this is some bogus ass shit. Dual fucking like go back. Can we go back to where it says? It shows my power slot, my PowerPoint. Dual.
Yeah.
What it says.
Dual ancestry, which the paper says that, by the way.
Oh, so the dual ancestry is 77.6% North African, Neolithic, 22, which we know is what? Moroccan, Middle Neolithic, 22.4% Eastern Fertile Crescent, Mesopotamian Neolithic. What's wrong with that? I don't know what is he talking about. He's just making shit up and trying to throw it on me as some fucking racist or supremacist, trying to fucking say, hey, these people, they're one's mothers from this region. When was that ever said?
Right.
He's like, if I was Garfield and Gozy, any of them, why would you associate with Ankh? After this, I wouldn't, even if he want to apologize and dialogue with me. No, for what? Because you could have simply asked me to have a dialogue. Didn't have to be live. Could have been on Zoom. We can talk one-on-one. He could find out that's not what I was saying. None of this. So he could have found out what I actually was saying and be like, oh shit, you're spot on. But he didn't even want to find out the truth. He's just making shit up. What are these slides with the fucking dual ancestry? What is he talking about? Like, is this not dual ancestry? Like, is this not your diverse?
That's dual ancestry. That's two different.
Bro, it's two different ancestries. I didn't say his daddy was from fucking Morocco. No, I never said that, bro. Like, what is this guy on?
Yeah, man, he's retarded, bro. That's like,
and honestly, like, if he wants to debate, it seems like he can debate both of us. So if he wants me and you at the same time, let's go. Let's get it on. I don't care. He can bring any of his fucking whack ass fucking followers on this channel right now. Reggie, Ankh, Reggie versus Yashub and Biblical DNA. Let's fucking make it happen. Let's go. Let's fucking make it happen. I'll fucking try his fucking tropical bodies with fucking Kiat and slam dunk that bullshit.
Yeah, but these niggas is known for misrepresenting. They always misrepresent. Can't just read the shit for what it says. You gotta make shit up. Talking about some, oh, this doesn't mean his mother or his father. Bro, shut the fuck up. We understand what dual ancestry means. The majority of his autosomal ancestry is North African, Middle Neolithic, and 22.4% is Mesopotamian. Meaning he has ancestors with an S, plural, coming from those regions or those population groups. That's what that means, bro. I don't know why the fuck you, man. Your boy crazy, man.
And he literally said that's where the admixture shows, but then he's trying to say, oh, his mother and father is from two different locations. I never fucking said that. And what's crazy is different. Like, how many times did I say different migrations? I think I said it once or twice before this was even fucking read. Migrations and whatnot. Didn't I say didn't chronology already wasn't chronology already spoken by me? Didn't I say that or no? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
You're going in and out.
Give me a second. Like this, my shit's yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep. Afrocentrix always got to put a spin on it. Yeah.
This shit's nuts, bro. And I feel like you tried to warn me about this shit back in 2022.
Maybe I'm going out. Maybe it's my signal because My
No, it's
screen.
probably me.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
No, I was saying you try. I think you tried to warn me back in 2022 about them. It's like, damn, man, this shit's crazy.
Yeah, they do this shit, man.
And another thing, I think never mind. Let's just go ahead and get this playing because I can keep on talking because my blood is hot now. I'm pissed.
He said that I was claiming that somebody was an Anatolian. Like, when the fuck did I claim anybody was an Anatolian? Like, these niggas is crazy. You just say shit.
He doesn't know the admixture, and I think Ngozi brought that up. He was talking about the Neolithic Levant, and it was mixed with Anatolian, if I'm not mistaken. But the pre-Potter Neolithic B was mixed with Anatolian. So if he wants to, does he want to also debate that? Like, damn, do we need to start all the way from fucking Homo sapiens coming out of Africa with him? Shit.
Apparently we do, because he brought that Anatolian shit up, and I didn't even bring up the Tazuna, or however he said, right? And like you said, Ngozi brought that up, and he's now I heard this part. He thinks when we bring this up, we're talking about, oh, this means a person literally right there in that man's lifetime traveled from Anatolia and settled in Egypt right then and there.
It's crazy.
And no one ever said this shit.
Nah, I only got actually the only person that I found that suggested that he was a foreigner is Dr. Taha. He's a geneticist that's working on the Egyptian Genome Project. He's a consult geneticist that's helping. He's the only one that claimed that he's a foreigner, and I refuted that today in my video. The individual, this Egyptian, was raised Egyptian. He was his whole life. He was an Egyptian. I never suggested at all that he was a foreigner.
Right. And we know he's not, because he don't got Caucasus hunter-gatherer DNA. Because at this time, I believe Caucasus hunter-gatherer DNA would have been all throughout that region, right? Because we get Caucasus hunter-gatherer DNA coming from north to south around the Bronze Age period.
Yes.
So if he was a recent migrant during this period, we would expect to see some Caucasus hunter-gatherer DNA, and we don't see it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, I ain't make that argument. You ain't make that argument. This is called a fucking straw man. You just making fucking straw mans at this point.
22.4% Eastern Fertile Crescent, Y-DNA, E1B1B1B2B, NTDNA, I//N.
Yeah, we used to handle it better than that. We used to handle and goes around that thing off around here. E1, you know how you do it.
Yes,
The point there, it says dual ancestry.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the need to explain dual meaning too. Let's talk about what it actually means when they say that, because we're gonna get some racist individual try to make that more than what it really is. So let's get to what dual ancestry actually means. What does
That's crazy. He just literally called me racist, bro.
That's not me. Let's get it straight. Understanding ancient genetic modeling again. All right.
He said,
I'm here. Clarifying.
So
Misrepresentation. It does not mean that his parents were from two different regions like Morocco and Iraq.
Man, when the fuck he say that shit? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man. It's so fucking stupid.
Nah, he needs to dedicate a whole fucking video for wasting our times watching this stupid ass fucking shit when he can just watch mine or yours video regarding this fucking article, regarding this information, and gain so much fucking knowledge. And all he had to do was just stay quiet the whole time. He could have just fucking just played the shit and didn't say fucking anything, and his audience would have learned something out of this shit. The audience didn't learn shit. The audience learned of how to fucking make straw mans and fucking lie about other people. That's all they learned with this.
Let me see what the chat's saying right now. Hold on. Let me see. Come on. Pull up. Ah, fuck. All right.
It does not mean that two people immigrated into Egypt in his lifetime. Instead, it reflects long-term ancestral admixture from previous population movements thousands of years earlier.
As I just said.
Hold on. These genetic signals become stable, inherited in the Egyptian population over generations. That's the same thing Samantha Cater said, but y'all missed it, right? And how that can change the signal of the population. The no-red individual genetic ancestry breakdown. Here you go again. There you go. All All right. We just clarifying this before the pseudo jump out. We just get it straight. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, if you can,
Before pseudo jumps out.
in the chat GPT and say, what is this layered with Natufian or whatever? It'll break it down and let you know.
It talk about that in the other article we're gonna deal with.
Okay.
The African, the Sahara article.
Yes.
And it talk about the Natufians, how 1/3 of their genes, since people love Southern Africa, right? Coalesce with 1/3 of that. It's right there. It's a layer. Again, it's a layer understanding of it. I don't like people to make homo groups like it's a race of people or something. I don't like that.
It's the smallest. I try not to play that game. I mean, it tells deep ancestry.
When the fuck did somebody make a haplogroup a race of people?
That's nuts, bro. Like, and he said, how did he say it? How did he pronounce it? Did he say hyper? I don't know what he said. Like
a hoplo. I don't know how the fuck he's saying it, but a hoplo group, or I think he said it like that.
I don't know, but I think he has what is his haplogroup? Is he like a R1B carrier? Like, and he's like not wanting to know.
I believe he's a R1B carrier, and I have my reasons to believe so. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But I'm 100%, not 100%. I'm 99.9% sure that he got R1B.
So all of this is about a jealousy of E1B1B. I think that's what all this has to be about, because we see that this ancient Egyptian had E1B1B, right? We know the modern day population, if I'm not mistaken, they're either majority E1B1B or J or something like that. I'm pretty sure the majority E1B1B. So is he jealous about that? Like, what's the catch? Like, why he has this disdain for Y DNA? Like, what's that all about? Like,
because the damn shit said North Africa and West Asia. That's why he got a problem with it.
Or that the fact that I mentioned that it had a migration coming from Northeast Africa into the Levant down to Arabia, which the globe tracker shows and proves my point. Oh man. Okay.
There you go. There you have it. They don't want that. They don't want to wake up and smell a fucking coffee that these people have been migrating in and out of this area for thousands of years. That's why he mentioned me, because I always bring this up. I always bring what y'all about to see on the stream. I've been saying this shit for about a year or two already. Right here, this back to African origin of these North Africans. I keep bringing that up, man. Got an issue with that. The people that are indigenous North Africans are a result of back to African migrations. And Ngozi said it. These people, Gullah said it.
Yeah, but then they faded out, Yeshua. I'm gonna be real with you. They faded out, and Ngozi's just agreeing with him now for the most part. He faded out. Like, he just agreeing with the shit now. Like, knowing I didn't say any of that shit, and he knows I wouldn't say anything like that. More that I was saying that it was a two statistical admixture of North African and Fertile Crescent Mesopotamian. And this dude coming on some other shit that his father was from Morocco and his mother was from Libya or whatever he said. Right. I never said that bullshit. Like,
to be fair, I don't know if Ngozi watched your video. He just going off what Unc is saying.
Yeah, but he sees it right there. He sees two different admixtures with exactly what the paper said. Like, damn.
You're right about that. You're right. He should have said something about that. I can't defend him on that. It's on the damn stream, so crazy.
Maternal lineage, but it doesn't tell the overall DNA composition of a story. I mean, hell, 40% of African American men are R1B269 that they got from the British or the Irish. Does that not make them black? I mean, everybody on this chat right now is not E1B1A, but we all still classified as whatever black. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like haplogroups, particular haplogroups can come out of a particular or be common in particular populations, but those populations can overlap with other groups. Things like that. That's what makes it more confusing. You know what I'm saying? That's why you can't use it alone.
And Goldie, have we identified the 77.7 North African element?
No, that's what I was trying to get to do when you get a chance. If you put it in what's the name AI to break it down.
Yep. It's in the damn paper. It breaks it down. It's highly Levantine and I'm the Eurasian like.
Yeah.
Which Unc shouldn't like. Remember, that they saying it. They relate to Levantines. Well, yeah, the damn paper's saying that. Like, come on, bro.
So the Neolithic North African at the time, it'll break down the population that's used, and the word is called. Go ahead.
Because just from us on here talking about it enough, that Neolithic that Green Sahara, as soon as it becomes possible for the Nile Delta to be inhabited, it's that Merimde culture, I believe, is that first culture that settles in there that's able to domesticate cattle, we see polished stones and things like that in that area. I believe the Merimde is the first. So are they Levantine?
It's post the Tufi. They're related to the Harippians. They're related to and they're also related to the population that you brought up, and they're related to the people that were sitting on the Sinai. And Sinai sits in between Egypt and the beginning phase of the Levant, right? So those people have been going back and forth for a very long time. And a lot of the genetic signatures starts in the Nile, it goes over there, and then some drift from there and come back in. So the problem is when you look at the Neolithic, you're talking about post Tufian populations, which means after when they start to mix.
Same shit we've been saying all night.
Yeah, like. So what was the difference between him saying, "Oh, because what?" Because see, Ankh is a racist. He called me racist. He's the racist. He knows that I'm not African American. So since I'm not African American, I shouldn't be influencing Garfield. Garfield shouldn't be posting my posts and have me on his fucking live to talk about the ancient Egyptian. And oh, guess what? I was right, because when Brother Garfield had me on, somebody asked me what was the skin pigmentation. I said dark and a possibility of intermediate. So guess who was right? It was me. And that was like 2 years ago, Yeshu. It was back in like 2023 or the beginning of 2024.
I'm just baffled right now because this nigga Ngozi saying the same shit.
Mm-hmm. So what is it? It's got to be something else. Like it's got to be like something else. Like he's trying to either purposely, like, well, the thing is, it's not purposely get under my skin because he didn't even let me know about this shit. Because he could have simply asked me on and asked me questions and interrogated me, or being a real man and just talk to me one-on-one, like, hey, what's going on with this? Like, what are you talking about? I'll be like, well, did you read the article? Did you read my power slides? Did you see that my power slides are actually going to the article? And I did that for people that cannot read fucking articles to actually be able to fucking understand what's in the article.
Hey, him? You talking about him?
Unfortunately, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's Afrocentrix. There's got to be a racist because out of all people, he's letting. So Ngozi's saying the same thing I'm saying, but I'm wrong, and Ngozi's the Superman, like the superhero. Like what? Yeshub saying the same thing Ngozi's saying, but Yeshub is the wrong one. And Yeshub took the whole time. I don't know how long your video was. I don't know how long, like I didn't watch it, to be honest with you. I don't know how long it was. But you took the time to cover the whole paper, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who else did that? In their so-called conscious community, in their black pseudo killer community?
Nobody.
You took 2 hours and 35 minutes. I see.
Yeah.
I took an hour and 32 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And I took an hour today. Yep, an hour and 32. It said, damn, we took about the same amount of time because I split my shit up. Because I covered a lot of material, and I didn't even cover the supplementary material to talk about the that little bun on the back of his head.
Yep. And this is the videos that he created to address the paper, but he ain't even addressing the fucking paper. That's the crazy part.
Nope. His audience ain't gonna learn shit listening to him. I feel bad for anybody following this shit. They need to unsubscribe and follow somebody else because this ain't it. I think Chief, we're gonna see now. I gotta come here with you and review Chief X's video about it because he talks shit about Chief X too. So well, maybe
Chief X wrong. Chief X he's wrong as 2 left feet on most of his fucking videos. So Chief X probably fucked it up too. I don't know.
I don't know, man. It sounds like he might be right though.
Oh,
I think we just I didn't say it more. I said Ankh, Reggie versus Yeshua, biblical DNA. I'm for it. Like if they want to do it, let's go. Because he made a bunch of bullshit and in a live debate, that shit ain't gonna work.
Nah, it ain't
That's not gonna work.
But he
ain't gonna work.
He ain't gonna debate. He ain't gonna make excuses. Man, it's funny. It's funny. Right after he say some shit and goes to get on there and repeat the same shit that we talking about, he just sit there and he's quiet.
It's nuts. Then accuses you of talking about Anatolia Neolithic, and it was in Ngozi, I think, that mentioned Anatolia Neolithic for fucking the Levant pre-Potter Neolithic beat.
Right? Yeah, that was in Ngozi saying this. I didn't even say that. I don't even talk about the Zuna population, and all I focus on is what the paper said: the relationship with the Levantine people, and then the Mesopotamia. Because remember, when the paper came out in February, we didn't know about this Mesopotamian link. We didn't even know about it. We just knew the Tufian link.
Exactly, and I mentioned that. Let's go ahead and get this to play, but yeah, I mentioned that in the video today. I mentioned that with them. Like I told Ankh, I said, "Do you even know what the damn Mesopotamian Neolithic sample is?" They were like, "No, why don't you tell us?" It's a lot of samples. It's like fucking 10 samples from Turkey and 2 samples from Iraq. So what the hell, y'all? What the?
I told you, Ankh told on himself so fucking cold at the beginning of this shit, because like, bro, it's obvious to anybody who's even skimmed this shit. You don't read this stuff, bro.
Yeah, I skimmed it. See, I skimmed this shit to make those PowerPoints just so I know I can get the shit done so people can see what the fuck was important that people are interested in, because everybody's not interested in the whole fucking thing.
Right? Yeah, exactly. And that's why we do what we do, and that's why niggas hate us, because you already know what it is, because you go through the papers too, bro. Like you got to be detailed with this stuff, and you got to there's little stuff here, and you got to make sure you know all the little nuances of the thing before he start talking on the stuff, right? And that's what we all knew the moment he opened his mouth. It was like, what the fuck is you saying? We all had the same question. We're like, what you talking about? There's all kind of samples. What the fuck do you mean one paper? What did you say? What year you been in, bro? Do you not know how cold this year's been for you Afrocentric niggas? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's done. It's a wrap. It's over. It's over.
Yeah.
And here's the cold part. So Ngozi been known this shit for a long ass time, right?
All right.
For a long ass time, but his bread and butter is in the Afrocentric circles. So Ngozi, like, I was telling this to Yeshub the other day, right? I say it's all the times, like, man, I'm so messed up because like we was all in the Afrocentric circles and whatnot, but like people like me and Yeshub, we weren't up on the papers when they were first coming out, like back in the early 2000s, 2012. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't there. We didn't know to look. Now we've been known we were wrong for a long ass time, right? And people like Ngozi been known the same information, right? And so he should have been calling these cats out for the longest. He knows damn well they got this whole Egypt was a black land thing popping off, you know. And so what he told them the same shit they need to hear, but he's not emphasizing shit. Black don't mean West African, bro. Black don't mean what we could all have different haplogroups and be black. All right, cool. You ain't said shit then. And he's not calling an uncle like, oh, how dare they be bringing the haplogroup? Nigga, no, nigga. You know exactly what it is. And goes, this is how you trace ancestors. And yo, tell me, I had to leave and come back. Tell me Ngozi addressed that 20% Mesopotamian nonsense.
I haven't seen anything where he did.
And that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, how many times have we had conversations with Ngozi where he had to disagree with us and agree with us all at the same time just to save face for his Afrocentric people? You know what I'm saying? I don't got time for that, bro. Ngozi, bro, as a Muslim brother, we got to stand for the truth even against ourselves, brother. Against ourselves and our own family. That's what the Quran says, bro. You got to take it to these cats, Ngozi. You can't let this shit live no more, bro.
Yeah,
Otherwise, you're the most guilty, bro, because you know better.
You gotta start smoking these niggas, man. Like when Reggie was talking, he would say something that Reggie was doing, and he'd be like, "No, I'm not talking about you, Reggie, but you are." And I know you're trying to just be cordial. I know how he is. The brother's real cordial with with everybody. You know what I'm saying? No matter what.
But he be cordially tiptoeing around. He know what he doing, Yeshua. He knowing damn well he's like, I'm gonna let these niggas live. I'm gonna let them breathe. I'm gonna let them hold on to this fantasy and not be the bearer of bad news. No, nigga. Okay, you got it. See, we catch all the hate because we don't mind saying the truth like that, bro. Because we all were pissed off and we found out we was lied to, bro.
Right.
And goes, you know what it is, bro. Like you can't cover the sin like that, bro. You can't you can't hide the truth, bro. You know what that is, bro. Even the Comedics will call you a kafir for that, bro.
Yeah, I guess somebody said he was what did he say? Contradicting himself. And I will say this. Ngozi not contradicting himself because he's gonna stick to the information. It's just that when he gets around idiots like Unc them and they say certain things, right? And it'll make it look like he not really co-signing nothing. He's trying to avoid an argument with them. So I guess for the conversation, I guess I'm trying to be.
But he bro, you know he be making it appear like he co-signing. He know what he doing, bro. He don't tell him no, you niggas is wrong.
All right. No, he did that with Kieta, and somebody called him out on the video of the one that I told you about, Yeshub, the one I commented under. Yeah. Somebody kept on calling him out over and over and over and over again. Same thing what Morris talking about. Spot on. Like, I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. That's.
He'll say it. No, Torah 60. He'll say it. He knows the info. I'm talking about holding these niggas' feet to the fire when it's time to do so.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, you got to go in assassin mode, man. When Reggie go up there talking that dumb shit, talking about something, I'm up here to represent blackity black. You need to go ahead and kill that right there because you got the information, you know, to understand it. So, when Unc came on there talking about something, just because he got 20% Mesopotamian doesn't mean he has ancestors. Like, what? That's when you come in and correct that shit right there, bro. That was retarded. That don't mean his grandmother. No, it does. It means they got ancestors that come from that region. Like, what are you talking about?
And I'm gonna keep it a stack and goes, where are your videos breaking down these papers for these niggas?
I said, that's exactly what I said. And none of those pseudo killers, where's their videos? Where is the followers of Ankh that did 2 hours and 35 minutes like Yeshub? Or my videos, like I did 2 separate videos bringing in different authors, scholars that weren't even part of this study, and they gave their own 2 cents. You don't see reading none of those.
And I don't expect Ankh to that, bro. That's never been Ankh's field, bro. That is not Ankh's field, and you can tell the moment he starts touching this shit. Anybody who reads it, no, hey, bro, hey, put that shit down, bro. Knock that up. No. No. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200, nigga. Stop playing. Here's what you doing.
Go straight
you
to jail.
hurt yourself.
Yeah, man, he fucking up.
Bad, bro. Bad. And here's the cold part, right? Ngozi, bro, Ngozi. You can tell these niggas, you niggas do have connections to the Egyptians. You do have autosomal interplay with these cats, right? It's just through this North African component.
Yeah.
Bruh, they want it the other way around. No, they have us up. No, they don't got our shit like that, bro. We got their shit like that.
Right. Right.
Just tell them what it is, bruh, and end the whole conversation. Because you can't, bruh. How many thousands of years do we need to go back to make the claim to prove this thing? Like, you know how ugly this gets, bruh. Like, you know how ugly this gets in North Africa, bruh. You know how ugly this gets in North Africa. Why are you letting them die there like that, bruh?
Yeah. He letting them die on that Green Sahara page, too.
Woo, boy!
This nigga that misrepresented that paper like 5 times throughout this damn 2-hour, 30-minute segment.
And they stand on that too, bro. They stand on, bro. I did not hear E read till like I started looking. I was like, damn, y'all are killing. You are massacring this Green Sahara shit. What are y'all doing? And goes. I'm looking at you, bro, because you knew this, bro. You made me get deeper into the DNA, bro. Just to keep up with what you were saying long time. I was like, damn, I can't rattle off the haplogroup tree like you can. Let me step up my game.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And at that time, you already knew the end, bro.
But
you already knew what it was then.
You don't got the Tessaiga, bro. We already talked about, like, you and I, we got the Tessaiga.
Tessaiga these niggas, though. You understand what I'm saying?
Tessaiga them, bro. I'm telling you, that's what it is.
You got to Tessaiga them niggas. What you said? Whiscar, let's go. What you said?
Shit.
You can't heal, bro. You can't heal stupid. You can't heal wrong, nigga. You can only correct that shit.
Facts. You can only upgrade it, man. You can't. Oh man. But you know, that's not. I don't know why I'm trying to be this dude's lawyer, man. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up, bro. As you know, dude, Stilo, his style ain't to.
Hey, I'm gonna let you be good cop for the first time, bro. Fuck all the dumb shit, bro. Now I'm gonna be Muslim right now. No, nigga, it's this. You gotta stand for justice, even against yourself and against your own damn family. Damn, has to take some heads.
Yeah.
It said the Quran says the truth knocks the brains out of falsehood. End quote.
Yeah, you got to go in, bro. Yeah, you got to go. You can't sit there, because he do provide the information, but he got to stick it to them niggas, though. You know what I'm saying?
He be purposely, he be purposely using 10 words when 2 words would be making the clear ass point. And they be trying to talk around shit, soften the shit. I'm not even mad at the bro. I know what he's doing, but bro, like, you can't, bro. What's the point of you learning this shit if you ain't gonna teach this shit? What's the point, bro? And what's the point of you bringing around these niggas if you ain't gonna show them what to do with this stuff, bro? All they're gonna do is get in trouble with this and look stupid for another decade, bro. Because you know they're gonna be saying the same dumb shit in a decade, bro. Teaching the kids the same dumb shit for a decade, bro. I'm gonna be on with Dr. Mott tomorrow. Hey, let's talk about Egypt with the black land type. Man. We were the one.
Oh man. Hey, Igozi, you need to correct his ass on that Green Sahara paper, bro. That shit didn't say nothing about the Takakori women having a sub-layer or substratum of sub-Saharan DNA. It didn't say that at all. But it did say they had 7% Levantine ancestry and 93% from an unknown North African source. That's all it says. It don't say nothing about no sub-Saharan African. Basically, it says it's not sub-Saharan African or any known genome that we have today. It's its own distinct thing. So I don't know what the fuck you were talking about. I don't know where you got that from. Maybe you should try quoting the paper instead of just spitballing all the goddamn time. Maybe that'll help. You know, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
You know, Avery was telling me that Garfield was getting at him, trying to have him come on or whatnot. And I told him, I'll go on with you if you want me to. Like, maybe we need to go over there and start showing niggas, like, breaking down admixture to them, like the different admixture of the population from different time periods, just so they fucking get it, bro. Like,
nah, don't do that shit. Nah, you'll be called racist for doing that shit. You can't do that. Nah.
Hey, niggas gonna be niggas, bro. Get that money while you bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, when you cry about this video, you see the Takori individuals right here on the PC chart, over here by itself, not clustering with any goddamn thing. It's its own distinct autosomal signature, right?
You know what, bro? I don't think I can read this. I'm not even trying to be insulting and whatnot, but like, bro, you know how long it took? Like, so I have extremely good reading comprehension. I've never scored lower than a 94% reading comprehension in my life. I was able to go to college at 16 and take any reading class I wanted to at the college, right? Because of my test scores and whatnot, right? It took me forever to learn how to read these PSA plots, right? And it's super simple, right? It's not hard at all, right? But when you don't know what you're looking at at the very beginning, bro, you just want to skip over this shit and try to find something you can understand and whatnot. But this is where the fucking rubber meets the road, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This is like, that's why, like, bro, when we first went through that paper, I was like, yo, that triangulation is some cold shit right there. What do you do with that? What are you saying? Like, y'all trying to act like you don't see it, but they don't see it, bro. They don't understand when they're looking at that NeuroWatch sample what the triangulation means, fam. They have no clue. Like, you hear him trying to, like, no, really what that means is they were just intermixing with other Egyptian populations that blah, blah. You understand what I'm saying? They have no clue what this means, and they don't understand. You can't get past this stuff, bro. We now know how to test these admixtures. We can take ancient ancestry tests, my nigga. What you saying? We can even tell skin tones of people now. What are you saying? What are you saying? And that's what's killing y'all, bro. Because like Ngozi had to tell you niggas, hey, we're all black, but we don't got the same haplogroup. Now then, what does that mean? Do we all have the same ancestry? Nope. And that's exactly what he was telling your ass, bro. That black don't mean shit when it comes to this. Phenotype is fluid, but is he making that clear? No. He wants y'all to, we're all still black. He wants to still push that blackity black Afrocentric shit on the light stuff. You can't do that no more in Ngozi, bro. You can't do that, fam. You can't do that, fam. Not in 2025. Pseudo must die.
He got to get the test cycle. You got to get the test cycle.
Test cycle ain't gonna do it, bro. It ain't gonna do it.
I'll watch it and you watch it after this. Fuck it.
It's a shovel head ass nigga.
Nah, he's what's the name that with the wind with the what you call it? I think the wind where he can suck all the demons in. I forgot his name.
He got the wind tunnel or the
wind tunnel. There it is. Yeah, he does the wind tunnel, but he can't like Naraku will get around that by it's like poison to him if he
everything exactly. He can only take it in for so long or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? If he has a limit, and that if he reaches that limit, he's done. He gets sucked in his own. He gets sucked in his own wind tunnel.
That's Ngozi.
Yep. Yeah.
But
he need to be like that girl that old boy that keeps going at. Like so the monk dude, you know what I'm saying? He's always trying to go after a girl who's a demon hunter, right? Always trying to grab ass or whatnot, right? She knows what it's like, man. I'm just a human being, bro. But you niggas gotta die. That's her whole. She's like, I come from a clan of demon killers, nigga. You niggas gotta die. I don't care if you take me out, my brother out, my daddy out. Nigga, I'm the last one in the clan. You niggas gotta die.
Gotta go. Yep. Gotta go. Gotta go, man. Hey, man. You watching this, bro? I need you to show me this paper where this goddamn Takori sample got this sub-Saharan African DNA like you were saying. I want this shit clustering right here, bro. I'm gonna test cycle your ass, nigga.
You know where we got it fucked up at? Like earlier we were going over the 63.5%, 36 point whatever percent joint, and we had to break down, but that sub-Saharan African isn't what you think it is.
Oh, he's reading that about the top.
Yeah, bro.
Oh my god, I don't know what the fuck he reading, man. Damn, I gotta help.
And that's what I'm saying for people who go through this. You can tell, like, I know. And it goes, he's like, I see what you niggas is doing. You trying to match that? Oh shit. Let me try to make sure you niggas don't look like idiots out here because I'm affiliated with you niggas. You know what I'm saying? But bro, like, you gotta bring them all the way on, bro. And you can't let them. Like, biblical DNA was correct, bro. You can't let them even front like he was wrong in any way, shape, or form. Come on now, bro. Yeah. Like, that's not cool, bro. We can't let niggas wear stuff on their jacket that ain't theirs, bro. Come on now.
Yeah.
We can't act like he was wrong and he was right and exact and was literally leaving breadcrumbs for you niggas. You understand what I'm saying? Come on now, bro.
Hold on. I gotta say something about this PCA, bro. Y'all see up top where it said, hold on, let me blow this up, bro. I gotta blow this up,
man. That's a cold ass piece.
You see where it says Morocco Middle Neolithic? This is where the Egyptian would have been at because it's related to these two populations. Look, where do we see overlap with the Near Easterners?
Rough, bro. And what's cold about it, bro, is they got the nerve to put the map of Africa on this. You know what I'm saying?
No, Unc said they cut Africa in half. They cut, bro. The genetics is like that. Like the people in the north are vastly different than the people in the south genetically. That's what this PCA is showing you. Here's the North African genomes, and then as we go south, well, my mouse just died on me. Hold on, let me get my. Sorry.
I got here acting like the Sahara Desert's a man-made contraption. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, but as we go south, we can see these other populations that are sub-Saharan African are far off from the North African. I plugged my damn phone up. I need to plug my mouse up. I'm gonna blame Unc for this shit, man. My damn mouse died on. Anyway, up here is the Morocco Middle Neolithic, and then as we go down the PCA, we can see East African pastoralists, East African Iron Age, East African foragers, Central African foragers, West Africans. All these groups are very distal from the Morocco Middle Neolithic, Morocco Paleo E-Neolithic, and Morocco E-Neolithic up here. But these groups up here that are North African cluster closer to the Near Eastern groups. That's how it is. You can get upset about it all day. Oh, they cut Africa in half, sub-Saharan Africa. That's just the evidence. That's just a part of the reality. You're just going to have to accept it. The people up here are going to cluster more closer to West Asians than the people in the South, than they do the people in the South.
I just got a simple question for you, bro. Is you going to walk through the Sahara or around that bitch? I'm gonna tell you right now, if I start traveling south and I see all that desert, and I turn around, and I see a whole ocean behind me. You know, let me go walk on this coastline for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, coastal routes. And this is supposed to be an evolution guy.
That bro, that's the part that's killing. Like, bro, you nigga. I had so much hope. I thought he was coming around you. So I was like, you know what? We might actually be able to get through to this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Nope. You steeped all off in the Afrocentrism, bro.
Yeah.
How you an atheist and you got Afrocentrism as a god, bro? What are you doing?
He's treating that word Africa like they treat the word black. So it's like, oh, they're just African. Okay, that doesn't tell the story. It doesn't tell you.
It doesn't tell you nothing.
Yeah. What you're seeing on this PC tells the story. These people are related to Near Easterners.
He says that they're indigenous to North Africa. Does he even know what that means? Because they can't be invaders then, bro. What are you saying? They can't be invaders then.
To be fair, Unc is not saying that they are invaders, but that's Reggie and all the other guys on this panel. But what he is trying to say is that the localized North African DNA, I don't even know if he is trying to say that, but this is what it's coming off as. Like, the localized North African DNA ain't got nothing to do with West Asians. Because when biblical DNA brought up that the clade is shared with Arabians, he took an issue with it.
All right. So Ankh takes the position that the area got flipped with the Hyksos and all that other type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So his position is so. If you listen to what he was saying earlier, and this is what I try to call it out earlier. He tries to take that silky D position, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
That's what man. He's trying to say, like, no, when it's saying 20% Mesopotamian and all this other shit here, he's like we just showed you in that Mediterranean paper, those are really indigenous Egyptian populations that have moved out over there, blah, blah, blah. You feel him? He's trying to tell you, no, they didn't really mix with West, the real Eurasians and whatnot. They mixed with the Egyptians that left and came back. That's his whole concept, bro. That's why I can't be in Ghost. He plays nice. No, I'm gonna call you on the dumb shit, bro. Like, we gotta. No, I hear what you're saying. No, I can't let it fly, bro. I've heard on say that dumb Hykso dumb shit.
So how is he gonna say that? And we're reading a paper that's before the Hyksos period. and we still see these elements
Bro,
within it.
Because you know exactly what it is.
He time skipping like a motherfucker right there.
You know how they time skip on this stuff. Their chronology is all fucking crazy. They jump from like out of Africa to the Shah and Shang dynasty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We just saw Mfudishi do that shit the other day. That's standard for these niggas.
They left Africa and started the Shang dynasty. Damn, that's fucking 70,000 years later.
Time skip. You understand? Bro, that's what I'm saying. The chronology is crazy. So when we're talking about, if any one of us talk about any kind of technology coming back into Africa via Egypt, any kind of language coming in, any kind of agriculture, anything past animals, plants, and we don't know what the fuck we're talking about because all that shit left Egypt and Africa. It went to the world the way they teach that shit. Nothing can come back in. How dare you? Africa is the mother, not the child. But that's how they teach it. That's why when you debated Silky, you had to debate the same dumb shit, and I had to debate the same dumb shit. You got the Afrocentric out of Africa theory, where you think Africa seeded the whole fucking world with civilization all at the same time.
Yeah.
That Africa gave the whole world agriculture, that Africa gave the whole world language, that Africa gave the whole world mathematics and science. Bro, that's not the case, bro. That's not the case, bro. And you making a whole stank face because you got a paper you can't get around. Like I told you, they wrote this paper just for them niggas. Just for them. Like, oh, you want to think that you're gonna no, we're gonna checkmate you everywhere you're gonna make an argument. No, all the shit came into Africa. No, it came in, bro. And you know where it came in? It came into your precious Egypt.
Yep.
And spread. It kept going to spread forever and a day, bro.
Yeah.
Forever and a day. You know how deep we got pastoralists, you know what I'm saying? Cultures who are not going to, bruh. It spread all the way to the Sahel.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides in them jump. The fingerprint is deep. And this paper was so beautiful because everywhere you niggas try to flip it and say, no, it got populated from the south and went to the north type thing, or however you niggas want to do, because I know you be flipping maps and all kind of dumb shit, right? Every way you try to spin that, this paper said, no, nigga, it came in the opposite direction. Opposite direction. This paper kept slamming that in your head. Opposite direction.
Yep.
Opposite direction.
North to south.
Yep.
North to south.
Boy. You got to give it up, man. You got to give it up like that crack pipe, bro.
And more. They act like, oh, this is just one paper. No, this is a series of papers. No. You guys ain't been keeping up.
A mountain, bro. A mountain. This has been the work. This is the coldest part. Is like you niggas is the Walking Dead and don't even know it. You niggas is zombies out here and don't even know it. We've been trying to tell you niggas is dead, bro. Y'all, like I said, y'all out here looking like, like I said, standing over a star with them wings flapping right now, bro.
Chop to pieces, huh? Damn, man. They look at these, not even read, because he proved today he didn't. When he made that cultural statement, oh, it's just cultural diffusion. You didn't read this paper because this paper don't say that.
Oh, exactly.
They read these papers with their ideological glasses on instead of just like we're looking at the PCA chart right now. He should. Well, you saying, well, it's probably difficult for him, but asking Gozy to explain. Avery, don't come on here with no beef and shit, bro. Please, we having a good conversation. I'm gonna drop the link again. Come on here beefing, bro.
No, come on with that bullshit, Avery. I want to see you beef. I want to see what it look like when he start beefing with it.
I'm gonna let him beef. I'm gonna mute my mic and go to sleep, man. Shit. What was I saying? Oh, they read these papers with their ideological glasses. They can't even clearly see what's in their fucking face. Like this PCA chart right here is showing you that North Africans overlap with Near Eastern groups. This would not never register in his brain. You see what I'm saying? Oh man, crazy work. Crazy work.
Come on, Avery, where you at? Come on with the bullshit.
Hey, Avery, when this paper first came out, we was talking about this all in the chat and shit. Well, in our Facebook little group or whatever. And remember, I told you, it was like these people are taking this paper and pretty much trying to make it seem as if, basically saying what the paper not saying. Like he trying to claim we doing. Like they would ignore this part about it being genetically closer to Slotty Coon than to sub-Saharan Africans. They would ignore all of this. They would ignore OIC1 being more basal on haplogroup N than this individual. They would ignore every single bit of it. They would ignore where it says there was limited migration in the Green Sahara. They would ignore that. They ignore everything because they want to stick with this. Oh, well, actually, this paper is showing. First of all, they was telling me the Egyptians would have been like the Takori rock shelter people. That's a lie. We have no evidence of that. And then now this nigga talking about they had layers of sub-Saharan African DNA. I'm like, that's a fucking lie. People don't say that.
But see, I swear to you, bro, he's mixing the match and don't recognize he's doing it.
You talking about this section right here where it goes over the
where he's seeing that sub-Saharan? I swear he's thinking the same. Like I said in that previous paper, we was talking about the 6335. What I swear to you, he's mixing it all the way up.
Oh my god. Where is it at? Hold on,
That's what I'm saying, bro. We might have to just link up like Voltron, bro. Avery, get up here, bro.
There it is right there. Look, 36.5% sub-Saharan African. This is referring to the Tafarots, not the goddamn Takori rock shelter. And this paper reverses what we thought.
Right.
2017, we thought this was sub-Saharan African. Well, we didn't have an exact approximate.
But that right there, what you just said, is something that but most of these cats can't say. It reversed what we thought. And what did we do? We went with the info.
Yep.
We didn't say, no, they wrong. They don't take time out. It's just one paper.
Just one paper.
Just like when we found out that there was no EP2 sample in Levant, we're like, all right, we'll leave it alone.
Exactly. We dropped it.
Said and done.
You don't keep fucking reiterating shit that's dead, man.
All right, he recon the bullshit, bro.
Ivriski.
Mute your mic out.
I'm trying to fix my string array. I'm having all these issues. Hold on.
Yeah, it switched up. It's a new one. Yeah.
Let's see.
Let me get in stage fright now. What you need to do is start putting belt the ass on these Afrocentrics. Yeah,
you heard what I'm saying?
Is my mic working? Hello.
Yeah. No, we can't. Your mic is not working at all. We can't hear your shit.
Actually, I should switch to my other computer. I'll wait till this one starts getting loud.
No, you good. We can hear you just fine.
No, it's just that my other one works better. But no, I'll stay on this one until this one starts to make noise.
Hey, Avery.
Yo,
Avery, did you know that the Takori rock shelter had sub-Saharan African DNA?
Oh yeah, of course I knew. Of
Apparently,
course, 100% Dinka.
100% Dinka, 100% fucking Central Forager. Like, come on, bro.
And 300% in booty, you know what I'm saying?
Well, who's saying that?
Man, this nigga Unc said this shit like 3 times.
I thought Unc was getting better with the with getting out of the the Afrocentric mindset. I thought.
Yo, I was saying the same thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? I had my hopes up, bro. And then I see this, I was like, oh nah, bro, I didn't even know you was that deep into it like that. You know what I'm saying? You can't take it. You can't take it. Egypt gotta be a black land, dude.
What is he confused on? What was he?
He's not confused at this juncture. He's what's the word I'm looking for? He's trying to recover from the trauma of recognizing that Egypt was not the mother of everything. Africa wasn't the mother of everything. That they got stuff introduced to them sometimes.
Right. So that's his hang up is the fact that
how dare you say we got shit from anywhere?
Wait, so he's mad at Egypt's achievements and that it's, or is he mad at
no, he's mad at you saying that you got shit from outside of Egypt and it's part of those achievements and shit. Like, so if we're talking about, like, you know what I'm saying, like anything coming into Egypt, no, you full of shit. It all left Egypt.
That's interesting.
Egypt taught the world.
Dang, I thought he was so he's still kind of a hotep then, right?
Bro, I didn't know how hard it was going to this video. I was like, damn, you hotepping like that, bro?
The nigga said in the beginning of the video, y'all don't love Africa. Y'all gotta love Africa. That's what he said. So when that type of language right there, that's a fanatic. That's not a scientific researcher at all. You just trying to push a damn idea or some shit because you in love with it.
So does he think, like, when it comes to this paper, does he think that it's basically saying that Egyptians and I guess sub-Saharan Africans have nothing in common? He, like, when he sees this paper, he thinks that's what it's saying.
No, he thinks that this paper is not going against, or let me say it like this. He thinks the paper is saying that these people, since it uses the word local, that these Egyptians don't have ancestry from outside of Africa or substantial ancestry outside of Africa. That's the best way to put it.
Okay, reword that again one more time. I'm trying to follow.
He believes that this paper is saying that the Egyptians do not have substantial ancestry outside of Africa.
Okay.
So what we've been doing for the last 5 hours is showing and proving with the paper and other works that is wrong, because at the end of the day, as you can see on the screen, Avery, I want you to tell me this. This is a PCA, right?
Yes. Hold on, let me blow it up for mine.
All right. What does this mean right here?
Oh, the Moroccan late Neolithic?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Middle Neolithic?
Yeah. What does this mean? Look, I see Near Eastern.
Go ahead.
The Moroccan Middle Neolithic and Late Neolithic populations cluster close to Near Easterners, as well as Moroccan Early Neolithic. Essentially, all this population.
They share ancestry with these groups.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because let me show you what he told me on this on his comment board. I'm ask Avery. Look what I put. Let me drop this so I can blow this up a little bit more. I said, I'll save everyone 6 hours. The ancient Egyptian is most similar to present-day North Africans and West Asians. The ancient Egyptian Neolithic Moroccan DNA is highly Levantine. SKH population is almost 80% Neolithic Levantine. I want you to stop me when I'm misrepresenting the paper. I want you to stop me, okay?
So far, you got it.
All right. The Mesopotamian DNA confirms that migrations from the Fertile Crescent indeed brought in material culture, i.e. the potter wheel and writing.
I mean, the wheel obviously makes sense because Indo-Europeans created the wheel. But anyways, and writing came from Mesopotamia.
How dare you, sir?
Okay. Then I say this paper is monumental, and we still have no evidence of Egyptians coming from the south of the Sahara. LOL. Egyptians are Eurasian adjacent.
Yeah, all that's on point.
Yeah, you ain't never lied, bro.
Okay, so why look what he put. You can't read, complete foolery at best. That's all.
And that was 31 minutes ago, so he just saw this thing. Or is this
Yep.
You should put
that means we about to be beefing about this all next week, bro.
Oh yeah, you know it.
Hey, I hope you got some time, bro. Hey, we might have to go over to Garfield like you were saying, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we might have to just spend the whole rest of this year on North Africa, bro. You just tell what I'm saying.
Look, he probably mad because I got 8 fucking likes on this shit, but
shout out to niggas who read, bro. Shout out to all 8 of you niggas. You know what I'm saying?
So I responded to Unc. I said, nah, you can't read. The paper literally says the neuron individual is genetically most similar to present-day people in North Africa and West Asia.
Literally.
And it goes on to say, however, because the genomes for the Middle Neolithic Morocco have previously been modeled to comprise both Ibero-Mauritian-like and Levant Neolithic ancestry components, which we corroborated, the affinity to Levantine Neolithic groups could reflect several migration events.
And I hate to break it to you niggas, those are quotation marks.
Quotes directly from the paper.
Yep.
It's kind of funny. So is he basically wants Egypt to be like genetically sub-Saharan African? I'm assuming is that what he wants?
No, let me help you out. He just wants them to be African, no matter what type of African. And it seems like since the Green Sahara paper brings out the isolate group, the ancient North African group,
ANA,
it seems like he wants them to be that because he keeps bringing that shit up. But these people don't have that DNA, so I'm kind of confused why throughout the duration of this video he keeps bringing up the Green Sahara.
Okay, so let me, because you're way too smart, you shoot. Let me give you some dumb nigga shit right quick.
All right, go ahead.
So you didn't read, be like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Let me go logic. Like, this is compared to this paper. No, bro, he didn't read all that shit y'all read. You know what I'm saying? Let me give you some dumb nigga logic right quick. So for him, he emphasized that he believes that that North African component is indigenous to North Africa, right? To him, indigenous North African still equals nigga, right? It's real simple. You know what I'm saying? And so, like he was saying, he was like, no, they didn't mix with Eurasians. They mixed with the same. So he's seen the same component that makes up this North African component, right? He's like, no, they just intermixed with that same shit. They left Africa and then they came back and just mixed with the same people. You know what I'm saying? It's them. You know what I'm saying? He's got this whole like Drusilla Dungy Houston picture to where like it was. No, I'm dead ass serious. You know what it is, bro. You know what it is.
God damn.
So they left Egypt, you know what I'm saying? They went and peopled Mesopotamia. They started Mesopotamia. They started the Mediterranean. Like he said, like we showed you in the Mediterranean paper. They was really just indigenous Egyptian populations. I was like,
oh, he said that dumbass.
That's shit. What made me understand. I was like, oh, you're on that same that ancient Ethiopian Kushite Empire bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
He literally said that the Nile Valley culture created what we call the Mediterranean culture. Those are his words.
And by proxy, he thinks it created the Mesopotamian culture, right? Which is why he's taking offense. Which is why he's taking offense to. How dare you say we received shit like literature and writing, etc. When in his mind, we gave you niggas that shit.
I see. Okay.
So he's saying
like Africans that did it right, or they.
So you're right. So he's trying to say like they didn't mix with non-Africans or they didn't mix with not. So again, for him, sub-Saharan African and North African are all the same shit because it's indigenous, right? That's how he understands that concept, right? They're the same as far as he's concerned. So trying to separate them, no, you got it fucked up. What are you saying? So like he kept trying to compare it all to African Americans. Like, so we have a broad range of skin tone and we have a broad range of admixture. Some of us are 20% European, some of us are only 5% European. Blah blah blah. He's like, but if we're mixing with people from the north and from the south, you know, from the east and west, we're just mixing with ourselves. Type, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, I get what you're saying. He doesn't see any distinctions. They're basically all the same people.
He thinks they're all the same. So so he's sitting there trying to flip his lid on. It's like, no, it ain't really 20% Mesopotamia, nigga. That was just, you know what I'm saying? They was intermixing with each other, and they, you know what I'm saying? They come back from Mesopotamia. You know, it's like they people them Jones. It was them. That's their, you got mixed up. It's their DNA already. You know what I'm saying? They just coming back with it.
Yeah, that's some weird shit he said about how someone can have Mesopotamian DNA. Oh, that DNA just means it coagulated or something. She said,
he was trying. No, it just coalesces the same. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean that you don't mean you got Mesopotamian ancestry. It was like, oh shit.
He said that. He said that, Avery. He fucking said
so
that.
He's basically saying that even the Mesopotamians were African.
Yeah, bro. Yes, and that's part of like so. That's why when I debated Silky, I made that part of. And I know you probably ain't seen the debate. No worries, right? Like I debated the the Afrocentric out of Africa thing again, where they believe this whole one. Okay, Avery, do you know who Drusilla Dungy Houston even is? Just so I understand.
Wait, who?
Drusilla Dungy Houston, The Wonderful World of the Ancient Ethiopian Kushite Empire. Have you ever heard of that book?
I'm not for sure.
Okay, don't even worry about it, right? Like, so this is she's the and shout out to the queen. I'm not even mad at her. Like, she's the beginning of the Afrocentrism. Like this is over a century ago. You understand what I'm saying? Like, she was doing it big back then. So bottom line is part of their thing is like, so Africa seeded, like Egypt in particular, seeded every civilization outside of Africa and taught them how to read, write, grow things, and all that type of stuff, right? So, and when this paper is talking about like that Africa learned that shit from the outside, he's like, no, fuck you for that. No. That can't be. How dare you, nigga? Got the child teaching the parent thing. What you talking about?
Yeah.
And it's really that simple. He's just on some, he's clutching his pearls. I will I never.
And you know it's crazy, Avery. It goes with going there and explain that these people come from Levantine migrants. They've been going back and forth. They got all these layers of DNA that's back to Africa migration. And this nigga will sit there with the shitty face and won't say nothing. But before that, he was like, they saying they come from Levantines and all that shit. Had all this shit to talk. But then he's going there and say the same shit, and then he just sit there and be quiet.
Hey, it's time to form Voltron, bro. Damn all that. All you niggas who can read DNA papers on one side. All you niggas who can't, we gotta come get it.
Yeah.
Biblical DNA, it's time to get it, bro. We gotta go to work.
It's time to draw the line in the damn sand, man. Shit.
Hold on. Even where your Power Rangers doing that, bro?
Man, I can't access my my memes, bro.
Oh yeah. I sent you the email.
I need that email, bro. I need it.
Hold on.
Send it to me right now.
You got a Power Ranger meme? I'm looking at it right now. Hold on.
I have one.
Oh shit, my fault.
I thought you talking about the one with the Megazords?
Yeah, we need a Megazord with these niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit.
We need dinosaur power now!
You know what I'm thinking about more?
What's that?
The Power Rangers did the same thing the Egyptians did. Because the Egyptians, they get their cultural continuity from Mesopotamia, Levantines, and stuff like that at the onset, right? The creators of the Power Rangers got that shit from Japanese people, stole the damn footage. Well, not stole it, borrowed the footage and used it. And that's the first season of Power Rangers. That shit didn't even take place in Angel Grove for real. That was just footage that was already.
They was chopping the screw and shit. They're right. They're right. We got to form that Megazord, bro. And hey, I'm gonna do this one for Ebert. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Morgan Freeman, look like my daddy. You know what I'm saying? This is why we got to form Megazord, bro.
I don't think you've changed a thing. Go on, jump.
No, I don't want to jump.
Yes, you do. You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
Yes, sir.
You know what that does to you? Huh?
No, sir.
It kills your brain cells, son. It kills your brain cells. Now, when you're destroying your brain cells, you're doing the same thing as killing yourself. You're just doing it slower. Now, I say if you want to kill yourself, don't fuck around with it. Go on and do it expeditiously. Now, go on and jump. Jump.
No, I don't want to kill myself, sir.
Hey, Avery, I know I just gave you the code, but also
I'm about to switch over.
What you think about him saying that they ain't got nothing to do with Levantine people?
Wait, Ankh said that? They don't have nothing to do with Levantine?
Go back to the portion of the video where he was saying that shit.
Bro, I thought this dude was not Afrocentric. What the heck?
Bro, I'm saying I did not know he was that deep into it like that, bro.
Yeah, he's very deep into it. He's essentially still a Hotep at this point.
Bro, I'm like, you worse than niggas. What I'm saying? How are you an atheist and you worse at it, bro?
He used the word, they Africanized it. Like when we was bringing up the cattle and shit.
Exactly, bro.
They Africanized it. It does not mean they didn't need people to bring in domesticated animals. They Africanized it, whatever that fucking means. And you do need people to domesticate animals. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? That's what domestication is.
Otherwise, they're not domesticated.
When he says Africanized it, he means it was kind of like a xenomorph thing. Let me not get into
Exactly.
Absorb that. But let me
now we back on the Marvel shit. You know what I'm saying? Now we back on the X-Men bullshit.
I'm gonna try to switch over.
Why it always got to be superpower somewhere in this shit, bro?
I'm telling you, man, these Afrocentrics can make a good anime. I'm just saying,
bro. I'm with it. They need to stop bullshit. Just make a whole comic book company.
Actually, there is one out there called Black Sands.
Yeah, but they bullshitting.
Bro, there's a segment of this video where the guy Joel Armstrong, first of all, he misread the paper. It said substantially, and he said subtly, but it was actually substantially. Yeah. It's a long story, bro. And the guy was like, "Oh, what did that mean they changed from?" I'm like, "Why are y'all doing that when the paper tells you exactly what it was talking about?" They're saying that the population changed over time through wars, foreign rule, and stuff of that nature. And he over here making shit up. And it was like, oh, maybe that means they changed from something to a local population. Some shit he said. It was some crazy shit. Just made it up.
You are okay. So you already know what it is, bro. Like these papers illustrate extremely how bad, so we already know what the reading comprehension issue is in the community, right?
Uh-huh.
And so these papers they draw the line in the sand for you niggas who pretend like you know how to read and don't want to get no fucking help, knowing damn well you can't read this shit. and again, I'm not trying to, bro. Like I'm not trying to act like I'm superior to nobody. Like I'm not even halfway up the level. You know what I'm saying in terms of like the app gang. I'm not even halfway in terms of information, right? But I'm humble enough to sit down with a thesaurus, with a dictionary, all kind of stuff, and just read this stuff out little bit by little bit if I need to, and stop when I don't understand the word and go find out what the word means and come back to the thing, right? Until I understand the paper. And then I'll come back. Hey, do I got this right? Do I got this right? Cool. We're on the same page. That's what we're seeing the same thing. Cool. This is the importance of having people check your info, double check you check it against someone else, all that type of stuff, man. And not having an echo chamber with your information, because then you don't know when you're wrong.
Right.
You don't know when you're wrong.
Right. And also more just to add on to that, also, you know, you just got to accept the information. And the issue with like Ankh and them is that they just can't accept the facts.
Yep.
But you, me, Jashub, and everybody else in Yap Gang, when we read these papers, we accepted the facts as it is. That's what kind of got us out of the whole, you know.
Thank you.
Mindset.
Thank you. That's how we weaned ourselves. I weaned myself, believing all that crazy shit. I'm like, hey, man, this is what the evidence says. Our DNA is this. This is what we are comprised of. African Americans are primarily West African, West European, a little bit of Native American, and that's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing to mythicize. We can't extrapolate or include exotic groups because we like them. Just got to stop it right there, right? They don't do that. They don't do that, bro.
Right. But also to add on to that as well, we also understood that even though we have, like, for instance, a lot of folks are just hyper focused on phenotype. Like, even though we do look the way we look as African people, West African, African American, whatever, this still also doesn't disprove that North Africans or Egyptian, Coptic people or East Africans aren't our relatives, because they are related to West Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans. North Africans, Coptic people, East Africans, they carry haplogroup T, found also in Sub-Saharan Africa. They carry E1B1B, that's found in Sub-Saharan Africa. They carry E1B1A, that's found in Sub-Saharan Africa and in North Africa and Egypt and East Africa. Like, folks got to understand is African populations, or human populations more specifically, can have different looking phenotypes and different looking autosomal compositions, but they can still be related in other ways, whether it's maternally or paternally or whatever. Like, folks got to understand, like, a North African that looks as light skinned as, I don't know, Osama bin Laden, he has his ancient roots in Africa. He may look a certain kind of way, but there's reasons as to why he looks that way. He's still an African. He still is related.
You gotta tell Reggie that, because Reggie, he's hung up on North Africans today don't have nothing to do with ancient Egyptians, and his primary reason for believing that is the way they look.
Ankh's on that shit too, though.
Phenotype, there it is. It's always phenotype.
Ankh's on that shit too, trying to front like he's not.
And the funny thing is, you got Egyptians with, like, for instance, I can say E1B1A. You got Egyptians with that, and they look nothing like Sub-Saharan Africans.
Right.
Like, you just got to look on Reddit. You can find people with mitochondrial L look nothing like Sub-Saharan Africans.
The Siwa people.
Right.
Shout out to Bayek, Assassin's Creed Origins. Yeah.
Right. but what these people, and that's why I was trying to explain to the idiot Ruben. I'll be having fun with him, but just because someone has like Ramesses III, just because someone has a particular clade does not tell the whole story. You need the nuclear genome. The nuclear genome of Egyptians is primarily related to modern day North Africans and West Asians. We haven't found anything to suggest otherwise. Everything that we have now is pointing to these people being related to North Africa, modern North Africans and West Asians. That's it. Right. And it's funny you bring that up, because, like, for instance, they're so hung up on like phenotype or you know what a person looks like, and like their DNA composition not being Sub-Saharan African. Like, folks with E1B1A likely weren't genetically Sub-Saharan African to begin with. Like, if you pull up the Takakori paper,
facts.
The Takakori population was right there where EM 180 like
but
formed.
That don't matter to them, Avery. That don't matter as long as they're black.
Yeah, that's it.
As long as they're like, we was just covering this the other night. Like, so we were watching I forgot his name, not Reggie.
Fudishi.
No.
Jabari.
Yeah, Jabari, right? So Jabari was going in on Nefertiti, you know what I'm saying? And other people were like, bro, why are you out here going hard, repping people who are haplogroup R1B and haplogroup K and all that, you know what I'm saying? But they're black. We can show you that they're black. We got busted in that are black and blah, blah. Cool, bro. That's not no West African people, though, fam.
Right. It's
now
funny.
Again, hey, we can be cousins, we can have connections, we can have all kind of stuff, right? We can share autosomes here and there. We can even show stuff like that, right? Cool, got you. However, bro, they're not West African like that, bro. What is you saying?
really, to me, when you think about it, this paper should be a win-win for both the Afrocentric and the mana population side, because on the Afrocentric side, they're so hyper-focused on skin tone. Well, this Old Kingdom Egyptian was
this can't be win-win though, because it's saying you niggas got shit from outside of Africa, bro. That
but here what I'm saying, I'm just what I'm basically saying is like,
got to that part of the paper, by the way, and it created a damn stir.
You sure what I'm saying?
It was not harmony. I'm just it was not harmony.
No.
Go ahead and refinish what you were saying.
No, basically what I'm saying is it should be a win-win for both sides, because the sample was dark skinned, dark haired and dark eyed. So Afrocentrics would be like, okay, so the Egyptians, they were dark skinned, and the people on the mana side can be like, hey, the Egyptians were genetically Eurasian, or mana, North African, Middle Eastern.
No, you ain't hearing it, Ibri. Like, so again, on the Afrocentric side, that ain't enough. Like, black is an already given thing, nigga. What you saying? I don't need that shit proven. I can just assume that shit.
Nigga, they
you out here telling me these niggas introduced shit to Egypt. No, I can't co-sign that shit, bro. Fuck all that. What you talking about? That's the Afrocentric shit, though. That's what it is. That's the you got to understand the full model, Avery. Like the full model is that again, Egypt seeded the whole world with this ancient alien shit. You know what I'm saying? They taught the whole world how to build pyramids. They taught the whole world how to read and write, how to grow crops, how to do this. You know what I'm saying? And we already know that's not, bro. We was watching Jabari talking about or somebody talking. Oh, it was Mfudishi talking about that we show that we are the Chinese.
Wait, what?
Wait, hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hey, you know what it is? We started the Shah and the Shang dynasty, right? But then we had to go teach them how to use bow and arrows because they didn't use them like that and blah blah whoop doo blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, do you understand? Like, Egypt had the composite bow introduced to Egypt. You understand? From Eurasian populations, not the other way around.
He said the Magi, so.
Bruh,
that time jumping shit we were talking about. The Magi. Huh?
No, I said, what about the Magi? I didn't hear.
They were archers. They were skilled archers, and they had to teach the Chinese.
Motherfuckers who had a composite bow. You understand?
Don't they know that they're like the Magi bow is completely different from like the
bro? That's what I'm saying, bro. Like one more time, composite bow.
Yeah,
composite bow, right? Like these niggas, bro.
Oh my god,
bro. Like the level, so if a set of Magi archers ran into the same number of like let's say Mongolian archers, or for instance, right? Niggas would have had a whole shot through their ass.
Yeah, the Magi are gonna get torn up by the Mongolians.
Hey, and Moore brought out something that was funny as hell because at first he said we were the Chinese. And then we had to teach them how to use the bow.
Because they wasn't using it like that. I was like, which one is it? Nigga, we there. Like, what?
I got to know their timeline in history. Like,
bro, you feel, bruh.
Because like, when do they think China popped up? And when do they think the Magi?
Their
like
timeline,
yeah.
You know, when you were a kid, you used to scribble out the line and shit with the coloring. That's their timeline. It's all scribbled and shit.
It goes straight from out of Africa to the Shah and Shang dynasty of China, my nigga.
Y'all seen the Marvel show Loki when it shows all the different multiverse spreading out? That's what they
bro. That's exactly what they doing.
I got another show reference. I thought about this earlier, but I forgot about it when Moore was talking about ANKH. Saying that the Egyptians came out and made it with their own kind or whatever that was in Mesopotamia. They made it with themselves, so it really didn't no non-African outsiders influence anything. That reminds me of the episode of Futurama when Fry went back in time.
No,
and he slept with him.
Wait, what? Wait, he went back in time and did what?
He went back in time and had sex with his grandmother.
Oh no.
Which led to him being born.
Yeah.
It led to him. He created his father, and his father created him.
Yep.
All the paradox right there.
Created a whole paradox and time loop bullshit.
Somebody must have watched Back to the Future and said, "What if Marty McFly?"
Exactly. No. They crossed Back to the Future and Weird Science. They're like, let's make this shit happen right.
Lord, man.
So basically, Unc believes the ancient Egyptians made themselves.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
I'm my own grandpa.
Does he believe he has like any connection personally to ancient Egypt? Like he's a descendant of ancient Egypt? Unc.
So for Ankh, yes, we're all indigenous Africans.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, like, even though we're indigenous,
you have now stepped up above his pay grade. Before you even asked the question, Avery, you are now above Ankh's pay grade.
Because I was about to ask, like, there's distinctions though, right? Like a pygmy is not a Nilo-Saharan.
No, Avery. Like African Americans, we all look different, but we all still black. We all still niggas.
They did say that.
Oh man.
So just replace the word black with African. As long as you got the word African attached to you, then
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made that word.
You just don't love Africa, Avery.
What? Oh, snap!
This is why I stress there's a differentiation between these groups, especially because he keeps saying, "Oh, they split Africa in half. It's racist to do that." No, the genetics is splitting Africa in half. The people above the Sahara have a completely different genetic makeup than the people below it. We just got to accept that. It is what it is. That's reality.
That's their biggest hang up, is the fact that African populations do have their own distinct genomes, and also they don't understand the Eurasian genome and the African genome and the distinctions in that as well. Those are the two biggest hangups, I would say. Because if he's saying that Levantine is like, I don't like, if he's saying like aren't Levantine or whatever y'all were saying, like, yeah, he doesn't understand the
No, you got it backwards. You read the Levantines are Egyptian, nigga.
I ain't going through this paradox.
And that's how they really see it, though, bro. The Mesopotamians are Egyptian. You know what I'm saying? The Mediterraneans are Egyptian. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see if I can get his words right here. I'm trying to find it early on in this video.
If you go to the transcript, just type in where it says Mediterranean. You're going for another part. Never mind.
Where's the transcript at?
You got to click more on the bottom, on the left there above the comments, above 10 comments. Drop down.
Oh, there it is. There it is. All right.
Yep.
Now we're cooking with Crisco.
Yes, sir.
Look, you sweet. Loving Africa.
Go on and click that shit. It'll take you to it. If you click it, it'll take you right to it in the video.
Oh.
Ways of colonialism where they cut Africa in half. And sub-Saharan Africa was black Africa, and the rest of the Africa was like invaders or something like that. And this article right here actually helps explain the situation. And if you try to do it, you're gonna be pseudo. It really gives a great explanation on this one. Let me show the screen. We're not gonna really talk about this one, just a little point here. All right, but this one right here, I suggest all y'all read it before they get their hands on it and make up what they want to make up. What's up, Juju Pseudo Killer Official Man? What's good? This is entitled Ancient DNA from the Green Sahara Reveals Ancestral North Africa.
Talking your shit, Avery.
Okay. Article we're gonna be really talking about today in detail is this one. Whole genome ancestry of an old kingdom. Egyptians, the old kingdom. Okay. So
here you go, right here. Look.
Let's start off with sub-Saharan Africa. I don't like the North African population is more closely related to the Levant and Levantine.
They come from Elam.
They come from.
You heard them?
Yeah.
Let me slow it down.
Yeah. Because he going in quick now.
Yeah.
More closely related to the Levant and Levantine. All that.
They come from Elam.
They come
from Elam.
Yeah. They do all that, but that's not the truth. That North African population, right? That basal end is indigenous to North Africa.
What the fuck? Why you mixing two different things? But you heard what he said, that the North African population is more closer to the Levant. He been watching us. That's why he's saying that.
Oh, really?
Okay, first of all, is that statement incorrect, Avery?
That the Levantine population is more closely related to the North African?
Yes.
Yeah, Levantines and North Africans are genetically similar.
He just said that's not true.
Oh, he's saying that's a lie?
Yeah, hey, run that back one more time. Yeah, you should go back like an extra 15 seconds long, just so he gets the full context.
Just came out. Don't touch that.
I want to talk about the new one first, just you know what I'm saying, so we can kind of just get it. So once again, right? I once heard Double X say, you know, the North African population is, you know, more closely related to the Levant and Levantine and all that.
They come from Elam.
They come
from Elam.
Oh, they talking about X, whatever the fuck his name is, X. But that's correct. They are closer to the Levant, and he's saying it's wrong.
Yeah, but let it run. So he here to say, but that's not true.
Oh my bad. Let me.
Yeah, I didn't hear that part when I didn't hear him say that's not true.
We gotta let it run through for him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just came out. Don't touch that.
I want to talk about the new one first, just you know what I'm saying, so we can kind of just get it. So once again, right? I once heard Double X say, you know, the North African population is, you know, more closely related to the Levant and Levantine and all that.
They come from Elam.
They come
from Elam.
Yeah, they do all that, but that's not the truth. That North African population, right? That basal N is indigenous to North Africa.
Avery,
you heard him say that's not true.
Yeah. Yeah, North Africans definitely have Neolithic Levantine ancestry. Also, Tufi.
No, but this is why you wrong, you read. Now go hit the transcript. If you can't control F, and go to where it says Mediterranean and whatnot.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I heard this shit, bro. Boy, I was walking out to the kitchen. I came all the way back there. Whoa, what? Whoa, no, run that shit back.
Oh yeah, this is it right here.
Bro, Avery,
I need you to hear
this. This is gonna be a wait what moment. We gonna have to play this a few times for Avery now.
All right.
The historical narrative, we know there was a relationship between the quote unquote Sumer or Mesopotamia. We know this, and we talked about this when we presented the article on the Mediterranean and what it actually meant. And we made the point that Mediterranean, right, is actually an indigenous Nile Valley culture with a Western Asian culture, and now we got the DNA to actually verify that. And
oh man. So the Mediterranean culture is a Nile Valley culture. Got it.
But did you hear how he tied it up to Mesopotamian Sumer though too? Like he's claiming all that shit. That's what I'm saying. Like he's like, no, like so this is the part of the paper where we talk about like the 20% admixture with like a Mesopotamian kind of population, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he's like, no, them niggas ain't really Mesopotamian. Them niggas is really, you know what I'm saying? It's really Nile Valley populations that are related to it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, let me go to the part where he says, what did you say? At 20%. Yeah. Let me go there.
Yep.
That 20% don't mean that they come from Mesopotamia. I'm like,
yo, you gotta hear this, bruh.
Oh my god. Is this it? Oh yeah, here it is. This is it here. We'll go back.
Boy.
Egypt during that time was from Mesopotamia. I hear them all say it. It's not what it's saying. Not at all. What it's saying is 1/5 of that particular person's genome coalesce with that genome in Mesopotamia. In those areas. That's what it's saying. So, you know, like when you read my DNA test, right, and you see that I have 73% Utrean, right? It's just simply saying that the DNA that I have, 73% of it, in that particular part of it, coalesce with people. It don't mean I was there. Don't mean my father was there. Don't mean my great grandmother came from there. It don't mean that. So it don't mean his aunt, uncle, and them came. It don't mean that.
No wonder he's confused. He doesn't even understand autosomal DNA.
Thank you, Avery.
And
that's
I've
why I
heard that
told you.
argument
You
before.
just that's why I told you were speaking above his pay grade at that moment. You started talking about the admixtures. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I've heard that argument before. By the way, what he's saying, like, oh, the 73% does it came from I think a black chick on YouTube or Facebook.
Yeah.
And she basically said, oh, when you have like 70% sub-Saharan African, it doesn't mean you actually have that. It's just that you fit into that population at 80%. And it's like, what are you trying to say, bro? Like that's not how it works until they don't even make sense.
It's like they
last time I
believe that
checked-
autosomes can arise independently. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, yeah, he's mega confused. So I can see why he's confused about it.
He
If you
needs-
can't get autosomes, like if you can't understand autosomes, then all this other stuff is, you know.
Yeah, bro. You feel what I'm saying? And that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. We need to go ahead and inform Megazord real quick. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna break out the flute. Get, you know what I'm saying? Get the green dragon or the green Power Ranger, the white one out. You know what I'm saying? We can get busy.
As long as I'm the red Power Ranger or the black Power Ranger or the white Power Ranger, I'll do it. I got to be one of those.
You got to be the white one, bro. You can't be the
or the gold. The gold.
You
Is
got to
there
be
a
the white
gold?
one. You got to be the white one, bro. You got to be the white one, bro. You use a whole white man, Avery.
Oh.
He said, "Oh."
But
This
no,
is
yeah,
crazy.
this dude is yeah, he got a long way to go.
It doesn't mean his great great grandmother came from there.
You don't need to have Mesopotamian ancestry to have Mesopotamian ancestry.
But also, the Mesopotamian just means that he coalesced with that. What does he even know what that means? Like, can he even explain that?
Of course.
How the
not.
hell your DNA gonna coalesce with any damn thing? It sounds like some symbiote Spider-Man. Yeah, sound like motherfucking a symbiote from the Marvel universe came to the planet Earth with that particular genetic structure and gave it to the Egyptian.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you when he's saying coalesce. So you know how we look at like a coalescence date for like a half group or whatnot, right? I promise you, in his head, he's thinking about autosomes in like a rising independently, or with this concept of like, so again, the reason why we share autosomes is because those are really a Nile Valley population up there, and blah, 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 you know what I'm saying? And he's just talking about he's not trying to say coalesce, he's trying to say correlates.
Ah, okay. He may have misspoke. Okay.
So he's either talking about independent autosomes on some coalescence type shit, or he meant to say correlates or some shit. One of the two. Either or, you're still wrong, bro.
Yeah, it's still wrong. It kind of does sound like he's trying to say, because like I said, what he said is similar to what this black chick said. And basically what they're trying to say is, well, your DNA, well, then again, what she was saying was even crazier. But what I'm assuming is what's trying to be said is that their DNA fits into this population, it's related to this population or something like that, but you're not actually that people. It's weird, but you know, that's
meanwhile the niggeritos are African.
Oh, that's what he believes too. Negritos?
No, I'm just shooting at people that say that dumb shit.
Wait, yeah, he didn't see the debate on.
I gotta remember, nobody watched our debates. You should.
The motherfucker couldn't pronounce negritos, and he called them niggeritos.
Niggerito should have me dying, bro. Should have me. Oh, I was done. Niggerito. And he would be in dead ass serious.
Oh man, I was hoping at least he was trying to be goofy. You know how black folks try to be.
No, he would be in dead ass serious. Niggeritos.
Oh man.
Hey, Avery, I want you to hear this part too.
Substantial change. You want to talk about that? You think that's important? Since that's what it is.
Yeah. Well, okay. So what was it before? What did they used to think the genetic makeup of these people used to be?
You heard that? What do they used to think that the genetic?
I
make
guess
up
when the scientists, what did the scientists used to think is what
right,
it's
because he read together these processes may have substantially altered or reshaped the overall genetic structure and ancestry of the Egyptian population. He read that, and then he was like, "Well, what did they used to think it was? Since it says they may have changed, what did they used?" Bro, the paper is. Read the sentence above it. What the fuck? The sentence above it explains what was just read. It says, over the millennia spanning the dynastic period, Egypt witnessed several wide-ranging wars, occupation by foreign rulers, and dramatic episodes of internal political collapse, first, second, and third intermediate periods. Then it says, together, these processes may have substantially altered or reshaped the overall genetic structure. These processes is the sentence before this, and they sit up here saying, I wonder what they thought. Bro, like, you can't be this fucking dense. You can't be. What you think, Avery? This is crazy.
I mean, it's either one or two things. He really don't understand what he's reading, or this is like a money scheme. And he, you know, I guess
no, that ain't no money, bro. He don't get it.
Yeah,
and it's not me hating. It's like, again, fam, like the level of reading complex. You're not gonna just go from reading dime store fucking novels to reading genetic papers and just get that shit, bro. It's not happening, bro. It's not happening.
Yeah,
like, I got no issue saying it took me a minute to get like so. I had to learn how to read this stuff when it came to medical papers for a whole bunch of before I started learning how to read genetic papers and whatnot, right? But the medical papers actually made me run into certain genetic papers. I was like, all right, cool. But it took me a minute when I was learning how to read them. It took me forever. Again, I'm not ashamed to say it. I got a super high reading level. I'm not mad at that, right? But this is something that this shit people go to school for, bro. These are fields of study, bro. Like, so you're not gonna just like, oh, I don't never study this shit, and I just read shit up. I just look at shit on YouTube, and out of nowhere, you're gonna read one paper and think you get this shit, bro. No, I love you niggas, but no, that's not how it works, bro. There's a bunch of you're gonna read words that have different meanings in genetic fields than what you understand them to mean, right? Different nomenclature, fam. It's just a different different. This is what you go to college for. One of my favorite teachers taught me, like, what college teaches you is the diction or the language of your field of study. You actually go learn the field of study when you go do this shit. College just prepares you for the language of the thing, right? And that's what people don't recognize, that this is okay. If you're gonna have the nerve to jump into this autodidactic field of study, then you have to be meticulous about this and have self-checking mechanisms. You cannot be in an echo chamber where you're looking for confirmation bias on everything being blackity black. No, bro. I got to look for everything being right.
Facts.
Yeah. We got to accept the information as is.
Yeah. Simple as. And if I'm going to challenge it, I better have a damn good reason and damn good methodology in doing so.
Yep. Again, that's what got us out of our mindset. So, accepting the information.
Avery, it gets worse though.
No.
Let it play.
Jashu, you know what you're making me think, bro?
What? I got the white man inside me.
No, maybe the Iranians should just take over. No,
Avery out here like this.
By the way, if you have anything terribly important to say to Switch, I suggest you say it now.
Oh no, please don't. Not like this. Not like this.
Too late.
Not like this. So
I'm on Iranians. Get those nukes ready.
So you heard your man. He said, what do they think?
Avery, don't even play like that on the live, bro. Bro, don't even play like that on the live. What are you doing?
I'm a proud American, by the way, just in case anybody is.
Happy belated 4th, by the way.
You know what I'm saying? America.
Hey, but this whole paragraph was just discussing the barriers of DNA and could the population have flipped by the time we get to the third intermediate period. That was the whole purpose of this. And they flipped it to something completely different. Watch this.
Well, let's come right here for a minute.
Because I don't know that well enough to be able to.
Well,
but they definitely saying something changed. So right now they're saying that they can clearly see that this North population has, you know, their genetic makeup coincides with a lot of the North population, and they see, you know, a 20% small tinge of.
So let's come here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Hubble group N. All right, that's what they're talking about in the article, right?
Wait, what did he say?
That's not what they're talking about. Why are we talking about haplogroup N? That's not what this article.
Yeah, he's making stuff up.
He read. See, that's what I'm saying. That Green Sahara paper got them fucked up, bro. We got
them mixing papers.
Yeah, bro, exactly.
Mishmashing.
Oh, this is what it means. They changed from haplogroup N to haplogroup I. That's what it
How he even get to that conclusion though? Because it's like, never mind.
It's stupid, bro.
This nigga was clearly lying.
And to give you the possible time, 55,000 to 70,000. Origin.
See, that's another thing that goes into this.
Okay, now watch this. It's clear. Possible place of origin. Asia or East Africa. Okay? What's the ancestor of it? L3. What's the descendant? Here you go. Here's all the descendants of it. Now that new article, right, gives the place of origin of Basal N, which is the most ancient in Africa. All right?
Okay.
In North Africa. All right? So it says there is widespread agreement in the scientific community concerning the ancestry of whole group L3 and N parent clades. Now, however, whether or not we down here, the mutation which defined haplogroup M itself first occurred within Asia or Africa has been a subject of ongoing debate. Now let's see this subject going on ongoing debate. Mitochondrial lineages and one trace in early human black backflow to Africa. All right. That's the article right here. All right. Okay, talking about the outer Africa hypothesis. All right, y'all probably need to read this right here. The outer Africa hypothesis has gained generalized consensus. However, many specific questions remain unsettled. It's to know whether the two M and N macro haplogroups that colonized Eurasia were already present in Africa before the exit is puzzling. It has been proposed that East African clad M1 supports a single origin of haplogroup M in Africa. To test the validity of the hypothesis, the polymorphic analysis of 13 complete mitochondrial DNA, mitochondrial sequences, 261 partial sequences belonging to haplogroup M1 was carried out. Then they go to the results. It says the coalescence age of the African haplogroup M1 younger than those of M Asiatic clad is contradiction. Possibly had what is this? Had a Jewish instead of a commonly proposed Arab Berber. Well, how do they switch to that?
I don't know. But I think I've arrived at what the substantial change is.
Yeah, I think that.
Let me say that. Yeah, they're saying that they used to kind of feel like a lot of this was influx coming from over in Asia. Now they strongly feel like it's right there in North Africa.
Oh no,
Avery, is that what that sentence is saying?
No, but also he's just mixing a whole bunch of stuff up, looking at Wikipedia and the but no, it's not. That's not what it's saying at all.
When it says together, these processes may have substantially altered or reshaped the overall genetic structure and ancestry of the Egyptian population. He's saying that that means that they used to think it was an influx of migrants coming in, but now they're saying it's all local. This shit don't got nothing to do with this paragraph.
Oh my gosh.
Third grade reading level, bro. Third grade reading level. All this whole section was saying was there's barriers to getting DNA in ancient Egypt, and the ancient Egyptian genomes that we have so far could have been a result of population turnover. We got to see if that's the case. They get the older DNA here. Oh well, there's continuity between the third intermediate period. Oh shit! Damn, it's already 5:15. My alarm going off.
Well, you don't got to go work, do you?
No, I don't. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, it's just saying that the difficulties of not knowing, but now we do know because they got the NEWAYRAT sample, and we got a couple more samples coming a little later this year. We're still waiting on the Eurasian Research Center to drop those samples. So that's your boy, man.
It's not back migration.
Yeah, it's not back migration. Ivry, what you want to say to that?
It's not back migration. That 20% Mesopotamian is not back migration.
Oh man.
That could have been that dude, or yeah, it was a dude. That could have been that dude's grandparent. That was literally a Mesopotamian migrant.
It's like, did you even try to read the paper? Because the paper says here, all except the QP animal models show the presence of ancestry related to Middle Neolithic Morocco and the NEWAYRAT genome. Therefore, our results indicate shared ancestry across North Africa during this period, and consequently, that local Egyptian Neolithic populations contributed genetically to the early dynastic and Old Kingdom people, as indicated from material culture and bioarchaeological analysis. However, because the genomes from the Middle Neolithic Morocco have previously been modeled to comprise both Ibero-Maurusian-like and Levantine Neolithic ancestry components. Now we know Ibero-Maurusians are what? 60% what?
60%, yeah.
And then the Levantine Neolithic ancestry components, which we corroborated. This paper corroborates this in the extended data figure 6. It says the affinity to Levantine Neolithic groups could reflect several migration events. Now, this motherfucker just said it ain't back migration. And you know the crazy part about this? Ngozi comes on there and says back up, because Reggie says, why are you in love with back migration so much?
Why are you in love with it?
And then Ngozi was like, because I'm trying to educate the audience. Back migration is a part of North African history because X, Y, and Z. He started breaking the shit down, and none of these niggas said anything. They just sat quiet.
Do you think they didn't say anything because they honestly didn't understand what Ngozi was saying? Because they don't even understand autosomes. So do you think they were just quiet because they just...
I thought it was plain English. I thought it was plain English. They know what back migration mean.
I don't know, man. If they can't grasp autosome, I don't think they can grasp what Ngozi's trying to say.
So here's what I think's going on. Like, so I think that people like Reggie are getting stuck on back migration because to him, he's like, what does it matter if they're all the same people? Because you got to understand again that they think that this is all one big Egyptian population moving through the Mediterranean, Levant, and Mesopotamia.
Yeah, they're a bunch of Northeast Africans coming back home.
Yeah, so how could it be a back migration if they're the same people? You know what I'm saying? It's just
that's crazy shit.
You see what I'm saying, Yeshu?
That's crazy. Here's Ngozi responding to Reg because Reggie was over there saying, Ngozi, why are you such in love with back migration? He was like, had an attitude like a little bitch. Like what the fuck? Why are you so in love with it?
Dang, I can't do
nothing. Here's the crazy part too, though. Because like, if from their perspective, the back migration is just the Egyptian people anyway, well, why the fuck is y'all tripping on the paper talking about all this stuff came in from the Levant? You know what I'm saying? In terms of technology, agriculture, like you should be saying, well, it's just us giving it to ourselves anyway. But y'all understand what it is somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You got this thought in the back of your head that we knew.
This nigga was clearly lying.
You're getting it now. You're recognizing like, dang, this ain't looking like how we thought it looked. And y'all are in that traumatized state, trying to have it make sense now. You know what I'm saying? You're stuck in a psychosis to where you're trying to make the lie the truth.
Stuck in the
you
twilight
can't do it, bro.
Stuck in the twilight zone.
Hugging ass niggas.
Mm-hmm.
I hear like E bring the 5 heartbeats and shit.
Dang, I just played this map. The same map again.
Check it.
Absorbance in different layers of time. Also, we're not going to say that there were not back migrations. Some markers that they labeled as the early Eurasian are not early Eurasian. Basal N could have developed in ancestral North Africans based off what Ankh is going to bring up later. But a lot of the Eurasians diverged from mtDNA-N, and mtDNA-N.
Oh, he brought that shit up off Ngozi?
Yeah. That migrated up there a very long time ago.
Ngozi, that's your
became
fault.
mtDNA-N.
Really? You said what now?
He got that shit off Ngozi. That's Ngozi fault.
Ngozi what?
Where he was talking about Basel N and North African, like how he's. Oh man, I get it.
Ngozi been saying that.
No, but like not. You can't say that not corrected the way he was trying to use it though, bro. Like,
yeah, that haplogroup N shit didn't have nothing to do with the Egyptian paper.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Now I get I get where he got that shit like that from. Like, holy, wow. So when they're here, I get it now. So they're hearing it goes here. That's not really Eurasian, and they're
I see what you're saying.
And they're completely broad brushing that shit with that.
Yeah,
it goes. You got to clean that up for them, fam. You got to clean that up all the way up for them, fam. Because like Evree's saying, they don't even get autosomal admixture, but you got to clean that all the way up.
And get rid of the Eurasians.
But see,
we can't play
for themselves. Bedoras are a mixture of things themselves.
Exactly.
Here is the problem. Yeah,
you hear him?
Yes, they are. But here's the problem.
We're gonna let Sosa go. Go ahead. What's the problem?
Okay, so the problem is in Ngozi, what is the title of this particular article that we're reading?
Genome Ancestry, the Old Kingdom Egyptian.
Old Kingdom.
Right.
So in one sense, all this back migration and stuff like that, they have been absorbed into the African population.
Right? Did you hear that, Avery?
Yeah, they've been absorbed into the African population like some symbiotes. Yeah, I hear.
Yeah, so that goes back to what Unc was saying, the Africanized shit. Oh, they Africanized them.
Yeah.
So they're no longer like we just disregard all the other shit. That shit don't mean nothing.
You got to understand how they see genetics though too. Like, so black is dominant, so everything else is recessive. So if you make it to black,
yeah,
how it works, bro.
As soon as a black,
you activated my trap card head ass.
No, this is Dragon Ball Z. It's like a cell. It's absorbing Android 17 and 18.
They said it was like this, bro.
You. Yes, me.
Me too.
That's exactly how they think it happened.
Some black people got the super genes.
Damn, man.
You know that comes from well, you already know the whole 1 drop rule. 1 drop of black blood makes black.
Oh, damn, I even think of that too.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They
got that Jim Crow.
That's at the Avery. That's their understanding of autosomes.
Yeah, they got the Jim Crow autosomal understanding.
Bruh, that's so sad. That's heartbreaking, bro.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Now we got to form like Voltron, bro. We got to form like Voltron, bro.
Oh,
my thing is like, Ngozi explains the migrations. Gullah brings up the Bardarians being mixed them damn selves. Bardarians are the first ones to have the sheep and goats and shit, right? Mm-hmm. So your response is, yeah, but I'm saying they got absorbed. Like, so fucking stupid, bro.
They got
hey, the 1 drop rule even affects the animals, my nigga. You understand what I'm saying?
These are Africanized sheep and goat. And that's what Unc said that shit. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
exactly. You
An
feel it, bro?
Africanized.
Out it, bro. I can't, man.
The power of the African is strong, my brother. Black is king.
Yeah, Avery, I might have to call up Garfield. We might have to set some shit up, bro.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
We might have to go on a whole eradication mission.
I mean, the whole
it's time for you to get some blood on your sword anyway, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, the whole the whole Afrocentric sphere and Eurocentric sphere, and like the anthropology community online is just like everything is, nobody knows nothing what they're talking about when it comes to genetics and these papers. Because these Afrocentrics right here, they're getting it wrong, but like everybody's getting it wrong. I'd be seeing folks even on the Eurocentric side be
Uncle's saying everybody else is getting it wrong, but them.
No, they're both two sides of the same coin. The Eurocentric, I'm saying, and the Afro.
They ain't got nothing to do with no Levantines. They don't come from no Levantines. And the paper literally says the DNA, like, bro, shit traced back to Levant. Neolithic Levantine population, man.
I mean, they can't even listen to Ngozi. I don't think they can listen to us. I don't even think Unc likes you to shoot. Does he?
He mentioned me. He mentioned me in here.
Okay.
He lied too. I never said that. He said, "Oh, he said it, that he was an Anatolian or something." I'm like, "What the fuck would I say that shit?"
Wait, wait, what? Who was Anatolian? You or a body?
I guess the ancient Egyptian, or I guess he watched some of the paper when I did the paper, and he said I said that the ancient Egyptian was Anatolian or some shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember you saying that.
Yeah, I don't know.
You better pull the clip on.
I mean, I guess if you think of it from the perspective of the ancient Egyptians, probably did have like Anatolian farmer ancestry. Like that would be true.
The only person that said anything about Anatolians was Ngozi.
Oh, really? So he brought it up.
Yeah, with the Zuna population and shit.
Yeah, they would have.
Yeah, go on 7 hours, my nigga. God, dog.
That's not coffee, but yeah.
I know. I'm gonna sleep good.
I'm gonna sleep all day today.
Man, I came home yesterday from working and shit, and I was like, all right, because I had to fix my own issue in my house, and the AC was starting leaking, so I fixed it. I said, all right, I'm gonna lay down and close my eyes for 5 minutes. But I woke up, it was dark.
No, that's right.
I was like, oh shit.
Oh man, you know you gotta start your timer, bro, before you go to sleep.
Exactly, right. But that's when you don't have the time, like you're already going down. It's like 5 minutes powering down at that point. You know what I'm saying?
I was about to say power down.
I was like, God damn, man, I fucking slept forever. Shit. Yeah, man.
Crazy, bro.
We gonna watch this last little segment. I'm gonna get your opinion on it. I'm gonna wrap it up and go to bed. But just listen to Ngozi. Ngozi bringing all the correct information, and it just doesn't register with these people.
Man, if they can't even listen. No, I was just gonna say if they can't even listen to us, they can't listen to us or won't listen to us. But go ahead, play the good.
Yeah.
Chronology. So when we're dealing with this one particular individual, and we all have to say that this is one individual. One individual.
That's what Unc said. That's the point.
And that's the point. But what Ngozi, what I can't wrap my head about around is what is your love for this back migration? It's part of the story.
Well, I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna answer your question without being biased.
Hold stop a minute. Just stop. Everybody stop. So I heard that question is damn near loaded, but the article is clearly talking about a back migrating genome that come into their genome.
Ivory.
The
Ivory.
Yeah.
How does he say that? But in the first hour, he was saying something completely. It's like he don't know what the fuck he talking about either, man.
Yeah, because earlier, like, yeah, you're right. Earlier, he said it coalesced. Now he's saying it's an actual genome coming back, and it's not. So yeah, you know.
We got to be talking about them coming back in.
That's the whole purpose.
Ivory.
Yeah.
Ivory.
Flip flopping.
What the fuck? We are in the twilight zone.
Purpose of the paper.
Yeah, that's the whole purpose of the paper. So I ain't gonna say. Come on,
So-
go ahead, then goes. I just want to make that clear. Though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely. And also, Reggie, without being biased, we want to get the audience and the people to start to research more and not just go by he say or just talk. Back migration is part of the human story. It's part of the African story. We can't deny that. We're not going to play like they denied it. It doesn't matter if they have back migration. The culture that was created or the civilization that was created over there was 100% African. But we're not going to deny any element that make up the population groups that was responsible for doing what they did. That's part of the African human story. So to deny the back migration element is to be biased, is to be racist, and to play stupid, childish games. I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm saying
that is what Reggie's doing, man.
That's what I keep saying, bro. He called that shit the fuck out, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, my man dropped himself out.
No, he fell asleep. Like he said, he timed for 5 minutes.
Come on back, Lucifer.
Man, I hit the damn button on my mouse on accident. My bad.
Hit the ejection button out of nowhere. Oh shit!
Nah, you know,
the
Reggie.
driver has jumped out the vehicle. But no, it goes. That's where you got to call them out, bro. Like you can. I'm not saying no, nigga. You know that's exactly what they doing.
Right. That's why you brought it up.
Exactly. You can't pretend that ain't why you brought it up. You know what I'm saying? Just make it plain. Like, nah, stop it. Otherwise, y'all being racist. Otherwise, y'all being childish.
Because you don't want him to bring up the back migration shit because it don't fit your Diop and old Banga shit about this place being all black and shit, all black pharaohs that came from the South, nigga.
that's what people are doing. That includes white people, that denies indigenous layers, and that also includes the super blackologists who only wants to talk about this extreme black element. That's a problem. That's not reality. That's not the reality that was going on in this transcontinental country called Egypt. This is the place where humans diverge out, go through drift, and slightly come back in. And then when they go out a little bit, they don't go that far before they come back in. So that's the whole purpose.
Whoa, you got Sosa.
My bad.
No, let Gala get in there. I'm good. Let Gala get in there. Let Gala get in there.
What I was just saying, we talking about agriculture. You just look at the crops and the animals. You talking about agricultural goats, particular, subspecies of cattle. After all that trade and mixing and matching, you think people ain't finna intermarry and have sex, y'all? Come on, man. You gotta be crazy.
And then this individual right here, people not paying attention. He's close to Neolithic Moroccans at 80%. Neolithic Moroccans which is North Africans, but the proxy that they used was Neolithic Moroccans. It's called Skillet Rasul. If you read it, those people using as a proxy was a combination of Takahari that was found in Libya, which is what Uncle be talking about, or what people talk about later, and Zutzana that back migrated a very long time ago, and the people that sat on the Sinai, which was the same thing, which was Takahari and post-Natufian people that was related to pre-prior Neolithic. So even though he's Neolithic North African is also distinct from Epipaleolithic North Africans, and if you go further back, they're farly distinct from early Assyrian population in the Middle Stone Age, even though they share all those layers in time because they drift from one another. It's kind of complex. So don't think that because it says Neolithic North African, this is the same thing as Epipaleolithic North Africans, because there's only that in layers and shared.
So Neolithic North African represent, it's a pulse right there. This is a phase. This is not what people are thinking. It still has layers that's related to post-Natufians that back migrated. Look at
you read.
Yeah. Now he's on point. Neolithic North Africans were really just Eurasians, like very heavily Eurasian mixed people.
That back migrated.
Yep.
Well, he come in there and corrected. He was a little off on the Takori thing, talking about middle Neolithic North Africans are not Takori. Like, I don't know where he got that from. But maybe he meant
is that what he was saying? Because I think he was just basically saying, I don't know. I don't know if that's what
he said. Takori.
Oh, he said Takakori. Okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing he meant Tafaralt, but I don't know. But he said Takakori.
Yeah, because Takakori.
I think he meant Tafaralt because I mix that up all the time when I be saying that shit.
Yeah.
It's easy to mix those two up, and it's easy. Like if you're something like that's what I'm saying. Like if you're not someone who's steeped in this stuff all the time, and you're just listening to this shit like Ankh and whatever, bro, it's so easy to get that shit mixed up. Come on now.
Yeah. Yeah, it was probably a slip up of the tongue.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the Takakori population were pastoralists, not Stone Age hunter gatherers.
And he made sure to show that these people are that middle, just because it says middle Neolithic North African, these are still back to Africa migrations that we're talking about, populations that were a result of back to Africa migration. He brought it all the way back home.
Right.
And these niggas gonna go for another 3, 4, 5 hours saying the same dumb shit.
Why are you so in love with that word back migration?
He's basically saying, why are you in love with the snow bunnies?
They got absorbed. They got absorbed into the population, brother, and goes.
Like Reggie's problem is like, why are you trying to make it sound like it was niggas coming into Africa, bro? What you saying?
That's exactly what he's saying. That's literally what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
the people that it uses a proxy in there. It's distinct from Bronze Age Levantines, which had the Neolithic Iranian component, which is something separate from the earlier population that was there. So if you read the whole thing, it'll break it down. So I just want people to
the whole thing. I read the whole thing.
So you read that part?
I tried.
It goes like, so you read that part? No, he didn't. He did not. If he did, he didn't know what he was reading.
I did the first show on it. I may not have been 100% accurate, but I was pretty.
You heard him? I may not have been 100% accurate. You know what? Tomorrow I'm gonna dedicate to doing. Somebody find me Reggie's channel. We're gonna review Reggie's breakdown of it. He said I might not have been 100% accurate on it.
Do you think he did a breakdown?
He said he did it. He said he did the first show on.
Okay.
And what do you think about this minimalizing shit? Oh, it's only one individual, as if they got 100 individuals showing they shit.
I mean, even the other body that just came out, the other sample, I think from the same general area, was like what 90% Natufian, which isn't that far off.
That's this sample. That's this sample.
Okay, I thought he was talking about the one that was 90%, or not 90%, but very highly Moroccan DNA. So they switched it to the other one that came out this year.
Yeah, the one that came out in July the 2nd. That's the same sample that we went over in February.
Oh, okay.
So I guess that they had a higher resolution because at first we didn't know about the 20% Mesopotamian DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we had a higher resolution. So now we got this one. But Reggie, he said he was the first one to review this paper. So I want to go listen to his review because I already know it's going to be Africanized, in the words of Ankh. It's going to be blackenized. But this minimalizing shit to one, it's just one sample. Yeah, it's one sample. And we got the nuclear genome. That's huge. The nuclear genome reflects on populations.
Right.
So crazy.
Accurate, but in this particular specimen, is 80% North African and
Neolithic North African.
Right. That's fine, right? North African.
Whoa. So why? Go ahead. Why you want to put emphasis on the Neolithic? Is there a reason for that?
Yes, because people need to know about this time period. Because even at this time period, Neolithic North Africans wasn't stagnant. Neolithic North Africans were also intermingling with populations and the that was related to Epipaleolithic Levantines and post Levantines, which is post Natufians. So this shows that they still had a network with Natufians. They still was mingled. This is
right.
He goes and killing them, bro.
Yeah.
And look at Unc's shit face, because earlier he talked all that shit saying North African populations are closer to Levantines. That's wrong. And then goes and get on here and say, "Oh, yo, how do they get away with this shit? How do they get away with this?"
I wonder what their chat is saying. What's their chat up to?
Oh, they were in there arguing about skin color when I looked earlier. Let me see.
Okay. They're not really focused.
Yo, Reggie was in the chat arguing with people about skin color. What I saw earlier. But it doesn't want to load, so I let it play.
This is not the.
There it is. See, look, Reggie said they called themselves black.
They called themselves black. Wait, what?
Your mind is a mulatto. What?
Your mind. Your mind is a mulatto.
Invading race theory. They're saying that he's pushing the invading race. No, he's not.
They're saying Ngozie's pushing the invading.
No,
race.
not Ngozi. Biblical DNA.
Oh.
All because he quoted from the paper. It's just stupid. They're so fucking dumb because he quoted from the paper. Oh, and he pointed out the clade was Arabian.
Yeah, EV 1515.
No, it's not. It's probably a downstream of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, there you go, man. They over there skin coloring up over there.
A full-blown Assyrian person. Like when you look at, for example, when you look at Takahari, that was found in Libya, that's the deep ancestral North African without the later layers. She was only 7% of the later layer, right? This dude has 20% of a later layer, but he's also a blended population from what came in at a specific time period. So it's all about layers.
Because
you heard that? Reggie don't like that. He said the word came in, meaning this was a back migration.
Right.
Reggie don't like that.
Just proving what Ngozie's saying.
Right. Right. And Reggie don't like that at all, man.
Oh, man.
He needs Egypt to be what Diop said it was.
Yeah.
It comes from the South. It comes from Central Africa. These people that are, highly African that are in these regions come up and create the culture, create the civilization. And then as Egypt falls, they disperse into the South and spread east and west.
Yeah. This is about this culture war type stuff, like the left versus the right. When it comes to American politics, it's just culture war nonsense.
Hey, what's this? What's you put in the back? What's this?
Well, I didn't put nothing in the back. I'm playing my game.
Channel. Let me see. I don't see the damn paper on here. He said he was the first person to do a video on it. Must have been on somebody else's channel.
Yeah, that makes sense. That probably makes the most sense because I didn't even know he had a channel, YouTube channel.
Probably Sonetta. I hate when they do that. He said I was the first person to do the video. Reggie Sonetta. No, I don't know, man. I figure it out. Shit.
Because you had different diversities at certain time periods. Like this, like when Goldie said Neolithic North African, that ain't just one type of people. You had a particular diversity.
I don't. My whole thing is Ankh is reading the article.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Ankh could
here Reggie like, oh, Uncle's reading the article. So basically he's implying what Ngozi is saying is not in the article. But what everything Ngozi said is in the damn article. It talks about the Levantine DNA, the connection between the Middle Neolithic people and how that sources back to several Levantine migrations. Talks about the extended data, how much Levantine DNA this 001 had. It literally says it. But I'm gonna go to bed, brothers. I had enough of stupidity, Afrocentric stupidity for the night. 7 hours. I think I met my cap.
You did a full shift.
I did a full shift, man. I'm going to bed. And maybe if we can find that Reggie video, send it to me. We're gonna review that one next. What you got, bro?
Peace. Good night.
Peace.
All right, see y'all later.
All right, y'all.
Peace and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.